Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this early on a Saturday. We are so happy you are here. I'm going to read the disclaimer and we're going to get started. The information provided by the National Pre-Health Conference through the following webinar is for general informational purposes only. All information on the webinar is provided in good faith. However, students should seek competent advice for issues related to their specific circumstances. We make no warranty, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, reliability, or completeness of any information. And now I would like to introduce my president and founder, Alejandra Bahena.
Hello, everyone. Good morning and welcome to day 3 of our conference. I am very grateful for everything that we have been learning together this past couple of days, and I hope that you guys have enjoyed the conference as much as we have. Today is actually my favorite day of the conference because we will be learning about topics that apply to really all types of students and not just pre-health students. So we will be diving into study techniques, tips for taking exams, and listening from expert advice and special presentations to help you achieve your professional goals. So our goal for today is that you feel more prepared and motivated for the upcoming school year. I know that most of us will be doing our work remotely, so just hang in there. We got this. It's going to be fine. And I also wanted to bring up that we are here for you. So both during and after the conference, feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions, or if you would like to maybe contact a speaker. We can try to see if they can answer your questions still. So you can find all of our information on the website. You have our conference email and also our personal emails and our LinkedIn's. So feel free to reach out. We're here to help you. And now my co-president will introduce the speakers for today.
Hi, everybody. Just in case you're just joining us for the first time today, my name is Alexia Childress, and I am the co-president of the National Pre-Health Conference. And I am a third-year pre-medical student at Arizona State University. We have top health experts joining us today from all over the country, and I am delighted to share that joining us today are Dr. Naz Dikecligil from UPenn, Dr. Sharon Lewis from UPenn, Dr. David Irwin from UPenn, CEO Heather Flannery from ConsenSys Health, Dr. Rashmi Kumar from UPenn, Dr. Carolyn Compton from Arizona State University and Mayo Clinic, Yash Makkapati from Free the MCAT, Dr. Lisa Fitzpatrick from Grapevine Health, Dr. Jennifer Weiss from the Los Angeles Medical Center, and lastly, our closing speaker for the National Pre-Health Conference, Dr. Iris C. Gibbs from Stanford University. We highly encourage you that you join us for our last presentation with Dr. Iris Gibbs from Stanford University, as she is the Associate Dean of MD Admissions at Stanford Medicine. We hope that you join us for many of today's enriching and educational presentations that will allow you to transform your academic career. Please remember to take a look at our schedule throughout today's event in the program guide or at www.nationalprehealth-conf.org/schedule. We encourage you to join us for the closing statement today after 8 p.m. after Dr. Gibbs' presentation to hear about future events, the Research Expo Awards winners, and next year's conference. Now, without further ado, let us transition into event details into our first presentation for the day.
All right, so right now I will go over the webinar logistics, and if you guys have been with us in the past couple of days, you probably are pretty familiarized with everything that we use for the conference. So please remember to ask any questions you have for our speakers or also maybe your hosts if you have any, using the Q&A feature through the webinar. We also have a polling feature in some of our presentations. So for that, our speakers will ask specific questions, and this is basically to give the chance for the speakers to get a better feel of who is listening to our presentations and learn a little bit more about you. And we also have other feature that is not Zoom, but it's called Peer Deck, which some of our speakers are using. And for that, you will use your phone and answer some questions through there. We also have the raise hand feature. So in case maybe you want to sympathize with a point from the speakers, you can raise your hand. And in some cases, maybe if you have a question, you can use the raise hand feature, but we recommend using Q&A for that so that our host can keep track of it better. And if you have any comments or anything that you would like to let us know, you can use the chat, but please try to keep your comments straightforward and short so that we're able to read through those and answer them as efficiently as possible. So next, we want to give a big thank you to all of our sponsors who helped us reach you and also have been very supportive throughout our conference by providing resources to make this happen. So we have the Program for Diversity and Inclusion, SNMA, AMWA, APSA, ConsenSys Health, General Intelligences, Free the MCAT, and SHOW. So thank you so much to all of our sponsors. For social media, as we've been mentioning all along, we have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and also YouTube. So if you want to stay connected before next year's conference and hear important updates, please feel free to check out our social media, subscribe and like and share it with any of your friends who might be interested in what we do at the National Pre-Health Conference. And I also want to remind everyone of the chance to win an Amazon gift card by participating in the social media challenge. So for this challenge, make sure you use the hashtag NPHC2020 because we will be going to this hashtag and looking at the post through that. And I know some students have been tagging our account while they're posting stories or their posts, but please make sure to use the hashtag. Otherwise, it's hard for us to keep track of who's participating. And these are the more detailed instructions. So we just want to hear what you have enjoyed about the National Pre-Health Conference. So this could be either you sitting in front of a computer and listening to the presentations, or maybe you participating in the research expo, or anything that you think has been a highlight of your experience at the National Pre-Health Conference event. And yeah, please tag us.
All right, so we just concluded our research expo from day 1 and day 2 yesterday, and it was a very successful event. Our amazing students presented their remarkable research projects, and we also came to a consensus for the Research Expo Awards tonight. For those of you who weren't able to check out their research projects or would like to go a little bit more in depth, please check out our virtual gallery at www.nationalprehealth-conf.org/research-expo. And also, we have our program guide still out there for you to check out to see a word from our team and all of our guest speakers' information, the schedule, the Research Expo, a list of schools and demographics for all of our audience members. If you haven't checked it out yet, it's on our website under Program Guide tab. And lastly, I am so excited about this event. We have the NPHC monthly newsletter coming to you after this event ends. We would encourage you, if you have not been able to register for this event, if you're on our YouTube live stream, to fill out the form email list on the monthly newsletter page tab on our website. Please check this newsletter out. We will be sending more information after the event. It will be very informational. And if you know someone that you would like to highlight for outstanding research, community service, please fill out our student spotlight form on our website as well.
All right, and it's time for us to get started on our first presentation for today. So at this point, I will transition to Hiba so that she can introduce our next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Let me share my screen real quick. Okay, perfect. So today I would like to start off by introducing guest speaker Dr. Naz Dikecligil, who is a postdoctoral researcher in the Department of Neurology at the University of Pennsylvania. She has received her undergraduate degrees in biomedical engineering and applied mathematics, and also a PhD in neuroscience from Stony Brook University. She is currently studying the human olfactory system in epilepsy patients. I had the pleasure of taking her class in cognitive neuroscience during my first semester at Penn, and she was an amazing, inspiring professor. Please welcome her as she begins her discussion regarding the psychological challenges of research.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I am trying to turn on my video. Can you allow me to do it?
Yeah, sure. Let me see if there we go. That should work. Perfect.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to your amazing conference. I'm very excited to speak today. And thank you, Hiba, for the introduction. So I would like to speak a little bit about my research experience before I get started with the presentation for today. So I did my undergraduate degree in biomedical engineering, thinking that I would go into a field studying the interactions between medicine and the industry and doing engineering work. But during my undergraduate experience, I started doing research in a laboratory that was studying the basis of fear and stress in the human brain. And I was fascinated with this question and this project, and I ended up doing research in this laboratory for 4 years during my undergraduate. And this experience changed what I wanted to do with my career, and I ended up pursuing a graduate degree in neuroscience as a result of this research experience. And along the years of doing research, many years, and talking to many friends, I've learned a lot about not just the technical aspects of doing research, but also the emotional and the psychological challenges that come with it. Because I think almost 50% of what you do in research and in science, whether it's medical research or purely academic research, in whichever field that you're practicing, it turns out that part of it is technical knowledge, but part of it is the emotional skills, the resilience, navigating the difficulties, navigating the challenges. So today I would like to talk a little bit about these challenges that are specifically common when you are a more junior researcher. And I'm imagining that many of you here are interested in pursuing a career in medicine, and you might be joining research labs, or you might have already joined research labs, and you might already be facing some of these problems. So hopefully what I present today will be of some use to most of you. So with that, I'm going to start sharing my screen. So first of all, I would like to give a brief overview of why, if you're not already doing research, why you should be doing research. So, but let me just, there's a background, so let me just turn that off real quick. I'm sorry for that, 1 second. Thank you. These are the joys of doing these conferences from home. So I would like to give a few pointers as to why, if you haven't already done so, why you should consider joining a research lab when we are back to the labs and back to the universities, of course, hopefully after the fall semester. So research allows you to learn new skills beyond the coursework. So coursework gives you a lot of technical information, but it doesn't give you often a lot of practical hands-on information. So this is a great advantage of doing research. Another thing is you can already, the knowledge that you've already learned, you can apply this to now practical problems that will come up in the lab. So for example, if you've learned chemistry equations and organic chemistry knowledge, if you're working in a chemistry lab or a biochemistry lab, you will be putting this information to use to solve real life problems. And you will be contributing to scientific progress, which is very important, right? Every bit of effort helps in terms of solving problems and pushing the field forward. And on top of all of this, you would also be learning the behind the scenes of how science is conducted and how things work. Because oftentimes when we're just doing coursework, we are told the end result of research, right? This molecular pathway works like this. But we don't really get to hear how it was discovered or how researchers came about knowing this particular piece of information. So research allows us to actually learn the behind the scenes of how things were conducted. And then you will, by joining a research lab, improve your overall scientific skills in terms of asking good questions, being able to interpret studies and things like that. And lastly, I would like to say that even if research is not your passion in and of itself, and you might be interested in pursuing a more proper medicine and health field in your career, it can help you identify your areas of interest. So, for example, you can learn that you don't like working with your hands, or maybe you can learn that you have a special skill in analyzing data. Or maybe you can learn that you're very good at collecting experimental data. So these are all very useful information when you're crafting your career goals for the future. And a lot of the skills you learn, the resilience, the communication, the teamwork, and the scientific skills are all skills that you can transfer to any field in medicine if you pursue that path later on. And there's actually a talk that was done yesterday on how you can get into a lab and how to navigate the research environment. So you guys can go back and look at the talk if you're interested. So let's get to what I want to focus on today, which is the complexities of research and doing research as a junior scientist. Perhaps you're an undergraduate, perhaps you just finished your undergraduate degree and you're looking to gain some experience. So the fun thing about research is that if we knew what we were doing, it wouldn't be called research, right? So there's a lot of navigating the unknown and navigating this unknown space that we do in research, unlike what we do in, let's say, standard coursework, where we are given what is known and our goal is to learn it. And as many of you already might know or might have heard about or experienced, there's great days when you're doing research, like this amazing photo from last year when they had the first image of a black hole that was processed on the computer, and you can see the scientist Katie Bauman's response to it. And she's so excited and thrilled to be actually the first human potentially to be seeing this picture, right? This black hole image. But then there's also not so good days, and this is a photo shoot of, I guess, someone who was having a very bad day in the lab and they were very frustrated. And there's a lot of these days in the lab as well. So as you're navigating your research career or your research experience in the lab, you're going to find both of these. And it's possible that some months you're going to have a lot more bad days than good days. Now, before I go ahead, I want to draw some differences between coursework versus research. And the reason why I want to do that is when you're coming into research as an undergraduate or a junior scientist, a lot of your previous experiences have been focused around coursework, right? you've had more than 10 years of experience really honing in your skills on how to navigate coursework and do your best, get good grades, and so forth. But research is not the same. It's a very new experience and it's different. And I would like to highlight how they are different, because I think highlighting how they're different will give us a good sense of why is it that you might find yourself particularly challenged or discouraged or frustrated with research. So first, in coursework, we typically have very clear goals, right? We have to learn this topic for this class, this particular chapter, and we even have subsets of what exact information we have to know or what skills we should acquire. And the path to achieving that goal of learning the topic is very clear, right? You're supposed to study, you're supposed to ask questions, you review your notes and things like that. We all know these. And the next thing is whether you actually are achieving these goals is also pretty obvious along the way, right? If you're studying and you're understanding, you're on the right track. If you're solving problems and you're getting them right, you're on the right track. And also the metric, what we define as the success or the good outcome is very clearly defined. If you get good grades or good feedback, you know you're on the right track. So all of this to say is that coursework, or your current experience so far, is very well structured in terms of telling you exactly what to do, what to expect, and how to get there. In contrast to this, research is very different, right? Because the goals of research are not always as clearly defined. So for example, you might be working with more loose goals, such as finding biomarkers for a particular disease. That's a much broader goal, right? And the path to this goal is more loosely defined. So maybe you have to try some experiments. You don't know which exact experiments to try, how to try them. So there's a lot of feeling in the dark to figure out how to get there. And then whether you're making progress or not is not entirely clear. Maybe you have some experiments that work out, some that don't. Does that mean you're on the right track? Maybe yes, maybe no. And whether you're succeeding is not as clearly defined either, right? There's no grade at the end of the day that your advisor or your mentor gives to you. There's no quiz, or there's no really tangible feedback that says you're doing great or not. So all of these to say that research has a completely different structure, which is a lot more loosely defined, and that can be frustrating and challenging for junior scientists coming into research like yourselves. So I would like to think of it as essentially the difference between running track, where you know where you're running, the path is clear, and you can really optimize yourself in this, versus hiking in the woods. Research is like hiking in the woods a little bit. You might not always know which direction you're headed. You might not always know if there's a path. You might have to make your own path very often. So I would like you guys to keep that in mind when you're transitioning in research and when you're struggling, and maybe you might get down on yourself. Know that you are dealing with a very different set of circumstances that is substantially different. So the point here is that just like you have actually learned over the more than a decade of schoolwork of how to really optimize your own learning and your progress, which skill sets you need, how to execute them. The same is going to be true for research. You have to develop skills, right? And that comes with time, that comes with practice, and that comes with some thinking and some effort. So if you feel like you're not there yet, just that's completely okay. Just know that that's a path that everyone goes through, and it's very normal. So some common negative thoughts that I've had myself when I was first starting out in research, and even sometimes today, and I've heard from many others, my friends, my colleagues, people who are more senior to me, people who are more junior to me, say these sentences, okay? So one thing that's very common is everyone knows what they're doing except me. It seems like you're the only person who's clueless in the lab, in your research project, and everyone else seems like they have it figured out. That's a very common one. The feeling that other people are so much more knowledgeable and skilled. This is also very common, right? The feeling that maybe you're the only one who's really struggling and who's lacking the knowledge and the skills needed, whereas everyone else around you, again, has all the tools they need. The negative thought of and the fear of, what if I mess up? What if I mess up this experiment? What if I break something in the lab? What if I set back someone's experiment? And all these thoughts, the fear of failure, the fear of disappointing others, right? This can be a very common feeling as well. Another one is, if I ask this question, or if I ask for help, or I make a silly comment, my professor or my lab mates, my peers will think a lot less of me, or they will think that I don't know what I'm talking about. And because of this fear, you don't ask for help, you don't ask the questions you have in mind, and that sets you further back, actually. Another thing I want to bring up is the thought that I'm struggling a lot in research, therefore I must not be fit for this. Sometimes in academia, in coursework, we are told that if something comes easy to us, that means that we're really good at it and we should continue to pursue it. But there's also a lot of other skills, like research, where it's meant to be difficult. And by its nature, it's difficult, and it's difficult for everyone. And the fact that you are facing challenges and the fact that you feel lost at times doesn't mean that you shouldn't be there or you're not cut out for it. And the last thing I've already mentioned is this thought that as a junior scientist in a lab, that you should be able to figure out everything on your own, from experiments to scientific questions to techniques, and that asking for help would indicate that you're not doing well on your own, and that you are needy and things like that. So a lot of these thoughts are very common, and they are thoughts that set us back. And I would like to provide some counterpoints to these. Now that we went over these, I want to provide some counter thoughts that might help us. So the first one, everyone else knows what they're doing except me. The reality is that everyone might appear to know what they're doing. Everyone might appear confident, but that might not really be the case. And I found out throughout my more than a decade now of working in research is that many people, even senior people, even professors, even tenured professors, often feel lost, or they feel confused, and they feel like other professors know what they're doing and they don't. And this is because we all have access to a limited amount of skills and knowledge, and that's normal. That's completely okay. It's that when we come together as a group, as a scientific group, as a university, as a field of science, that all these pieces of knowledge and skill come together and create something. So if you're already feeling very behind, know that that's normal and that's okay. And one more point to that is, especially when you're junior, right, an undergrad scientist, it's okay that you may be the only person who knows the least. That's completely okay. And that's totally what is expected. You are living up to the standards that is expected, because what else would you know? You're just starting, right? That's completely normal. Your professors started somewhere as well. There was a day one in the lab for them as well, where they didn't know anything and they were clueless. I've already kind of addressed the second point, that other people are so much more knowledgeable and skilled. This is not an entirely correct perspective. The other one, the fear of messing up. Now, Science and research is an endeavor that is almost defined by failures. It is an area by its nature where we make progress by making mistakes. We learn by making mistakes. And this sounds like a cliche, but it's actually very true that if you go to any research lab, if you talk to any researcher, most of their days or most of their careers are defined by the mistakes or the wrong steps or the setbacks. But ultimately, they progress because it's through those mistakes that they learn. They learn where not to push, what kind of mistakes to avoid, and things like that. So if you're a junior scientist, you're going to mess up, and it's completely okay. It's expected, it's normal, it happens to everyone, especially junior scientists, and your lab mates and your professor will be completely understanding of that. So let go of the fear, try to enjoy the experience and learn as much as you can without being bogged down by the fear. Kind of related, our peers, our senior mentors will, the fear that they will think less of us if we ask questions. Anyone who is in science, who is doing research, knows that when you first come in, you don't know what you're doing. You may not know what you're doing even when you're senior, because that's the nature of research, but definitely when you're first coming in, you're not going to know what you're doing, and that's completely okay. And people will expect you to ask questions in order to help you. They might not come to you and start explaining because research doesn't operate in the same way as classwork does. So that's something to keep in mind, that you should have the courage and you should feel comfortable going around and asking questions, even if you think that they might be silly. That's completely okay. I've mentioned this one a little bit as well. Struggling is okay. And if you're struggling, know that many others are struggling as well. And that's part of the endeavor. That's part of the progress in science. And it certainly does not mean that you shouldn't be there, or you don't deserve to be there, or you are not a good fit for that research environment. And don't think you should figure out everything on your own. When you're junior, it's pretty much that you figure out by talking to other people and getting help. And then as you get more comfortable in the lab and with the experiments you're doing and the tasks that are assigned to you, you might be able to figure things on your own. But even then, it's always encouraged to ask for help. And if you find that you're struggling a little bit, maybe try to identify who are the people that you're the most comfortable with in the lab. They might be your peers, they might be another graduate student who is mentoring you, another postdoc, or it could be your professor. And go to those people and ask them the questions that you want to ask. So I just pulled some tweets from Twitter. This is from an account called Academic Chatter, and they receive these anonymous messages that they then post to their account. And this one is from someone who is just starting their PhD, and they say, I'm feeling really stupid in my classes, like I don't have the smarts or intelligence to be in my PhD program, and that everyone in my cohort is much smarter than me. How do I get past these feelings? So, and you can see that there's already more than 100 likes on this tweet. And this kind of illustrates, it's not research specific, but this person in their PhD is of course going to be doing research, and a lot of their classes revolve around research as well. And they clearly deserve to be there. They were selected to this PhD program. They finished their undergrad, they're in a PhD program, and yet they are doubting themselves and they're looking at others and making the mistakes that we already talked about, which is attributing a lot of knowledge and skill to others, whereas assuming that you don't have any of those same skills or knowledge or complementary skills and knowledge. And again, very, very common at different stages of research, of academia, but these are not, I should emphasize that these feelings are not exclusive to academia or to research or to junior scientists. Many, many professionals, especially in these competitive fields, right? Like medicine is a very good example, or law, research actually go through these thoughts. And some people are able to overcome them, or they have less and less of them as they are more experienced and develop the cognitive and emotional tools to overcome these. But a lot of people feel them. So you might want to talk to your peers and find out that you're not alone. And here's a professor giving advice, again on Twitter, to new graduate students, but this applies to undergraduate students or medical residents or anyone who is new to a field, that they should learn to ask questions and learn ask as many questions as they can, and get over the fear of, asking a question would mean that I'm not good enough. And with that, I want to bring up a point which, when I learned about this, it was a very enlightening moment in my graduate school experience. And it was when I encountered this paper. It was written in 2008, and the paper is titled, as you can see, "The Importance of Stupidity in Scientific Research." And I highly recommend everyone to check this out. It's a relatively short paper, but I pulled some quotes from it, and it's pretty brilliant. So this article starts with discussing the author running into a friend that they haven't seen in many years, and this was someone they considered to be a brilliant, very talented, very smart person. And this friend had dropped out of graduate school and started to pursue a different career. And they said that they dropped out of graduate school because it made them feel stupid. And the author says that, "I kept thinking about it. Sometime the next day, it hit me. Science makes me feel stupid too. It's just that I've gotten used to it. So used to it, in fact, that I actively seek out new opportunities to feel stupid. I wouldn't know what to do without that feeling." So this is coming from someone who's an established professor of many years, and they are openly saying that science makes them feel, quote unquote, stupid, as in they feel like they don't know what they're doing. And that is part of their experience, and that is actually part of what doing science entails. And then they go on to talk about how it was really important that they get comfortable and they actually really grow into this feeling of not knowing, right? We are so used to, especially in coursework, sometimes in medical school as well, and sometimes in undergraduate coursework, that everything is laid out and everything that we should know is out there for us to know. And science is the opposite. We are navigating the unknown. We're navigating what needs to be known, but we don't even know if we're asking the right questions. So the author then says that they talked to someone who ended up becoming a Nobel laureate, and they asked them a question, and the future Nobel laureate said that they didn't know the answer. They had no idea. And the author goes on to say that after this conversation, they learned that the scope of things they didn't know was vast, and for all practical purposes, infinite. And that realization was actually liberating. Not knowing, and there was so much we don't know, and we are just trying our best to navigate it, is a liberating feeling. And when I read this, it was also liberating for me. And I recommend you check out this article. I think it's very useful for many different stages of everyone's career. So now I want to shift gears to make you think about some of these feelings and ask yourself if you've ever felt like the position that you're in, the job or accomplishment that you've achieved, is due to mere luck. Or have you ever felt that you don't deserve your accomplishments, or that your peers or mentors will inevitably find out that you're not really fit for that position or that award? Or that maybe if you have any negative setback, that this is proof that you weren't meant to be there and you don't deserve to be there. So if any of these ring true to you, or if you've ever found yourself at whichever part in your life resonating with these thoughts, then you might actually be one of the millions of people who are experiencing imposter syndrome. So imposter syndrome is essentially a cluster of feelings. It's not really a psychiatric syndrome, so to speak, but it's a cluster of feelings that's very common, and it's defined by the inability to believe that our success is deserved, or we deserve to be where we are, and that it's by chance that we're there. Okay, and people who have this syndrome, many people who are junior in research will have this. They will find that they're having a hard time accepting their accomplishments, and that they are struggling with anxiety of being found out or making mistakes. And this is a very, very common problem that a lot of people face. So one estimate is that 70% of all people at some point in their life experience imposter syndrome. And this is not specific to a certain subset of humans. Anyone can experience it. So one example, actually, if you look at imposter syndrome that you will find on the internet, is Maya Angelou. She is one of the most brilliant authors that we have, and extremely well accomplished, very well recognized. And despite that, she says, I have written 11 books, but each time I think, they're going to find out. I've run a game on everybody and they're going to find me out. She's describing the feeling of fear she has, where she doesn't feel like she truly deserves the accolades that she was given, and that she's going to have to tell everybody that it wasn't her true skills, right? It's going to come out at some point. And here's another cartoon that illustrates this feeling, I think, really well. So one person is introducing their friend, saying, this is Dr. Adams. She's a social psychologist and the world's top expert on imposter syndrome. And the doctor, who's the expert, says, haha, don't be silly. There are lots of scholars who have made more significant. And then they realize that they have actually, despite being the expert on imposter syndrome, they might have it themselves, because they begin by dismissing the compliments, dismissing their accomplishments, and start undermining themselves right away. So this is also a sign of imposter syndrome. And if you resonate with any of these thoughts and the thoughts that come with it, you might be one of the many people who experience this. And very quickly, imposter syndrome leads to a specific kind of misjudgment, where we think that we know a very small part, whereas everyone else knows a lot. And this was something we touched upon in the beginning. Whereas in reality, we know a small part, and other people also know small parts. And depending on their stage in their career and their experience, they might know a little bit more. But in reality, no one knows everything. And when you're navigating a new field, you feel like you're responsible for knowing everything, and that's not true. Even professors who are working in a science field for 40, 50 years sometimes are the first ones to admit that they know a very small percentage of their field, even though they're experts in their own area. And lastly, I want to discuss this new article that came out actually just a week ago in Nature about how to ward off imposter syndrome. And you can find many articles on this, but I listed some of the tips that I resonated with, and hopefully it can help you guys as well if you feel that this is something that you have. So the first one is to recognize that you earned your position. Whatever it might be a research position, it might be a job, it might be your admission into the university that you're in, whatever that you're feeling insecure about, try to make an active effort to think that you actually earned that position, you deserve to be there, and you belong there. And this sense of belonging and the recognizing that you belong there is very important, because feeling part of a community and feeling a sense of belonging really helps us feel confident in what we do. But I would like to also emphasize something here, and this is a long topic, but to briefly mention it, is people who have been historically excluded from areas, right? Minorities, underrepresented groups, women, ethnic minorities, will have a harder time feeling a sense of belonging because we may not feel represented. So we might be more prone to imposter syndrome because we feel like people like us are not represented in the environment that we're in. So this is an additional burden of, higher probability of facing this imposter syndrome, doubting oneself and doubting one's belonging that comes with, belonging to a group that was historically excluded from science, research, medicine, whatever field it may be. And an important thing is to build a group of friends, peers, mentors, people you consider part of your professional network in a friendly way. And you can talk to them about your experience, and you're going to find out that you're not alone. And you're going to find out that your professor is feeling this, the postdoctoral researcher is feeling this, your friends are feeling these things in maybe different ways and different flavors, but it will help you navigate them a lot better and feel less alone. Other point, be your own greatest ally. You have to be your own cheerleader. There's enough opposition to what you want to do out in the world. And if you get down on yourself, that's going to make life very difficult, especially in research, which is already challenging. And this is the last one, is do not compare yourself to others. We know this from many, many other areas of life, because especially in research, the paths are very different. People are walking very different paths, and what looks like progress might turn out to be a setback, and what might look like a setback in your project might actually be progress. So it doesn't make sense to compare. And lastly, accept positive feedback. My last two slides before I finish is another topic which is very common when you're new to research, and that is being really discouraged and frustrated with the frequent mistakes and failures that will inevitably happen. Because as I've mentioned before, science and research is almost defined by progress through mistakes, right? It's very common, and I want you guys to know that it's ubiquitous, right? Mistakes happen all the time, various kinds, silly, not silly. And the fact that you will inevitably make a mistake does not indicate that you're not adequate for the job, for your research position, or for being a doctor or an MD, PhD student or a nurse, okay? So do not take the mistakes personally as an indication of your inadequacy. And I want to make the point that really the setbacks and mistakes are actually a crucial part of scientific path. They're actually a tool that allows us to move forward. If you're trying to find, the hidden treasure behind one of these doors, you have to open all the empty doors before you find the door that leads to the treasure you're looking for. So every door you open that's empty is actually progress, because it leaves you with doors that have a higher probability of leading you to truth. Okay. And on closing remarks, I would like to just emphasize that research is very difficult, and that's its nature. And it's difficult for everyone at very different stages. So make peace with that. Emotional challenges you will face, some of which I've mentioned, some of which I didn't mention, will be very common in others as well. You might think you're the only person, but you're absolutely definitely not, I promise you. In fact, any person you can turn to in your research lab will probably resonate with what you're experiencing. You can build these skill sets to navigate these challenges, just like you build any other skill set. And you should build a network of peers and mentors, even if you are going to stay in a research lab for a short term. That's going to be really crucial for moving your, career forward. And This is a picture from a lab that looked very happy, and they look like they have a good network of peers and mentors, so I wanted to share them. And lastly, thank you for listening, and thank you for being here early on Saturday morning, and best of luck in everyone's paths, whichever path they might be, and best of luck in your challenges, and thank you.
Thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. I know that I got a lot out of it, and I'm really happy that you took the time out to talk about this. I would like everyone to know that since we don't have any questions in the chat, if you have any questions, you can reach out to Professor Naz. I know she'd be happy to answer them. And thank you again. Thank you for taking the time out of your day for this.
Thank you, Hiba, and enjoy the rest of the conference, everyone.
Thank you. And
Thank
now
you.
we'll transition into a break.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Naz and Hiba. We will have a very brief break, 4-minute break before our next presentation, where we will hear from, I think I'm sharing the wrong screen. Yes, we will be listening Dr. Sharon Lewis's presentation. So please be back in a few minutes. And hello, everyone. For our next presentation, we will hear from Dr. Sharon Lewis, who is an associate professor of neurology at the Perelman School of Medicine and specializes in general neurology and neuromuscular medicine. Additionally, Dr. Lewis is the program director for the Penn Pipeline Program, which is a mentorship and education initiative that teaches healthcare concepts to local West Philadelphia high school students and serves students who are underrepresented in medicine. She is also the Assistant Dean for Diversity Recruitment in the Program for Diversity and Inclusion. I want to remind everyone to please ask any questions that you might have using the Q&A chat during the presentation. So please do so whenever you have questions. And now please welcome Dr. Lewis as she discusses the topic, Why Diversity Matters, and a toolkit for navigating your path into medical school. Thank you so much, Dr. Lewis, for joining us today. At this point, I'm going to stop sharing and I'll let you share your screen now.
All right. Hi, everyone. I am just going to share my screen. Give me 1 second.
Perfect.
Maybe. Give me a second.
Yes, no worries.
Okay, well, it wouldn't be virtual without some technical difficulties. I am not seeing the share your screen option.
It should be near the bottom of your screen. There's participants, chat, share screen. Can you see it?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, no worries at all. Perfect.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for your patience. So good morning. Thank you, Alejandra, for that introduction. I'm excited to be here and to speak with you about why diversity matters and tips and tricks for navigating your pathway into medicine. So this is a brief overview of my talk. Why are the diversity of perspectives and your personal history so important to the field of medicine? Why are you important? And what are some challenges to pursuing a medical career and strategies to overcome them? And then most importantly, I want you to consider this simple phrase. Who are you and who do you want to be? This is such a simple phrase, but if we spend some time in quiet reflection asking ourselves this very question and being present when you ask this question, meaning removing all distractions and regularly considering this question, then our next steps and path into medicine would be clear. It would make the no, but thank you for the opportunity, much easier when it does not align with the answers to these questions. It also speaks to remind yourself of the resilient, unique, amazing, and powerful individuals that you are. I hope that you ask yourself these questions often and give yourself some quiet moments, and also realize that the answer to this question may change over time based on your life experiences. So who am I? I was born in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia, but moved when I was 4 years old to Fort Lauderdale. I went to school in Fort Lauderdale, meaning elementary school and high school, and eventually college and medical school at the University of Miami. When I was in college, I did a summer program. And when I was in high school, I did summer science and Saturday science. So I am a product of enrichment and pipeline programs as well. But in the summer of my sophomore year in college, I did a program which simulated the first year of medical school. And that program was really just formative in me really believing that I had what it took to get into medical school. So if you guys have those opportunities to do programs that simulate first years of medical school or just enhance you in any way, your training, all of these things sort of stack together to really help you really develop the skill set that it will take to be successful within medicine. This really did solidify, as I mentioned, my drive to go into medical school. And it's really important to sort of have those experiences. So when I was in undergrad, and this is this little plant here in the middle of the University of Miami sign, when I was in college, at that time I knew I was pre-med and I wanted to be a pediatrician. And as you can see in my introduction, I am a neurologist. So that, that pathway did change. But when I was an undergrad, I did a research project on spinal cord injury. And I wonder, as I think about my pathway, did that really impact, or was that the seed that was planted that sort of sparked my interest in the neurosciences? And then I eventually ended up full circle back to the University of Pennsylvania for my residency. And my thought at that time was that I'm gonna go, I'm gonna live in Florida. My whole family's in Florida. I'm gonna live in Florida for the rest of my life. And so I should go somewhere else to get great training and just have a different lived experience. So as you can see, again, I'm still in Philadelphia. And so you can see how those things change. So why neurology? Neurology was my last rotation in my third year of medical school. I did my pediatric rotation fairly early and realized that I really liked children, but being a physician to children was completely different than what I had in mind. So I don't know if you guys remember the story of Phineas Gage, if you guys have learned about him in your classes so far. So this was a gentleman who had an unfortunate accident with a tamping iron that went through his left frontal lobe, and it completely changed his personality. So these things and the way that the brain and body worked were one of the things that really attracted me to neurology. The stories of how something, could just, he lived despite this, devastating injury, but his personality was so changed. And so these experiences really made me really excited about neurology. The other thing is that, the rumor was that, for neurology, you just diagnose diseases, but you can't do anything about them. But actually, neurology is a rich area for a lot of research development. And I thought, this is an amazing career, and it's going to be a career that's going to evolve over my lifetime with more and more ability to, treat patients. So that was just really exciting. So what do I get to do every day? How do I, how did I know that I chose the right field? So I really love the longitudinal relationships that I get to develop with patients. I get to follow them. I only see adult neurology patients, but I get to follow them for years, to sort of help them navigate how their neurologic disease impacts their day-to-day life. The other thing that neurologists love to do is something called localize the lesion. So with our knowledge of neuroanatomy, we examine a patient and in real time through our exam, we're able to figure out for the most part where this problem is within the brain, spinal cord, muscles, or peripheral nervous system, or the nerves after the spinal cord. So every day, a patient's sort of exam really unfolds what's going on with them, and then I can determine a treatment strategy based on that. So I really, my best advice to you is that, discover your pathway, do what you love, and pursue it passionately. I ultimately really love being a neurologist. I like being an adult neurologist. And, these things sort of, as you can see, have evolved in my life over time. So I am at the University of Pennsylvania, which is, an academic institution. So why did I choose to stay in academic medicine? So one of the biggest reasons is that my other really important passion is really mentoring and teaching students. And so I wanted to stay in an environment in which I would have the ability to pay it forward. I can definitely identify within my life individuals who decided to take an interest and mentor me to help me get to my next step. And these people were instrumental in my life. And so I really wanted to be the person to give back. And so I stayed at Penn because I wanted to be able to give back. So these are just a list of some of the things that I do. I do wear many hats, and all of them are centered around mentorship and teaching. And this evolved from me asking the question of who I am, what drives me, and who do I want to be? And so those led to these, for my pursuit to these opportunities. So I ask again, that's my story. What is yours, and why are you important? The diversity that you bring to the table enriches the learning environment of everyone around you. For students that are underrepresented in medicine, Blacks and African Americans represent about 13% of the nation. Yet only 8.9% of physicians are identified as Black American, Black or African American, American Indian, or Alaska Native, or Hispanic or Latino. We know that race concordance and language concordance improve patient adherence, trust, and patient satisfaction. Having exposure to a diverse student body also may serve to improve healthcare disparities. And data has shown that your presence alone improves the academic environment as well as improves cultural competency amongst your peers. And this is true for all STEM-based, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics-based fields in general. So your presence is extremely important. So I love this. This is a TED Talk by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, who's a writer and author from Nigeria. And so I am going to read this to you, which I tend to not read slides, but I think this is really important. So years later, and she's talking about she's talking about when she came to America from Nigeria to attend college. So years later, I thought about this when I left Nigeria to go to university in the United States. I was 19. My American roommate was shocked by me. She asked where I had learned to speak English so well and was confused. When I said that Nigeria happened to have English as its official language, she asked if she could listen to what she called my tribal music. I was consequently very disappointed when I produced my tape of Mariah Carey. She assumed that I did not know how to use a stove. She sort of concludes with, all of these stories make me who I am. But to insist on only these negative stories is to flatten my experience and to overlook the many other stories that formed me. The single story creates stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story. This is extremely important. The danger in a single story is that it can lead to healthcare disparities due to assumptions. And we know that explicit and implicit bias plays a role in healthcare disparities. There are studies that show that based on race, that there are discrepancies in how providers prescribe pain medications. For example, there was a study about long bone fractures, which are extremely painful, and Black and brown patients are less likely to receive pain meds than Caucasian patients, based on some ideas that Black and brown patients are more likely to become addicted, that their pain is not perceived, that is not experienced in the same way. Black women are also 3 to 4 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women, according to the CDC. So the danger of just seeing a single type of physician or a single type of educational experience, or just having a single stereotype type of patient and person pursuing a field, going into medicine, is that when you just have one story, it can lead to healthcare disparities. And so we need the uniqueness that you bring to the table to really enrich the learning environment and to improve the physician workforce. So you should embrace your experiences because they make you who you are, but also realize that your presence allows patients, peers, and the academic environment to expound on their single story. So it is important to note that we often discuss racial disparities, but there are many ways to define marginalized communities. And for some people, there is an intersectionality within these identities, which creates additional barriers and obstacles. Our patients need us because they come from diverse backgrounds, and many come from disadvantaged backgrounds. And so we need to bring our unique experiences and seek diverse experiences to improve the healthcare outcomes of our patients. And these are just some other examples of marginalized communities and ones that we need to keep in mind. So what happens when we have these disparities? As mentioned, they basically lead to differences in healthcare outcomes. So this is a study in which these are patients who came in with strokes. And one of the treatments for a stroke is to give a medicine called TPA, which is a clot-busting medicine that improves outcomes. We've proven it to improve outcomes in stroke patients. And this study basically showed that Blacks, Hispanics, and also if you were underinsured or had Medicaid or uninsured, that you were less likely to receive TPA. So you can imagine the ramifications in healthcare outcomes when these decisions are being made based on your race or your ability to pay. or reimbursement patterns with your insurance. The other important thing to note is that that we show that that poverty and mortality rate, as well as minority populations, that those things correlate. And so we need to examine not just what's wrong with this, not what's wrong with this race. That's not the question we should be asking. We should be asking, what are the structural barriers that are preventing ethnic minority populations to really achieve higher levels or be able to sustain an environment in which they're not living in poverty, which definitely affects their outcomes. So what does our physician workforce look like? So currently, the percentage of, as of 2018, this is from the AAMC data, our current workforce show that African American Hispanic patients represent about 10.8% of the physician population, and graduates are about 11.5%. And so we do still need to work on diversifying this, the physician workforce, because there, as the years go on, we are going to have an increasingly heterogeneous U.S. population, and we need to have a physician workforce that really comes from a diverse background. And again, not just ethnically diverse, but also diverse on many other parameters. So one of the things that are near and dear to one of the programs that are near and dear to my heart is this educational pipeline program. And so this is really important to also, and I talked about mentorship, to really teach the younger generation that they also belong in these spaces and get this interest started early. So these are this is a program that I feel very strongly about. We teach health-based concepts to high school students that are from West Philadelphia. All of the students are actually underrepresented in medicine, and they get to come to the medical school and get to use some of the resources that the medical students use. But most importantly, the messaging is that they belong in this space, and I want them to understand that they can definitely tackle this material and they belong in this space. And even just that feeling that you belong in a space is really important. And I don't know, how many of your parents used to say, what are you teaching your younger brother and sister? So, I ask yourself, what are you teaching the younger generation? And again, I think the messaging needs to be that you belong in this space, your voice is important, and that you can achieve great things. And so, these are just, some of the things that I'm passionate about and why diversity really matters. So now that we talked about bringing diversity of your experience into medical school, how are you going to get there? So what are some of the challenges and some of the strategies that you need to keep in mind as you consider getting into medical school? So we're going to talk about financial challenges, how to be competitive, what does a good academic record look like? And academics obviously can be challenging. What is imposter syndrome? What are your supports? And then what are some competing priorities? So let's talk about finances. So getting into medical school is expensive. Every single step requires some type of cost. And you have to be savvy as to navigating how to get here without incurring so much cost. And are there sort of tricks around getting to medical school? And so it's really important to really examine each of these, and going into each step is beyond the scope of this talk, but these are things that you should, talk to your pre-health advisor about. You should ask, can you waive certain fees? So these are just, steps along the way in which you can ask, is there any way in which you can get scholarships, grants, whatever, to kind of help mitigate some of the costs that it takes, because this alone can be a huge barrier into getting into medical school, just the incurring financial costs that it takes to get along this way, along the way. So make sure you're asking questions, that you are, not afraid to sort of push the boundaries of the things that you can ask for. And really importantly, negotiate. So there is, which is wonderful, but there is this, emerging and always been there, but I think recognition that this is also a marginalized group, and there are a lot of difficulties faced by FGLI. So first generation low income. And how do you define that? So right now, people define it in different ways, but the general definition is that its first generation is defined as neither of your parents receiving a bachelor's 4-year degree, and low income in general is if you qualify for a Pell Grant. Now, there can be variations to this definition, and these are not hard and fast definitions of how you define yourself as FGLI. Other indicators can be food insecurity, eligibility for government assistance programs, inability to afford basic needs such as housing or medication. And so this is just really important. A recognized group that needs, financial support amongst other things, mentorship and things like that, just to kind of, be able to help them along in their path. Penn does have, and this is, I'm at Penn, so I know some of the resources there, and there are other medical schools that are very much recognizing this, and undergraduate colleges that are recognizing FGLI students. And at Penn, there's a medical school group called Lift Us Up that really is there to support FGLI students. And they are also working on just establishing mentorship programs and really facilitating information for undergraduates as well. They've been a very active association. And so I encourage you, whether it's Penn or another institution, to really look into, if you define yourself as FGLI, look into what resources are available to support you. And even within your colleges, I know Penn undergrad has a support network and a group for FGLI students. And so really look out for those support. So this is an article also in the AAMC about finding success as a first generation medical student. And, one of the things, again, is bringing the diversity of your experience, for other marginalized groups, for other patients that have a socioeconomic barrier. And you really add to the complexity and also the experiences, and also really enhance your patient's experience. And so one FGLI student just mentioned that the more sunshine we can provide faculty and staff regarding the experiences of people with this life experience, celebrate and accentuate the positive attributes of grit, determination, ingenuity, stick-to-itness inherent in it, I think we can turn around people's vision about what is possible. And so again, I go back to also just encouraging the previous generation, the generation underneath you, that this is really important, that you're successful as well, and that you can teach them the pathway forward. So what are some of the resources? And I don't expect to go through all of these, but just to talk about that there are conferences that you can attend that give information about how to navigate medical school. There's a free website. There's several websites that have the ability to ask questions, to figure out workarounds. And so I would encourage you to utilize these resources. The AAMC has a fee assistance program. There's a first generation college student indicator in the MCAT application. And that's really important for medical schools that are doing particularly holistic review. A lot of medical schools are looking at, trying to look at not just the academics, although the academics are important, but what's the distance traveled? Like how hard was it for this person to get to where they are today? And so having that indicator, I think, is helpful, just so that, medical students understand the grit that it took to get to where you are. There's a great podcast. This is run by, I know a lot about the resources at Penn. So this is run by a medical student but it's a very, very, very good resource, very well done. It's a podcast called MedLegs. And then Prescribe It Forward is a free pre-health mentorship opportunity. And so I would encourage students in general, but in particular FGLI students, to really take advantage of some of these resources that are available. So what are some financial strategies? Like, what are some ways to really get around, some of these barriers? So one is to have your experiences that are going to be great for a med school application to also be paid experiences. You don't have to do everything for free, and you can look out for some of these paid experiences. So you could look for funded research opportunities. There are paid campus leadership opportunities, clinical employment that might help, again, give you that boost to your resume, while also, making sure that financially that it's helping to float you a bit. Tutoring, which allows, that you could get paid for. There are some summer programs, as I mentioned. I had one. There's some summer programs that you can take advantage of, that in which they pay you a stipend or might be free, that you don't have to pay for. Definitely, as I mentioned, a lot of institutions have resources for this. If you have a credit card, if you can get one, consider getting one with airline credit. This becomes really important as you're thinking about interview expenses. Try to coordinate your interview travel amongst regions so that you don't have to keep flying out to the same spot, but maybe you could get 3 or 4 interviews in, and stay with students if possible. A lot of the medical schools do recognize that this can be quite expensive. And if they have a student sort of hosting program, I did that when I was going to when I was looking at colleges. I would, stay with students at the colleges, and you also get to an inside view as to like what life is really like when you stay with a student that's attending the school that you're in. So this is something that I learned sort of late in my career, but I was always sort of like, I never wanted to come across as greedy or asking for too much. But what I realized is that some of my colleagues who had gotten much further, or maybe there was an opportunity that I was doing, and they were also doing, but they seemed to be getting maybe more money for that opportunity or something else. So if you don't ask, the answer is no. And it's not, you're going to be professional about it. You always have to be professional about it. But you should ask, and you should ask for things that seem crazy. I remember once going to a seminar, and the speaker was talking about she sometimes just asks just to practice and just asking, because it can be difficult. It can feel uncomfortable to just ask for something that maybe not even be on the table. But the reality is that if you ask and you push the boundaries a little bit, you will get, surprisingly, maybe you'll get 8 no's, but you'll get 2 yeses, and that's going to make a huge difference when you're looking for something. So this really has to go towards like looking for, financial opportunities, looking for just opportunities in general, that to boost your resume. So just make sure you are moving through life boldly. And I know that is challenging and that can be scary, but move through life boldly and ask questions, and really ask for opportunities. And don't be afraid of that. And it will take practice. I still practice this because I still had this part of me that's like, oh, no, you've been given enough, or that, no, they're never going to say yes to that. And so it's really important to really push the boundaries a bit. So what are the components of the MCAS, right? You have to have extracurricular activities. This is kind of the holistic review. What did you do outside of the classroom? Really, when you're thinking about extracurricular activities, you need to focus on the 3 L's. Longitudinal engagement, meaning that it's something that you spend some time doing. If you did, one shadowing opportunity, that's not going to hold the same weight as, shadowing somebody for a whole semester and developing a really good relationship with that person that they could maybe write you a letter of recommendation. But really having something that also shows that you were committed to this. That also goes not just to shadowing experiences, but that might be a research opportunity, or maybe you are interested in, victims of homelessness or people who are suffering homelessness, and showing that multiple semesters you did that. The other, the other really important thing is legacy. So what's the impact of what you've done? Have you made any changes? Did you have a new startup, organization, student-led organization? Do you have an abstract? Do you have a publication? Did you present at a national meeting? That's really important. And then lastly, leadership is really important, right? Most medical schools are really trying to recruit the next leaders in medicine. You are going to be the next leaders in medicine. And so seeing some leadership within your resume is really helpful to kind of say, well, yeah, this person sort of pushed the envelope. They didn't just volunteer somewhere, but they took on a leadership role. They're experienced in leadership roles because they were able to tackle that. So really keep those 3 L's in mind. Make sure that it's a longitudinal engagement, that there's a legacy that you're leaving, and that you're having some leadership positions. The other thing is strong letters of recommendation. When you ask for letters of recommendation, make sure you're asking early. Give people a month if you can, 2 weeks at minimum. All of the faculty, they're very busy, as you guys have, probably experienced. And so you want to give people ample time so that they give you a good letter, a thoughtful letter. The other thing that students have done with me, which I really love, is they remind me how I know them. We met 2 years ago. I shadowed you in your clinic, and then I came back, a year later and did my clerkship with you, and I presented this patient to you. That may seem challenging, but if you have in mind, your heart set on someone you want to ask for a letter of recommendation, you might want to jot down some notes and say, these were the experiences I had with this person. I promise you the faculty will be super impressed, because most people will send their CV or their personal statement and that's it. But really allowing your writer to have some really specific anecdotes about how they know you will help your letter stand out above the rest. So if you can do that, I think that's really important. I always am impressed with that. Your essays. So when you're writing personal statements, if you need to, take them to the writing center. Have other people read them. Make sure that they really hit the way that you want them to. Make sure that you are really having an experience that's, you want to talk about something that's authentic to your experience. Don't be something you're not. So that's really important as well, is to think about that and write, accordingly to that. The other thing is that's not in here, but just apply early. For medical school, it's rolling admissions, so you want to apply as early as possible. And then grades, we're going to talk a little bit about grades and scores. Do the best you can. Get tutoring. That's my biggest advice. If you're struggling in a class, don't just accept that you have to struggle. Go get tutoring. If they have peer mentors or that you can go to, or just a writing center or a tutoring center. Don't be afraid to go to office hours. Just do everything in your power to try to get the best grades that you can, and the best MCAT that you can. And then for interviews, practice. Try not to go in cold. Really practice, answering questions. What's something that, there's very coined questions that most interviewers actually, usually ask. What's something challenging you face? How did you overcome it? Really think about the kind of questions that they may ask you and have some prepared answers so that you're not nervous. It takes care of some of the jitters of the day. And that, so that's really important. The other thing is doing some research in the school. Make sure that they have the programs that you're interested in. It's really nice to drop, I know it's like name dropping, but to drop, yes, I read about this program at your school and I was very interested because of this reason. And so that really shows to the interviewer that you did your research. And so that's really important. So academic challenges, right? So this is probably, the toughest thing about, amongst some other things about getting into medical school, is really making sure that your academics are, what you need them to be. So just again, as I mentioned, just try to get as much help as you can. Go get tutoring, go to office hours, try to understand where you're not understanding what it is, get help from your pre-health advisor. If you have to withdraw or defer for whatever reason, maybe that's where you need to go, but really rely on the resources that your schools have, because that's just really important. And then I don't know if you guys saw this movie. It was quite disturbing, but this was probably the best illustration that I could think of and this was something that I learned to do in medical school. So pre-health medical school, it's quite competitive. You're with like the best of the best. And, as much as people may or may not try to be competitive, some people just are. And I found that environment sort of made me like go into a little bit of a shell. And I was always thinking like, am I doing enough? Did I study that enough? And I realized that the only person I needed to compete with was myself. And so I know that sounds pretty cliche, but like if I got the A-, like just try to get the A next time. But I focused inward, and that just helped me to sort of reduce the noise that was going on outside of me as far as the competition. And so I just encourage you, this was one of the most helpful things I did, was just be the best me I could be. And this has helped me in, even as an attending in neurology. I just want to be a good doctor. And what does that take to be a good doctor? And so I'm constantly competing with being the best version of myself. This will serve you well. So what's this? It's a SWOT analysis. So businesses do this often, and it's really this is the way I want to encourage you guys to look at yourselves. Like, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What do you need to work on? What are the opportunities that are out there? And what are the threats to your success? And so I just, I think it's a very simple way that we look at program development and how we're going to go from there. And so it's also really good to do as an individual. So if you have time, just kind of do a SWOT analysis on yourself, and then determine how are you going to work on your weaknesses? How are you going to take advantage of those opportunities? And the threats that are there, how are you going to sort of circumvent them or work around them if you can? So what about COVID? right? We're all sort of dealing with this new environment of COVID. This has brought up personal challenges to your support system. Some people are very isolated. It definitely derailed a lot of people's plans, both personally and academically. There are health challenges, some personally, some dealing with family members who might have been sick, but also it shed light to really the healthcare disparities, as some populations suffered the effects of COVID much more heavily than other populations. And particularly the African-American community. Here, self-care is extremely important. If you're really struggling, being okay with seeking care with a therapist, connecting with your friends and family virtually, recognizing that this will end at some point. And so focus on things that you can do during this time. And so some ways to sort of still work on your pre-health is to think about research opportunities that don't require in-person contact. Can you do a literature search or write a review paper? Can you get access to an electronic medical record, perform chart reviews? Can you take advantage of the unique challenges that COVID brings to light? Healthcare disparities, innovative approaches to the delivery of healthcare. Can you learn a new skill within this setting? So even though this feels like we're hitting the pause button, there are ways to really still keep yourself competitive or pursue other things that enrich you as a person, and try to focus on that as opposed to some of the what feels like a pause or some of the steps backwards that feel like, that people are taking during this time. So what's imposter syndrome? So a lot of people suffer this. It's the feeling that you don't belong in this space, that, that you're not good enough, right? And so I will say, even people at the highest level that I've met now, sometimes I ask them, like, do you, you're so accomplished, do you even suffer from imposter syndrome? And, all of us, or I should say, it shouldn't say all, but most of us have had a feeling of maybe I'm not right. Maybe it's not, maybe I don't belong here. And I think it's just really important for you to remind yourself of why you're doing what you're doing. There are times where it's going to be really tough, but if this is the space you want to be, then you belong here. And you just need to figure out, sort of like what the obstacle is, or what's the support network you need to be able to really endorse that emotion that you definitely can be successful here. So just, imposter syndrome is very real, and just try to avoid it as much as possible and recognize it when you're doing that conversation with yourself of, maybe I made a mistake, maybe I don't belong here. And then, so this really dovetails into preventing burnout and negative self-talk. And so I used to do this, when I was in medical school, and I would constantly say, like, I failed. I know I failed that test. I know I failed that test, just because I think it just felt better to say it, because if it happened, then I could say, well, I told you I was going to do it. And it's just as self-defeating, and it's really important that you don't do that. And so, it's just encouraging really to just try to say positive things to yourself. Of those words that you're telling yourself, they really do impact your psyche. And so it's important that you are saying positive things to yourself, and the people around you are also uplifting you and saying positive things to you as well. And the other thing, this is a leadership program that I did through the American Academy of Neurology, which is the National Organization for Neurology. And I was at the point in my career where I was just cruising, and I was doing really well. And I just, this opportunity came up, and I met the most amazing set of colleagues across the nation, that I now have this network. And it was such an amazing, hard, but great experience as I learned leadership skills and did, things that were out of my comfort zone. And so I would encourage you to look for opportunities that just, push the boundaries a little bit and develop, that allow you to develop yourself as a person. And so just, be comfortable sort of pushing those boundaries. And then these are actually some of my med school classmates, and these are the fields that they went into. And so, one thing that is really important is who is on your team. You need to make sure that the people that you surround yourself are supportive of your goals and your success. And, as I mentioned, I had someone in every stage of my life. Maybe it was one person, but that just really took an interest in me. And I had peers that really helped me along and just made me feel like, okay, I'm not the only one. And just recognize that family is defined how you want it. You have your blood relatives, but you can have friends and classmates that become family as well. And sometimes that requires hard decisions about who is really on your team. And you have to ask yourself, who is is this person a team player, or is this person detrimental to the goals that I want to accomplish? And, really just surround yourself with those positive people. So what about mentorship? So for mentorship, it's really important that you pursue a village of people who are on the step ahead of you. So, when AAMC looked at the barriers for minorities to achieving, getting into medical school, one of them was just a lack of knowledge of the pathway that it took to get into medical school. And people said getting deterred along the way because it was so challenging just to figure out how to get there. And so really surrounding yourself by mentors, and more than one. Those mentors should look like you, and some of them should not look like you. So it's really important that your mentor network is also diverse, and maybe even in fields in medicine and maybe even outside of medicine, but they should all meet your needs in some way. And so really start now looking out for people who are going to be invested in you and are going to be helpful for your success. So what's your role as a mentee? And I think this is really important that you come prepared. So a lot of times there's this top-down approach of the mentor is like pouring into you, but there is a way to make a productive mentor-mentee relationship. And a lot of that is if you request a meeting, come prepared with an agenda. When I was at your stage, I'm not gonna lie, that sounded crazy. Like now, yes, when I meet with somebody, I come prepared with an agenda, and maybe you guys do that too, which is wonderful. But really think about having a couple of, like, 1 or 2 points that you want to cover in the meeting with your mentor. It will impress your mentor that you sort of have something, and they don't have to sort of just like, the onus is not on them to really do all of the work as far as the mentor-mentee relationship. Be proactive, communicate, be respectful, be realistic. Your faculty may have some time constraints. How often can you really meet with them? Also, does this mentor have time for you is another really important question. Not that they can't be part of your team, but maybe they can't have such a robust role, and you need to seek out another person that might serve that purpose. And so you constantly have to reassess that relationship. Is it still working for you? Are you still having this good collaborative relationship? And then, last and foremost, what are the competing priorities? And this comes back full circle to the question of who are you and who do you want to be? And so this will help you figure out what club to join. If you should join a sorority or a fraternity, what should you do? There are competing priorities. There are endless possibilities of things you can take advantage of. But if you ask yourself that question, who are you and who do you want to be? It should and hopefully will make the answer to what you should sort of hang your hat on a lot more clear. So I hope that you got, some pearls out of this conversation. Really, your unique story is so important to the field of medicine. Healthcare disparities continue to exist, and one important way to combat this is to diversify the physician workforce. Take the time to evaluate and reevaluate your purpose and direction. And although the pursuit of medicine is challenging, there are strategies to be successful. Figure out what makes you happy and pursue that goal with everything you have. And you do enhance the learning experience of everyone around you. So you do belong in this space, and it's really important that you are able to get into medical school and kind of take the next steps.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Lewis, for such an inspirational presentation. I know, like, as a first-generation minority student, I got a lot of things out of your presentation, and I love the acronyms, LLL and other one. So it was really good. Now we will transition to the Q&A. So I will ask you the first question from one of our panelists, actually. It's, how do you recommend preparing for a question regarding personal experience in diversity and leadership? Should we visualize a scenario we might have experienced?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think it does require some reflection. and really thinking about things that really shaped you. So this comes into the authenticity piece of, a lot of people say, I had a grandma, and I'm not saying that that's not an authentic experience, but maybe you had a grandma with an illness and that sort of like spearheaded your experience, or you're delving into medical school. But there is such a variety, and it's the way that you write about it that can really kind of bring out not like a stereotyped example or personal statement. So I do think visualization is a great tool. I think reflection, quiet reflection, and then obviously, as I mentioned, having that statement sort of read and reread by a variety of people is also a really helpful experience to kind of say, well, what about this? What did you look at it from this angle? That's like, those things are really helpful.
Right, great. Thank you so much. Our next question is from the audience, and I want to remind everyone to please ask your questions if you have any. Okay, let me see this one. As an African American pre-med student, do you think different med schools are open to letting more underrepresented students into the program? So I guess this are schools accepting more minority students?
Yes. So, that's a great question. I do think that, schools are recognizing more and more that they need to promote a diverse student body, right? And so I do think, I can speak, I worked specifically with admissions at Penn, but, just my feel across sort of the nation is that we recognize this is a very important, very important to recruit more underrepresented minorities into medical school for the reasons that I mentioned. Just tackling healthcare disparities. Minority populations are often end up working in underserved areas, and so really we help patients that look like us. So I do think that it's something that medical schools are really focused on, particularly with the recent civil unrest with George Floyd, the killing of George Floyd. I also think it really brought the nation, to its knees as far as the structural barriers and healthcare within America, as well as what's happening with COVID. So I think even more, and at this state in our nation, you will find that medical schools are dedicated to this endeavor.
Great, I love that. So our next question is from Alice. She says, "Thank you for this amazing information, Dr. Lewis. I'm afraid when speaking of my experience, whether in interview or personal statement, it will come off as a sob story. Do you have any suggestions on how to avoid that?"
Yeah, so I think that if it is, I do agree that some stories are really tough, right? They're tough to tell, they're painful, but it's you bringing your authentic self. So I think that if you write it in a way to talk about the experience, but how it shaped you as an individual, how it really enriched you, or how it might have encouraged you to go into medicine, or just recognizing your own strength as an individual, if you can turn it into how it really impacted you, as opposed to just telling a story, but not really talking about the personal reflection, then I don't think anyone could fault you for that, and I think that will really be something that will be memorable, because it's an authentic, experience that you lived.
All right, great. Thank you so much. The other two questions are kind of similar, and they're related to extracurriculars and leadership. So the first one is, what would be some good examples of leadership? Do you need to be a board member of a club, or does being a tutor, for example, count as being a leader?
Yeah, so I think that that you want to think about leadership within the organization. So tutoring, to me, although wonderful, obviously, and does enhance your resume, I think being the head tutor or organizing 12 tutors to go to different schools, that would be more of a leadership role. So I think that just the tutoring or the shadowing does not come across as like a leadership, but it's really within organizations, you being the president, co-president, or even treasurer, whatever it is, and then being able to describe that experience. Or again, you managing maybe a group of tutors would be more of a leadership, example of a leadership opportunity.
Okay, perfect. And the next question is one that I prepared. And you touched upon this question during your presentation, but I just want to see your opinion. In your opinion, what are some of the initiatives that medical schools and universities should implement to increase diversity in medicine? And if you want, you could also mention some of the programs that Penn has. I know you already mentioned some, but I did want to bring up that the Johnson Scholars, which is a program that I'm a part of, actually helped us with this conference. So I did want to bring that up.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that one is, I think pipeline programs, as I mentioned, is really important. And Johnson Scholars is a pipeline program. So essentially we support Penn undergrads who are minorities, helping them really, one, make relationships with the medical school so they can meet key people within the medical school, and then also give opportunities to to research opportunities and other things that happen at the medical school. So I think one, thinking about pipeline programs, like how are we catching minority students early and also supporting them along the way. Again, I don't, when I look at minority students, it's not for lack of ability. It's a lot of times it's because, lack of sort of like the knowledge of how to get to that next step, or just someone, how many of you have had the experience of someone telling you, I know I have, of like, you shouldn't go into medicine, this isn't quite right for you, despite the fact that you're doing well, or maybe you're doing on par with your peers, or maybe you're not doing well, but you need to be told to go to the tutoring center, and these are the resources that you should, be utilizing so you can be competitive. So I think pipeline programs are really important. As I mentioned, I think that medical schools need to look at better financial support for minority students. So that's college scholarships, grants, looking at FGLI students and having them, like giving them opportunities for waiving fees if possible. Some of the medical schools are waiving secondary fees, just looking at that specific population. So I think that, and then even earlier on, really like elementary school, middle school, starting to talk about healthcare, I think that early on, I think are just like a few of the steps. I'm sure there are like multiple other steps that we can do, but those I think are really important initial steps. But really that support piece I think is really important, that, we can't just kind of be like, yeah, you should go into medicine, but we need to actually like hold your hand along the way.
Right, great. Thank you so much. I think we have time for maybe another question. So this is another question from Alice. She says, once in a program, how are we as students able to incorporate our diverse experience and while being respectful to the framework of professors? I guess she mentions like if they ever bring up something that might be a little like sensitive topics for minority students, like how can we stand up and bring up our backgrounds? And
yeah. So this is really tough, right? This is like a really great question, and it's very tough, right? So we are sometimes in spaces in which we are the only ones, right? So it can feel very intimidating. It can feel, it can just feel exhausting, right? To like always have to be like, this is why this is not the same for me, or this is not my lived experience. Like it can really be exhausting, So, but I think, there are certain times where I have felt, within my personal life that like I had to say something, right? But you always should be respectful, because you just never know, and people can't hear you if it's not respectful, right? So for instance, a leadership opportunity came up in my job, and it wasn't a diversity focused leadership position, but I do a lot of diversity work because I think it's important. And one of my faculty, the faculty member that was going to choose it said, we're going to give it to this other person. And it was not based like on any credentials. Like I was more than qualified for the job. And I said in that moment, I was like, even though I really am interested in diversity things, this is not the only thing I'm good at, so like that was my professional way of saying, that's not fair, in a nice way, right? So I do think that there are certain things in which you might have to go above the person, and I know that gets sticky, but there are certain times where people just need to hear it, because some people are really just like, this is their lived reality and they can't see it. And so I think actually hearing it, you hope that even if it's not in that moment, they can reflect back on it later and hear you. So, I know that's like sort of like a general answer, because it's hard to, without talking about the nuances of the specific situation, but feel convicted to say something in a respectful way, and people will take it how they are, but then you're true to yourself, and you can you can feel good that you were true to yourself about it. And hopefully later on that person will realize the next time, or maybe even for you, that that's not right,
Right. Okay, thank you so much. It was wonderful to have you as our guest speaker, and I learned a lot from this presentation, and hopefully all of our participants learned a lot. And yeah, thank you so much again.
Thank you so much. It was really great.
Bye.
Bye.
And now we will have a short break before hearing from our next speaker. So please go walk around, stretch, maybe get some water, and we will be back in a few minutes.
Good morning.
Oh, hi Dave. I can introduce you now. I'm sorry, I didn't see you because you were as you joined as an attendee. But
Oh, I apologize.
yes, no worries. So I am pleased to announce Dr. David Irwin, who is the principal investigator of the Penn Digital Neuropathology Lab and an attending cognitive neurologist in the Penn Frontotemporal Degeneration Center. His research focuses on integrating histopathology and imaging methods in the human brain to develop and validate biomarkers based on gold standard histopathology, with the overall goal of improving diagnosis to facilitate clinical trials for emerging therapies for frontotemporal lobar degeneration and associated neurodegenerative disorders. Please welcome Dr. Irwin as he discusses the topic, A Career as a Physician Scientist, Advice to My Younger Self. And I want to remind everyone to please ask questions in the chat, any questions you might have. So thank you, Dave, for being here. You can start sharing your screen if you would like.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Ali. It really is great to be here with everyone. It's a wonderful program. It's so impressive what you and your team have put together. I hope to make this as informative and useful for the group. So please ask questions, and I really would like to make this interactive. So hopefully my slides are coming through in full screen. Is that?
Yes, we can see them now, full screen.
Perfect. So we'll start with, why to become a physician scientist. What are things that are good about this career path, and what things are rewarding? And there's several, but to try to give a rough list, as careers in medicine in general, but especially for a physician scientist, it's a path of lifelong learning. You're always working to improve your science, to improve your knowledge base, and to be more creative. And it is a really rewarding career path. And there's also a lot of diverse activities. Your day is not always the same every single day. There's many things that you do, many things to balance and juggle as well. But that integration of the clinical experience with developing and testing research questions to try to improve that clinical experience is very rewarding. And patients teach you. Patients can, by examining and having good clinical skills and experience, that really can help you shape the research questions you like to ask. And similarly, being part of a center or being part of a research program where you can inform your patients of the advances that you're making can help enhance your clinical care. And that can be true especially in incurable diseases like neurodegenerative dementias that I specialize in, where we don't have many treatments that can slow or stop the disease. But by being able to inform patients that we're doing cutting edge things to learn more about the biology that are working towards a cure is really therapeutic and rewarding. So that's an important part of the career path as well. Another important part is that this really uniquely gives you intellectual independence and autonomy. Your lab, as you develop it and you think about the types of research questions you'd like to ask and the types of things you'd like to work on, are up to you. That is really rewarding to have that type of autonomy and make decisions on what you think is important. And then as you gain proficiency in your science and you make impacts in the field, people from around the country or maybe even around the world may be asking your opinions on how things should be done in terms of clinical trials or public policy. So you have a chance to make a real impact. And that's so important. And there really is a huge need for this. And the public service to patients. So doing NIH-funded research, you're doing public service. This is research that's funded by your peers, approved by your peers, and paid for by taxpayer money. So it is a big responsibility, and to take that very seriously and be able to work towards the greater good for our society is also a very rewarding part of the job. Another part that I find especially rewarding is mentorship. I've been lucky to be helped along the way by several key mentors that really went above and beyond to help me. And when you think about building a lab, and as you become more of a senior investigator. I'm relatively junior, but as you become more senior, the lab becomes a fertile ground for ideas and resources. And your job is to build this area. You can direct the ship in big pictures, but then you want to encourage, younger people to come in and take those ideas and go in different directions and start their own labs. And, some of the most successful physician scientists and successful scientists have a large pedigree of people that they've trained that have made an impact. And, that's just so rewarding when one part of your job is to help make people be at their best and make them be successful and find their own way. So I think that that to me is one of the best parts of the physician scientist path. And finally, there's a huge societal need. We'll talk about the pathway and what's involved. And it's a long path, but it's a rewarding path. And every part of that pathway is really growth, and that personal growth can be so rewarding. Sometimes it can be daunting and it can be overwhelming, the thought of more years of training. One of the things I like to emphasize, it will, is that your time is the most valuable resource as you develop your independent research plan. And what may seem like years as being a postdoc is actually the best spent time you can do to develop your science the best you can while your time is protected. And sometimes people who are really talented, who have great ideas, will decide not to go into academic medicine or become a physician scientist, and because it may seem overwhelming. They may have the impression that they can't spend time with their families. And it's just not the case. There's ways to balance your time, and there's a big need for it. And the NIH has made many provisions to try to help make research careers accessible to junior faculty. There's an early investigator status where if you're applying for a grant and you're short out of your time from training, you're essentially early stage and you haven't gotten your first R01 or your independent research grant, they help lower the bar to make those grants that are on the border of being funded so that you don't have to wait the extra few years to develop your science, because you're competing against senior investigators. There's also a loan repayment program, and I'll talk more about that, but by doing a certain amount of clinical research, you're eligible to have loan repayment through the NIH, which is so valuable because extended time as a trainee does have financial implications. And it's important that everyone who is interested and enthusiastic and wants to do this path should be able to do it. And financial concerns are real, but there are ways to help alleviate that so that this is for everyone. And that's something I really want to emphasize too, is that if this is something that you want to do, it's really important to do it, and everyone can do it, and everyone who wants to do it should do it. So this is me in 1998. I had hair at the time. I look pretty happy.
Dr. Irwin?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Do you think you could change your audio from headphones to computer audio? It's a little bit weird at times. It sounds.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. Maybe I think it's maybe the earphones. So if you disconnect them and use your computer audio, I think it would sound a little bit more clear.
Sure. How is that?
Yes, that's great. Thank you so much. And sorry for the interruption.
No, please let me know. I mean, if there's any, technical things, please let me know. If there's questions, I think, we'll have the chat to track questions, but please feel free to let me know questions as we go through things. So I had to dig up a picture of me that was a photo, an actual photo, not a digital photo, and had to be scanned, which dates things a little bit. But when Ali asked me to think of advice for my former self, I had to think back of what was I thinking when I was in your shoes, and what kind of things were important to me, what kind of things, got me concerned or discouraging. So I think that one of the things for me was that this was very opaque, the whole system. How do I become a physician scientist? I had ideas that I liked to see, clinical things. I did clinical experiences as an undergraduate, and I knew I liked research, and I did some research as an undergraduate. And I had this vague idea that I wanted to put them together, but I had no idea how to go about doing that. So it's really important. So all of you on this call are light years ahead of where I was when I was in your shoes. I wouldn't even know to go find a resource like this to learn more. And hopefully I'm helping you learn more about the process to encourage you to do this, because everyone can do this. And if you'd like to do it, it's something that you want to do, you should follow it, your dreams, and do it. Similarly, another important advice was to ask questions and read. If this person on this screen was in your class now, I probably would have been, nice to talk to, friendly. I wouldn't be raising my hand much. I was a little bit shy. I would read for the exams, and I, was a good student, but I didn't fully internalize what I was doing, and maybe that's a maturity thing. But it's good to read for the sake of reading. It's good to read and plan out what you'd like to do, but also being flexible as the future unfolds, you may find opportunities that weren't what you planned. But the more that you know about the content, about the field, that helps you a lot. And I'll give some themes and examples of that. And asking questions. I was always afraid to ask questions. I didn't want to look dumb or look like I didn't understand things. People who ask questions, you're more engaged, you learn more from that. There's no such thing, there really is no such thing as a bad question. And, as you go along your training, another important thing that I learned is that you can't know everything and you shouldn't know everything. Academics, the depth of your knowledge is sometimes more valuable than the breadth of your knowledge. So if for example, if I go to an imaging lecture, I may not know the basic, I know the basic things about how to image the brain as a neurologist, but I might ask a basic level question, but I have depth in another area that can enhance the conversation. So instead of being self-conscious and saying, I'm not sure I want to ask a question, it's okay. It's better to be engaged. It's better to interact with your peers and with your teachers rather than, being shy or self-conscious. So, hopefully this is helpful to people. And knowing yourself, what are the things that you like to do? What do you value? What motivates you? This helps put you in the right place. A physician scientist career may not be for everyone. Or, what could happen is it could be for someone, but they may not realize that they have the skills and the enthusiasm and, in this area, and they could miss out on an opportunity. So, what's also confusing is that your time changes. So when you're an intern, for example, in medicine, your life is very different than when you're an attending clinician. So if you don't like internship, part of this training path is that you do have to put up with some things that are uncomfortable for a while that may not be your long-term goal. So things will change, but the more that you know about the pathway and what to expect, that really helps you, because you don't want to miss an opportunity because you say, well, I don't really like, doing this in the lab. But you may not be pipetting for the rest of your career, but that experience of pipetting and doing wet lab early will help you. It will be difficult at times. I think at times when I had periods that were really challenging, where I wasn't sure I was going to make it, at times I just would realize that it's supposed to be difficult. This is a hard path, but it's a very rewarding path, and not to let the difficulty cause stress, because stress can start to get in the way of you being productive. And that's what I call the sweet spot of stress. Enough stress to keep you motivated and keep you moving forward is important. But if stress starts to become overwhelming, where you find yourself procrastinating and you find yourself ruminating over things that are worrisome to you, about whether it's an exam or a paper that you need to write or your performance on the ward, the bottom line is those things won't happen for you, these advances in your career, unless you work hard. And if the stress is getting in the way of you working at your best, then there's a problem. And finding these outlets, you can have a rewarding life. It's a hard, there's a lot of work to be done, but no one works 24 hours a day. No one should work 24 hours a day. And it's important to maintain those things that are important to you at every stage, whether it's a medical student, whether you're faculty. And, there's a certain diminishing returns. If you're working for, if you're studying for 6 hours straight, at some point you're less efficient than you were in the beginning. You're better off doing chunks of maybe 2 hours at a time where you can be focused. So, getting a hold of stress, I think, was something that, maybe I could have done better. Another thing is it's really important to take advice. Mentorship is critical, and I'll talk about that and give examples. Having people who can help you be at your best and find your path is really important. At the same time, your mentors can only tell you what you tell them about what you want. So, it's important also to think somewhat independently. It's good. You should take advice, especially from mentors that you trust, but also, thinking about what's important to you is good too. And I'll give some examples of that. another key aspect to this is that time is really your most valuable asset. When you are training and you're developing your research question and your research path, it takes time. You have to develop skills, you have to develop a knowledge base, you have to develop a body of work. I'll talk to you about what's called an elevator speech, which is when you're in an elevator with a department chair at a conference. What's your 2-line summary of your research program? For me, it took about 10 years to get that, and it's still, I'm tweaking it. So you need that time to develop as a scientist and as a clinician. So sometimes it can feel like you're in training for a long time and you'd like to be an independent faculty, but the payoff of really getting those skills while you can is important. Advice that was given to me at one point, which I thought was excellent, is that as a physician scientist, it's easier to go from wet bench science to clinical research where you're analyzing data. And in general, in medicine, it's easier to go in most disciplines, but it depends on the discipline, easier to go from academia to private practice, but it's tougher to go the opposite directions. And the reason for that is early in your career, having this protected time where you can really develop your science, develop your skill set is critical. And if you miss out on these opportunities, or maybe, say, well, I've been a fellow for 2 years, I really like to get that attending salary, which is an important issue, not to minimize financial things, but there are loan repayments and other ways to help offset this, but getting that protected time up front is really important. Because as a faculty position, your faculty position will often have to reflect some method of supporting your salary, whether that's clinical time or research grants, and it can take time to get the research grants. So having that time protected early so that your clinical load isn't too heavy is important. And then another really important thing I think is enjoying the trip. This is a pathway. There's so many steps involved, USMLE step 1, 2, and 3, and so on. We can often look to the future, but it's important to enjoy every step that you're at. You guys are in an exciting time where you're planning to apply to medical school, or you're thinking about applying to medical school, and you're maybe as an undergraduate or even as a high school student. Enjoy this. Sometimes you can feel overwhelmed if you go to a lab meeting and people are talking about things that you might not know about. That's okay. You're not supposed to know about it yet, but try to read, try to just enjoy every part of it, because it actually really goes very quickly. So it's important. So my path to getting my own lab and doing translational research, I think of my path as kind of like an amoeba. Amoebas aren't very smart. They function on a very simple principle. If they see something they like, or they just detect something they like, they gravitate towards it. If there's something that they don't like, they retract back from it and they kind of meander around. And with a little bit of luck, they'll get to their goal and they'll get some food or whatever they need, essentially get to the end point. And that is my path. I would like to say that I had everything well planned and that I, knew exactly what I was doing. I'd say I was more focused on big picture. And in some ways, that is a very advantageous thing. And I think that in some ways, the amoeba way of going through your career is valuable, because if you ignore what's important to you and you ignore what you like, you may not be happy with your career path, or you may miss something that's really rewarding. At the same time, I think it's better to be a smart amoeba, where you have some idea of the landscape and you help you gravitate towards things that you like. So, I would suggest other advice pieces to try to be a smart amoeba, but don't ignore those feelings when you feel like this is something I enjoy. Don't close those doors. So my path started when I was in your shoes as a rejection to my first round of medical school applications. I was a senior in college. I was doing my applications lackadaisical. Thinking back to my essays, if I remember, I might have wrote that I was excited to go to a city and do medicine, and I was, but I wasn't mature enough at the time in retrospect. And I had an interview where I really got grilled on managed care and complex things of healthcare delivery on a societal level. And I remember being really, disappointed that I had a tough interview. And looking back, I think that I just wasn't mature enough for medical school at that point. And it probably showed in my interactions, in my interview. And, though that interview style I may not agree with, I think it was a good learning experience that, I need to be informed. I need to be more integrated in the path that I'm choosing rather than, the big picture idea of I want to be a scientist, I want to be a doctor. So I ended up doing a post-bac program for a year and reapplying to medical school. And during that program, I was able to do more clinical work, get a feel for what medical school was really about. It was helpful to get a certain level of maturity before going into medical school. I'll talk a little bit about a research project that I did in medical school. I think that it's important to try to be involved in a little bit if you want to do physician scientist work, and it can take all different forms. And in your clinical training in medical school and in residency, it's very hard to do high level research, but you can get onboarded early would be my advice. Try to get into a level, know the people, know where to find things. So that when you have these pockets of elective time or more light rotations, you can make the most of it and be productive. And not all good research ends in a first author paper. I think there's a lot of pressure for acceptances, whether it's residency or medical school, to have your name on a paper. What impresses me more in trainees or people applying is that they can talk about the research, because research is, there are things that fail, and that's probably another good piece of advice, is that failure happens and it's not necessarily bad. Failure makes you better. You have to refocus and try something new rather than trying the same thing over again that may not work. And if you're in a lab as a resident or a medical student and you got a first author paper and you worked hard, that's terrific, and not to minimize that, but there's many people who are really talented who work hard, and that may not happen for many reasons that have nothing to do with the trainee. So there is a little element of luck of having a paper published, and that's not always the strongest biomarker, in my opinion. It's being able to talk about the science. How are you integrated in the lab? In general, people are looking for, did you become a leadership position? Did you become a leader during your time? Did you start in a lab and maintain that experience throughout your college career, your medical student career? And then were you training junior members? What was your role in the lab? And so just to help put that in perspective, there are many things that could be very productive and good, even if they don't end up in a paper. So I'm a neurologist. I did a neurology residency, which is 1 year of internal medicine, 3 years of neurology and clinical neurology. And it's a time, we'll talk about it a little bit, where you can really develop your clinical skills and start to get your question. For me, I'll give the example, but you find a question that interests you clinically, then you can start to think about, well, how do I want to answer that question? What's this clinical problem that bugs me, that fascinates me, and how can I solve this? My clinical practice would be so much better if I could do X, Y, or Z. Then you have to think, well, how can I solve it? I did a behavioral neurology fellowship with also neuropathology, and I was actually hired by a neuropathology lab, even though I'm not a neuropathologist, to do research. And I'll talk a little bit about how that works. There are many roads to physician scientists. I think you've had sessions on MD, PhD, and you can do MD, PhD and get great research training during your clinical training. Other ways are to get research training after your residency, and that was my path. And I think it's just different depending on the types of research you do. I did a master's in translational research program as part of my fellowship, which helped extend it. It was 4 years of fellowship, but I had lots to learn. I had to learn how to do neuropathology as a non-neuropathologist. I had to learn behavioral neurology and how to do a cognitive exam. I had to learn how to frame hypotheses, write grants, write papers, do statistics. So there was a lot to learn, and that 4 years was critical. And this master's program gave some formal structure that helped me, go on to write grants and to transition to faculty. There's something called the K Award. The K Award is through the NIH, and what it does is gives you 5 years of mentored research. So your lab is based out of your mentor's lab. You're not independent yet, but you have 5 years to develop a research program that will be independent. And you can learn anything you want to learn. You develop a team of people who help you. It's just fantastic. It's so exciting because you have 5 years to develop your research program, and you have a scientific question, and there's a grant that goes with it on the science, and you have to develop the science to match your career goals. So that was the beginning of my, we have an instructor level, which is kind of a transition level to faculty, and then assistant professor. about 5 years ago, in which I've been really lucky and privileged to have got independent funding and now have my own lab. So these paths will look different depending on your clinical specialty and your interest. This is just one way of going about it. And again, I kind of fell into a very lucky situation where I had mentors who really cared about my well-being, and I worked very hard and did things that I liked and that I was good at. And you know, that's the thing. If I'll give examples about if things aren't fit, how you can pivot and change. So how do I spend my time, and what's the career as a research faculty? Clinic is 20% of what I do, 1 full day a week with patients. And that may not seem like a lot, but it is really a core part of what I do. And for my work and seeing dementia patients, spending a full day with patients and getting the time to spend an hour with a new patient and 30 minutes or more with follow-ups, I can really do the clinical care that I really think is necessary and take the time, as well as having research to offer patients. And we do clinical trials, which is part of this clinical trial where we're testing therapeutics. So it's very rewarding, and it's very synergistic with my research program. The patients that I see in clinic often do research that participate in biofluids and imaging and ultimately brain donation, which is a part of my program. So they're not at odds with each other, they actually enhance each other. And I think that that model is many people follow. And I think that is a powerful way to be a clinician scientist, where your clinical skills are driving your research question and your clinical time is not a distraction, but actually making your research better and vice versa. Teaching is, I do lectures for medical students, residents. It's spread out throughout the year. I organize the cognitive lectures for our residents. So about 5% of the total time, but teaching is also in the lab. So it's really rewarding. I can do clinical teaching, but also a big part of what I do is meeting with mentees in my lab and helping them develop their scientific skills. We have lab meetings, data analysis, paper and grant writing. That's the bulk of what I do. I do experiments from time to time, but mostly it's my team now as a primary investigator. I've done the work before, I know what's involved, but now it's time to train people in my lab to do those experiments and to build on them and to grow. And my job now is to see where the lab should go and to help develop new techniques that can make us better and so forth. And then administrative time, I'm on the IRB and some academic committees. It's important to be a part of the department and a part of the school and help contribute to those aspects of academia too. So in academic medicine, how you spend your time depends in part on how your funding levels are. So, getting this protected time, you need the grant money to support your ability to stay in the lab. And that's why your protected time early in your career is really critical. So I was on something called a T32, which is a training grant from my mentor, which protected 80% of my time to do research. It was fantastic because I needed to develop those skills. So I had 4.5 days a week plus the weekends to really dig in and do research and immerse myself in research. I'll skip through this briefly because I want to make sure we have time to chat and to talk. But my research is about a form of young onset dementia where clinically we have a definition of the disease and it corresponds to atrophy in the brain. But when we look at the brain even grossly, we can't tell what the actual disease is. And there's 2 very different proteins that accumulate in the brain and 2 very different functions of these proteins, and treatments will be very different as they're developed. So the diagnosis and the differentiation of these proteins is really important. So my lab is at the autopsy side of things. We look at brain tissue and we can relate clinical data and imaging and spinal fluid during life to not only validate what was collected by getting the final answer, was it the tau protein or the TDP-43 protein, but we can start to make new biomarkers to diagnose based on what we see under the microscope. And we look at pathology in a different way. We borrow disciplines from fluid imaging and MRI and how we study pathology. So I'm different than neuropathologists, I'm different than neurologists who see patients. And that was how I started to form my research niche. And that's important to think about later in your career is how are you different from other researchers? How would you stand out in the field? And how do you be really novel? So we try to really integrate imaging and pathology in a new way. How how did I get here as a resident? Clinical exam in neurology really spoke to me. The classic neurologic exam could locate where in the brain a patient had a lesion, even if they were comatose. And these classic texts, as a medical student, I just clung to. I was excited. This was really cool. I thought it was amazing. The Oliver Sacks types of analyses, and was just exciting to me. And as you go through medical school, it's a really fun time when your friends start to differentiate. A friend who likes orthopedics really gets into their reading about, how to set different fractures and so on. And, you want to have that moment in your medical school where you pick your subspecialty, and something, a good barometer for that, or what are the books that, what are the shelf exams that you can't put the book down, rather than others that are, you're just not really speaking to you. So I knew I wanted to do neurology. I had an interest in neuroscience and understanding, cognition. And then I had a patient who really was illustrative to me. So this was a drawing from a patient who had never had artistic ability before, but then started drawing these beautiful pictures, and had some disinhibited behavior where they were in public and taking people's napkins off restaurants and drawing these beautifully elaborate pictures, and was eventually diagnosed with the frontotemporal dementia, this behavioral type of dementia. And at the same time, this is from a study from UCSF, there were descriptions of patients who had this dementia that affects really one side of the brain. And if you have disease in one side of the brain, the theory was that you could release creativity and actually enhance new skills in the setting of a degenerating brain. And to me, that was just so interesting and fascinating that I knew that this was a disease I really wanted to study. I want to give enough time, so I'll go quickly, but I did have a dead-end research project, quote unquote. When I was a medical student, I was at a neurology interest group. I knew I wanted to do neurology. There was a great talk by a PhD scientist about ALS and some of the overlap of motor neuron disease with FTD. I did something that I usually don't do. I went up and talked to the lecturer afterwards. And these are the types of things I think you guys should be doing. It was really a key part of my career path, I think, because after speaking with him, I was able to meet with a neurologist who sees ALS patients, and we designed a study to look at cognition in the mouse model of ALS. And I did this research project as a medical student. It was during electives and off hours. I was putting these mice in a Morris water maze, and some of the mice froze, and it ends up that strain of mouse outside of the ALS mutation can sometimes freeze in the pool. And we didn't know that at the time. And essentially all the data was useless and nothing happened. It was a lot of work, mouse husbandry, going back and forth, carting them, no papers, no abstracts, but it was really, really important. One, I learned that I didn't like animal work. Two, I learned that I did a big literature review. I showed up to the neurologist whose lab it was with a big stack of papers that I put in a binder and organized to read ahead. And, she was very impressed with that. And I think it was helpful to me to really get a foundation. What's the field? What's going on in this area? And where can I start to find my niche? And even though I didn't really conceptualize it that crisply, the idea of starting to build this background in the field and getting immersed in the field, so then you can start to sort out in an amoeba-like way what is good for you. In residency, your focus is really on your clinical skills, getting your clinical experience so you can focus your research questions. You can still be academically productive. So if there's a case report, an interesting case in the wards, talk to your attending and write it up. You write reviews, retrospective chart papers. Heavy duty basic science papers are hard to do as a resident, but you can still start to build an academic base. And those things, the more that you write, the more that you do. I guess another good piece of advice would be every academic experience, whether it feels like it at the moment or not, is something that really helps you move forward. So a grant that is not funded, you learn from writing the grant. And it's disappointing, but the fact is that everyone gets grants rejected. And, the hit rate of a grant for most people is, a third at best. Your grants get rejected, but it makes you better. Every time you write it, you're focusing your thoughts, you're getting better. And in this case, these research projects that may not hit the end goal that you want, you're still learning from them. It's really important. This was an example of when I was in medical school, it used to be the test question would be ALS was upper motor neuron problems or lower motor neuron problems or both, but it wasn't dementia. And then around the time when I was going to fellowship, it was discovered that the same protein, this TDP43 protein, was in ALS and FTD. So all of a sudden the exam question was actually wrong that I had learned in dementia and the overlap of this behavioral dementia that I mentioned and the very different, seemingly different clinical syndrome of ALS, we think of a motor disease, were actually linked by the same biology and very different from these patients who had tau protein. So this just blew my mind. I was just, I thought this was so interesting. And I knew that I wanted to be in the area and I wanted to be in the lab of John Georgianowski and Virginia Lee to really understand what was happening under the microscope in these patients. I didn't have a good plan of how I would go about that, but I just knew this is where I want to be. These are the people that do the work and I want to just be in this environment. And it was just so wonderful. I want to leave some questions for you guys. So I'll just speed through this a little bit. But, because this is more down the road, but thinking of your postdoc, when your early years, you want to immerse in the field, you want to get this specialized research expertise, you want to complement that to your clinical experience. And it's good to network by being helpful. If someone in the lab has questions like, they're maybe a PhD scientist that needs to know more clinical data, help them out and you'll learn from them. And your peers are also a great, in the lab and in other, collaborating labs are a great way to help grow your program. And it's a good idea to say yes to everything early. Later in your career, things you may have competing interests for certain commitments, but things that are academically productive, good mentors give you good things to do. Could you write this editorial with me? Could you give this talk here? These opportunities, if you do a good job being a good mentee, the more opportunities will open for you. So it's a good idea. And you learn from all of these. So at times it could be feeling overwhelming. How could I get that done? But then if you do it, you grow and you get better. When to change direction. So if you're not happy, but it's important to think of why you're not happy. Is this something that you don't want to do, or it's a tough time period where, internship or, being a junior postdoc is challenging to pipette all day, but then you're gonna not always have to do that. So is it still down the road something that'll be rewarding? Again, if it doesn't lead to a clear career path. And for me, I was doing an animal work when I was a postdoc, and I liked it, but I couldn't see myself having an animal colony and having that type of program where I was doing mechanism. And I talked to my mentor, who was extremely supportive and told me, that is okay and that makes sense, and let's get some projects for you that are more translational with human brain tissue and really help foster that interest that I have. So, if I didn't speak up, my mentor would have no idea. My mentor is wonderfully supportive, and it's okay to bring up these types of things because, they're there to help you. And that's why really good mentorship will help you make these decisions and get you on the path that is rewarding to you. Then later in your fellowship years, it's important to start to think of your vision statement, what your lab will look like, what are the things you want to do for your core skills, and who do you want to collaborate. These are things way down the road for you guys, but good to start to think about. And then how to focus your research plan. Again, saying yes to scientific opportunities, writing grants and papers, thinking about what are the core skills of your lab and identifying the collaborators that enhance your program. You can't be an expert on everything, and it doesn't make sense to recreate the wheel. If you have a collaborator who does great, for me, it's imaging. I'm not a neuroimager, but I have wonderful collaborators who are really good at this that I work with, and we're both better for it. So it's just a terrific way to start to build your program. And this is an example of how I pivoted my research program. I'll just go quickly through this, but my original K award was I wanted to clinically redefine the behavioral variant to reflect these two different proteins that accumulate in the brain. Pitfall was that it was difficult to do with the retrospective data that I had, and I realized that if I really wanted to do that, that would be a total different direction. But I really liked autopsy tissue and looking at microscopic pathology. So, I still am in the same area, but I really took this area that I was a little bit afraid to jump in because I'm not a neuropathologist by clinical training, but I had wonderful support by neuropathology mentors that helped me say it's okay that this is my area of research. And it really has been rewarding and wonderful. And now I do all kinds of things where we're integrating imaging and pathology. So I'll leave this up. These are some pearls of how to be a physician scientist that are more for down the road when you're in late residency, fellowship, and negotiating a faculty position. Many of these themes I've mentioned throughout the talk, but I want to make sure I give time to answer questions. So, but most important, don't give up. Rejection in this area is frequent. It's not personal when people reject a paper, or even the example when I had a difficult medical school interview. It was for my own good. I wasn't mature enough. It's good to do some introspection and, try not to be too defensive. It's a healthy thing to take criticism and critique and then come back better. That's the best, the way to move forward. So I hope this is helpful. It's really important that if you guys have an interest in this area, that you pursue it. There's a huge need for it. So I really look forward to answering your questions. And and again, thank you to Allie and everyone for inviting me this morning.
All right. Thank you so much, Dave. As your undergrad student in your lab and someone who really admires you, I'm really grateful that I had the chance to hear your story and also share it to other students out there who are considering this career path. So now, if you want, we can stop sharing your screen and I'll start with some of the Q&A questions we had.
Perfect. I know, I wish there was time. I would show off your work, Allie, the great work you've done in the lab. Can you hear me? I had a brief freeze in the...
Yeah, there were some technical difficulties, but we're back again. The only thing is that I had to, the webinar closed, so now some of our questions were lost. So I'm sorry, participants. If you could please ask your questions again, that would be great so that I can ask them to Dr. Irwin. And let's start. I think the question that I had seen before is, how were you able to do research as just an MD, with an MD degree?
Sure. And I can see the questions too, so that's helpful, Allie. If they're not visible to you, I can go through them.
Yes, please.
So let me know. But yeah, so that, you can do research as an MD, and people will ask me, is there a difference between MD, PhD, and MD, and how do you do research as an MD? It's slightly different, and the advice that I tell people is that if you'd like to do mechanistic work, like if you want to have, highly demanding technical skills like animal work, cell culture, these types of things, then the MD PhD really helps you tremendously, because you get that training. You can pause for a few years during your clinical training as a medical student and develop those skills, so that when you are a postdoc or a fellow, you can then dive in and really enhance those skills with the clinical question. For me, I don't do mechanistic work, but we do work that helps us with diagnosis and identify therapeutic targets. And I work with people who have, do that type of work. So I'm more translational. And we could talk about the definitions of translational, that's helpful. But, I did all my research training at the postdoc level, and really starting in residency, starting to write papers and learning, that aspect of it. But the formal research training started in my clinical postdoc. And I should say it also depends a little bit on your clinical background. As a behavioral neurologist, there's, at the time there was no formal ACGME fellowship, because it's different than, say, cardiology, where you have certain requirements to be a cardiologist. And do your fellowship, you have a certain amount of hours of doing things. So in those types of fields, the fellowship, you usually do a few years of clinical training and maybe do some research on the side, and then you add a few years of research training afterwards. So, and again, I use the master's program. There's masters in epidemiology at many schools. I did masters in translational. That was more about, wet bench science and imaging and so forth. But there's ways to get that training after your clinical training. And there's no one way that's better than the other. There's just slight differences. But as far as in academia, no one looks any different at someone who has an MD, PhD compared to an MD. Or in that matter, a PhD without an MD in some cases, of people who do really clinical work. It's all very similar. It's really the work that you do and doing good work. So hopefully that helped answer that question.
Yes, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. If you want, I can see some of the questions that were just asked. So another good one is, do you have tips to develop your elevator pitch?
Sure. Practice, practice in front of the mirror, in front of your friends, in front of your parents, anybody who'll listen to you. One of the things with scientific writing that's kind of interesting is that the shorter things you need to write are sometimes the hardest thing, like a specific Ames page. One page to say what you're going to do for 5 years is really hard to fit it on one page. But as you mature your ideas, that becomes easier. So for the elevator pitch, think about who you are, what's your research, what do you do, and how is it important, and that helps you. So for me, I say I'm a cognitive neurologist, an experimental neuropathologist that studies underlying pathology of neurodegenerative disease to develop new biomarkers and therapeutic targets. And that took me years, and I'm still tweaking it. But a pearl of advice that's related to this is that the more that you develop these big picture themes and you think about what your research program is going to be like, it helps you when you're negotiating for a faculty position, or if you're trying to get resources for your labs. If you can clearly communicate what is it you do and why is it important to other people, that really helps you build. A department chair may be very supportive, but if they don't know exactly what the work that you plan on doing, it's hard to really give you that help. So I think the more that you read, the more that you write, and the more that you practice, these themes and crystallize into a succinct kind of elevator pitch. And it's okay if you don't have, it takes a few years to really develop it.
All right, thank you so much. Next question. What is your best advice regarding finding good mentors?
That's a good question. Everyone has a different style, and people, in general, I would say a bad mentor is rare. It really is. Most people who go into academia, really that part of the career that's helping people get better is a big rewarding part of what they do. So I think by and large, people that you would encounter to work in a lab are going to be very supportive. But it's important that you find mentors that you're compatible with. We're all different. We all have different communication styles. So learning your mentor's communication style. And in general, signs of a good mentor are, do they give you opportunities that are good for you? Sometimes opportunities could maybe be distracting but if it doesn't seem like it's a good opportunity for you, so for example, they may say, I want you to TA this class or something. And you might say, well, I have all this lab work to do. Why am I going to go teach? It seems like it's contradictory. It's good to talk to them about it and then find out there may be something in there that is good for you that may not be apparent to you right away. So communication with mentorship is really, really important. And if you find that, mentorship or communication is not working, where you're bringing things up that you have concerns and you're not getting something that's helping, that might be a sign that a different mentor may be a better fit for you. It's also important to know that as a mentee, you have to be sensitive to your mentor's, communication style. Maybe your mentor is in clinic, twice a week, or maybe they're an email person where they really get back to you on email, but it's hard for them to really get on the phone with you or be in person. So trying to, fit their patterns of communication, get back to them quickly. As a mentor, one of the, worst things to happen is to invest in someone and have them, fall off the radar and have a project, fall in the ether and not go forward. So, it's good to have some introspection too. And if you have a mentor relationship you're not sure working out, start to think about, is there something that I'm doing that could make this better? Am I, communicating well? So I think that's one aspect. And then finding labs that, are these the papers you're reading? Is this the stuff that you're interested in? Always think of like, what are the things that you can't put down when you're reading? And then you want to go, I want to go to that lab. That person's doing the stuff that I want to do.
All right. Great, thank you so much. I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. So could you read any questions that you would like from the Q&A? Because most of mine disappeared, unfortunately.
Sure. So I see one that says, how are you willing to accommodate undergraduate students in your lab, and how is a student likely to gain a position in your lab? So I do, most labs do. We understand as PIs that undergraduates have many demands, and it's hard to really focus on research for certain aspects unless they're part of a thesis. And, most PIs will participate in different programs at institutions that accelerate undergraduates participating in research. And often we pair undergraduates with postdocs or graduate students who have more experience so that they can help you along. So the best way to do it is to really, look into the kind of stuff that you're interested in, find a lab that sounds interesting and write to the PI, don't be shy. If they don't have room, if they, they'll tell you, or if they may even offer, say, well, I don't have room, but my collaborator who does X, Y, and Z, may, and I can forward your CV. So I would say two things. One, try to get involved with programs at your institution that may help facilitate undergraduate research. And two, you can't go wrong with a cold call email as well. As an undergraduate, if you would like to change your research interests, switch labs, how would you go doing it while maintaining a positive relationship with your past PI? Everyone understands that you have to do what's right for you. And I think that communication is important. I think your PI and how you would switch and how you would leave is a big part of things. So if you have open communication with your PI that says, hey, I really appreciate everything you've done for me and everything in the lab. I want to finish my commitments with you, but I also, in my development, I need to learn X, Y, and Z. I'd like to switch labs. They can work with you and they may even help you find a lab to fit in. People want, in general, people really want the best for all their trainees, and that doesn't always align with what's best for their individual lab, but most people can really see that and appreciate that. So I think communication and being respectful, if you abruptly, if you drop off the radar unannounced and, leave projects half done, that may be more of a concern for someone, but to be less receptive. But if you're, finish your commitments or find a way to transition your commitments, I think that would be well received.
All right. I think it's time to transition to our lunch break, but thank you so much, Dr. Irwin, for joining us today. I learned a lot from your presentation, and I'm sure our students did too. So thank you for sharing your story.
Sure, thank you, and congratulations on a really wonderful program and event. So take care.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, so we will jump into our next presentation in about 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. All right, everyone, thank you so much for joining. Up next, we have Heather Flannery. She's the founder and CEO of ConsenSys Health, a blockchain software tech company that solves large-scale healthcare problems. She's passionate about improving population health and economic prosperity by building mission-driven organizations that use innovative and emerging technologies. Please welcome Ms. Flannery as she discusses the topic, utilizing blockchain technology in healthcare. Thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Flannery.
I'm delighted to be here. How's my audio?
It's perfect. Thank you so much. Feel free to share your screen whenever you're ready.
All right. And I am planning on about 30 minutes for the talk and 30 minutes for, I'm hopeful, great audience Q&A. Sound good?
Sounds great. We should end at about 12:55. Actually, you know what? 30 minutes is great because up next we have our lunch break. So that's perfect.
Terrific. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here today. I'm Heather Flannery. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of ConsenSys Health. ConsenSys, spelled with a Y, is the largest pure play blockchain company. And ConsenSys Health is a commercially independent spinoff of ConsenSys. That's aim is to drive the positive transformation of our industry with a family of emerging technologies, including blockchain, but not limited to blockchain. So I'm excited. I'm really excited to be here and speak with all of you today. Outside of my role leading ConsenSys Health, I also am the co-chair of the blockchain task force at HIMSS, the Health Information Management Systems Society, 2 S's at the end. And if you're not already a HIMSS member, I highly recommend it for pre-health professionals. Incredible way to get oriented to the, I'll say, the tactical, practical, technical, and engineering disciplines involved with the underpinning of healthcare and life sciences. In addition to that, I'm involved with standards development rather intensively. I chair a standards development working group at IEEE dedicated to the application of blockchain and machine learning to the healthcare and life sciences industry globally. So I have a standards development perspective, a professional society perspective, and an entrepreneur's perspective. ConsenSys Health is my fourth company. It's my third business in the healthcare and life sciences field. I'm very, very passionate about the space and feel that it is a gift and an honor to be able to work in a field that means so much to me and that leaves me intrinsically motivated to continue to do my utmost. So before I get into explaining to you what this new technology is and how it works, I want to let you know that it's maybe a little bit further along than you might have realized. You've probably heard of blockchain. You are almost assuredly believing that it's very, very new. And actually, that would have been a more apt description about 4 years ago. Now, today, we have many of the largest healthcare and life sciences enterprises in the world actively engaged, even in a public way, in different kinds of experimentation and software development with blockchain technology. One thing to know about the technology is that it is implemented in networks. That's how it is put into production. So a blockchain network is always described as a network and in part defined by its participants. And you can see here that there are 5 very large healthcare and life sciences consortia that have formed to launch blockchain networks that are specialized for the needs of our particular industry. Here in the United States, the Synaptic Health Alliance is the first and the largest. They were announced all the way back in April of 2018 and have been incredibly thought-leading in their approach to designing, administering, governing, funding a blockchain network specifically for the needs of healthcare. And I'll come back to telling you a little bit more about Synaptic and what they're up to, but you can see the organizations involved. It's been a very substantial investment and a very significant focus. The Coalesce Health Alliance is formed by Blue Cross Blue Shield organizations largely, and Melody is all about blockchain facilitated federated machine learning and is anchored mainly in the EU. The Innovative Medicines Institute is a European Commission organization that has formed the largest scale public-private partnership between pharmaceutical companies and a government in history, including Pfizer, Novartis, Merck, Janssen, Novo, et cetera, and more, increasing all the time in order to bring this family of technologies to the European Union in a way that is closely aligned with both the public and the private sector. The Health Utility Network is being renamed, but is a very large consortia that on its launch will cover 93 million American lives and help facilitate a wide range of use cases. If you don't come from the information technology space, you might not be used to hearing this word use case. It's how people talk about the way a particular piece of software or a computer science innovation can be used in real life in practical terms. So I'll be using that term a lot, this use case, that use case, et cetera. One thing that I want to emphasize is that all of these networks and the business models underpinning them are experimental. They're all early. None of these have production systems running yet, though they all have been the subject of a great deal of investment and innovation. All of them have slightly different business, legal, financial, governance, ownership constructs. One of the things that's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out in the coming years is which of these kinds of models at a detailed level actually works well for our industry, and how does that vary from country to country. That's all going to be very interesting, and I look forward to questions about it when we get to that segment. So now that you understand that things are well underway and that every healthcare organization, providers, payers, pharmacies, med tech, the entire every stakeholder group is engaged with blockchain, including the professional societies, American College of Surgeons, on and on. What is it? And why is it that if you have read up on it, it seems difficult to put your finger on a precise definition? Well, the reason for that is because blockchain as a term actually could be defined through a number of different lenses, and they'd all be correct. It's a disruptive, transformative technology that I would liken to electricity, for example. And when you were in the early days of seeing electricity affect a culture, it would have been quite difficult to define it exactly. Do you define it in the physics terms? Do you define it based on what it does to businesses or cultures, or on and on? So the first thing to know about blockchain is that it's a layer on top of today's modern web. So everything you're familiar with, everything you know, everything that is comfortable and customary to you as a user, it is a layer built on top of all of that. It is not a replacement for legacy information systems, and it doesn't replace healthcare legacy infrastructures like EHRs, for example. Now, we will be talking about personal health records and the idea of self-sovereignty and patient sovereignty and person-centeredness and the implications for blockchain and that technology. That is not a replacement of legacy infrastructure, because that doesn't exist today in any meaningful way. That is net new, and it definitely will be bringing those changes. So the next thing to know, I mentioned that blockchain exists in networks. The thing to understand is that those networks could be public, completely transparent, visible to the world. Examples of that are the Bitcoin blockchain and the Ethereum mainnet. These are highly transparent, completely public infrastructures that exist due to a behavioral economic miracle. They have no CEO. They have no board of directors. They have no trust that governs them. They have no stock. They have no nation. They are completely global and transnational, and they operate based on behavioral economic principles that are being exhibited for the first time in human history. That's true of the Bitcoin blockchain, And it's true of the Ethereum mainnet, which is the second large blockchain, which I'm going to tell you more about. That's where I particularly focus most. Public blockchains tend to be not very scalable, not very fast. They are not optimized for speed. They are optimized for security. They are optimized in such a way to make it so that bad actors, hackers, nation state level threat vectors, for example, cannot tamper with the data and cannot take down the system. Literally can't. That is the goal of public blockchains, such that even if a government went rogue, one government in the world went rogue, it cannot be deleted, it cannot be changed. And those are very powerful things for things like land rights, for example, or the ability to possibly have a money that is not connected to a nation state, which is how all of this originated, but not where I personally focus, because I'm looking at how to use this to great effect in our industry. Then the same technology that can run public infrastructures can also be implemented in private networks. The private networks are dramatically more scalable by orders of magnitude. So you can have very fast production systems, very high throughput, etc. And what you're trading off is the degree to which the decentralization effect is present and the level of security of that system. For example, let's say you had an enterprise blockchain network, which means usually a private network, and you had 12 corporations that were all members of that network. Well, if all 12 corporations colluded and decided to undertake a fraud, for example, the technology could not prevent that. So it's a balance between security and decentralization and throughput and scalability versus speed, privacy, and factors along those lines. And then finally, the pattern that I personally believe, or my hypothesis, is that the hybrid pattern is what's going to end up being appropriate for our industry. That's where you have a private blockchain network that is connected or tethered to a large, neutral, public blockchain network. They operate at different speeds. They have different ownership and control structures. They have different postures for privacy and transparency. They are substantially different, but because they are connected, it allows you to have discoverability. It allows you to find resources. Imagine our internet today if you couldn't search for something. And any business process, any clinical workflow, any scientific process that had to be undertaken involves somebody sending an email or a fax or making a phone call or having a meeting. That kind of friction won't work at scale, and automation demands discoverability. And that's the key of why I believe that hybrid blockchain networks are going to be what actually works for our industry. On top of the blockchain networks themselves, there are something called smart contracts, which are neither smart nor contracts. All I can do is apologize for the name. I did not name it. But smart contracts are microservices, very small pieces of software that provide a certain discrete function. Blockchain networks, particularly the Ethereum mainnet, not the Bitcoin blockchain, but the Ethereum mainnet runs smart contracts, which means that in addition to simply securing data being persisted across the whole network, it also can execute any function. It makes it effectively a giant world computer that can run software of all forms. And that software is written in the form of smart contracts. What it enables us to do is to have orchestration across organizational boundaries. That sounds a lot like the holy grail of care coordination across organizational boundaries, right? And that's a very important dynamic of what smart contracts can deliver. Blockchain networks can be tokenized. There are many different blockchain protocols. The Ethereum protocol, where I focused, is natively tokenized. When you run it on the public mainnet, it is running a cryptocurrency called ETH or Ether, and that is how it is operating. That's where the behavioral economic dynamics, which is outside of the scope of this talk, but I'm happy to describe more if it comes up in the Q&A. In enterprise or private blockchain networks, it is not necessary to use tokens at all. You would only do so if it made business sense. They're optional. But what's key about tokenization is it creates digital scarcity. So if you remember your economics and supply and demand and the role of scarcity, we've never had that because our current technology paradigm is such that data can be infinitely copied. So there's no scarcity when it comes to data at its fundamental level because it can just be copied and copied and copied. Tokens, not so. Tokens, whether they're fungible or non-fungible, cannot just be infinitely copied, and they require a particular paradigm to operate them, and they effectively create scarcity, which is why the game theoretical approaches and the behavioral economic approaches can work in a blockchain ecosystem, but they could never work in our legacy technical environment. And then last, decentralized apps or dApps is what you call a user-facing piece of software that is built on blockchain. And we at ConsenSys Health, at my organization, are working with this family of technologies plus 2 others. My position is that blockchain technology is necessary for the transformation of our industry with respect to our problems and challenges with illiquid, low integrity, siloed health information. But it's not sufficient. So necessary, but not sufficient. What would make it sufficient? Well, it's the introduction of 2 additional families of emerging technology. And that's what I call privacy in depth, which is not one thing, but a whole basket of new technologies I'm going to tell you about. And then decentralized AI. Machine learning is already a very big deal in our field, as you all know, but we have inherent limitations that we can overcome by decentralizing artificial intelligence. So in summary, major characteristics of blockchain is that it's decentralized. Public blockchains are transparent. Private blockchains are not. All blockchain data structures deliver a degree of immutability of that data that doesn't exist in any of our legacy infrastructures. Depending on how they're architected and designed, they can be neutral. If you're talking about something like the Ethereum mainnet, it's absolutely neutral. No corporation, no government owns it and controls it. That's what makes it neutral. And if it's public, it is by definition open access. Private blockchain networks are not necessarily open access. And then there's many different technologies under the hood here. But the thing is that when you implement a blockchain architecture, you are designing different things to meet the use case. And generally what you're doing is making trade-offs between 3 things. And that's why they call it the trilemma. And those things are scalability, security, and decentralization, which maps to neutrality. All right, so we have a number of barriers to adoption here. I think of them in these 5 categories: cybersecurity, compliance, privacy, identity, and bioethics. Each of these is positively and negatively impacted by the introduction of these emerging technologies. One point that I hold dear is that this is a new technology paradigm of the same magnitude as the dawn of the commercial internet. It is the same, I think of it as, you know, the Gutenberg printing press, the steam engine, the integrated circuit, you know, all the way to this kind of new technology paradigm. In our past technology paradigms in healthcare, we have unfortunately left large segments of the population behind. We have what's called the digital divide. And in this pandemic, it has become abundantly clear that humanity has become dependent upon access to digital health, and that a fully inclusive digital health environment is now as important as food and shelter. And what we want to do is see this new technology adopted in an ethically intentional way that prevents the deepening and worsening of health disparities that are already crushing in many places around the world, including here in the United States. If we fail to learn from past mistakes with the introduction of technology into healthcare, think about all the unintended consequences that have occurred due to the digitization of healthcare. When I first entered the field, physician suicide was not a thing. Now it's a tragedy because of a range of things that has resulted ultimately from the digitization and the corporatization of the practice of medicine. Those are examples of reasons why we must be ethically intentional today as we are on the brink of a completely new technical paradigm. So often there's questions about what's practical, what's the low-hanging fruit versus what's further afield in our industry. And I developed this framework several years ago to articulate the pattern that I was observing. It's called the PHI Readiness Framework. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with PHI, but if you're not, it's Protected Health Information, which is a defined term under the US HIPAA law and similar terms in every nation around the world. It involves identified clinical information. So this framework juxtaposes time and PHI involvement with population health impact and articulates 3 stages of transformation. I have a whole talk that I give just on this framework, but I wanted to quickly show you that those things in stage 1 are already getting traction and they involve no PHI at all. And that highlights the issues of compliance and privacy and cybersecurity and many, many concerns that we can't just brush over. Then in stage 3, we see lots of things that I put in the holy grail category that would be enabled by this technology. Things like realizing the dream of precision medicine and true personalization, orchestrating care across across organizational boundaries, driving the transformation from volume to value. All those things are out there, but they all require that we are able to compute upon, transfer, and work with PHI in this new class of infrastructure. Well, I propose that there is a bridge between the 2 stages that is appropriate, and that is any form of IRB overseen health research. For anyone not familiar, that's investigational or institutional review board. It's a mechanism for ethical oversight and human research protection. And by research, I mean anything from a double-blinded, randomized, controlled trial to a registry that still requires oversight, which is just a prospective tracking infrastructure. All forms that have that kind of ethical oversight have a common set of qualities about them, and it turns that piece of research into a walled garden in the sense that it has its own technology infrastructure, it has its own data management approach, it has its own governance and oversight. It always has its own funding source, separate from the practice of mainstream medicine. All of those things and more make it not only ethically appropriate, but necessary to adopt this technology under research constructs so that we can learn what claims can actually be made about the infrastructures that are made possible with this technology, while at the same time answering important research questions in a way that delivers superior data integrity, because the reproducibility and replicability crisis in clinical research is massive. So we can be adding value on 2 fronts at once. So anything that is possible in stage 3 in mainstream medicine, I argue is possible today under a well-designed study in stage 2. So a couple of things that I hope will help when you start to understand this idea of federation and what it would mean for healthcare and life sciences. First of all, centralization is the status quo. All the systems that you're used to, EHRs, they're centralized. Enterprise information systems, they're centralized. And in order to compute on data, in order to analyze it, you have to first move it someplace and centralize it. What I'm going to be telling you about now is a new approach that is not blockchain intrinsically, but facilitated by blockchain being used as an access control layer effectively. But we have to understand there's new semantics, because if you just use the word data by itself, it ceases to be meaningful. because you're using data in so many different ways and contexts. So I'm going to encourage us to use 3 terms to define data. Metadata, everyone already is familiar with that one. That's data about data, data describing data. Source data is, for example, enterprise data that lives behind a corporate firewall, or patient self-sovereign data that maybe lives on their cell phone, etc. That's source data. And derived data are analytical findings. That's actually what's valuable. That's what we're all after. However, we don't trust analytics that we didn't perform ourselves. And by ourselves, I mean a corporation, a government, etc. We have to get the source data, verify where we got it, perform our own analytics in order to trust the findings. That is a trust problem. And foundationally, that is the part of the picture that blockchain resolves. Now, source data has been exponentially expanding for the last 15 years, and it's only radically increasing. And the Internet of Things and the Internet of Medical Things particularly is exploding as 5G is being rolled out. So the bottom line here is that we've reached the logistical extremes of centralizing data as the way of getting value out of it. And my assertion is that we are now living in a sunsetting paradigm, like what mainframe computers were before the web, and before the client server architectures. There was a time when we were still in that paradigm, but it was sunsetting. In the emerging paradigm, the creation of value from data is going to be rapid, automated, quality controlled, and trusted. But where we live today, right now, it's slow and labor intensive, it's error prone, and it's untrusted. In the sunsetting paradigm, we have to move data from place to place, copying it all the time. Very often, to address compliance, good compliance reasons, we have to de-identify data, particularly public health data. This introduces enormous challenges that if you're unfamiliar with them, you would be amazed at the armies of data scientists that our industry has to employ, working with public health data to try to bring longitudinality back to the data that had been stripped out in the de-identification process. In the emerging paradigm, the data stays at rest. You're able to analyze it exactly where it's already sitting. Instead of bringing the data to a centralized place where you can compute upon it, instead, you're bringing the algorithm or the computational capability to the edge where the data resides. You're normalizing it locally, and you're distributing rule sets out to all of the data silos. Ultimately, the data can be analyzed right where it sits as well, and only the derived data is what is shared in federated networks that are facilitated by blockchain. So we've been talking about person-centricity and patient-centeredness for a really long time in this industry. We're at the point now in the US with the last stages of implementation of the 21st Century Cures Act and the anti-information blocking provisions that we need a new set of person-centered architectural components in order to accommodate the having reached the logistic extremes of data centralization. Those 5 components are self-sovereign identity, verifiable credentials, biometric workflows, a self-sovereign data lake where n equals 1, and an ability to work with tokenized value. And those 5 things have to work together around a person that gives them brand new, very powerful mechanisms to engage with enterprises. Ultimately, what this means is that we're going to be able to move from data silos to being able to implement crypto-economic, behavioral economic incentive systems that make it more worthwhile for parties to collaborate using their data than to hoard their data. All of this leads to what I call real-time, real-world evidence and the acceleration of research ultimately for faster miracles. We believe that federated machine learning, at least in terms of retrospective analyses and prediction, is absolutely the future, and that without the blockchain layer, federated machine learning has no shared access control that can work across many organizations. So I mentioned that there are two other families of technologies that are necessary. The first of them is privacy in depth. This is a list of all of the new technologies that are part of privacy in depth. The first thing I want to let you know with respect to cryptography, the cryptography that secures every single block in a blockchain is actually old cryptography, nothing new. It's been in production for 30, 40 years. It's nothing new or novel. It's just that it's been put together and used in a new and novel way. But zero knowledge cryptography and zero knowledge proofs is brand new math implemented in computer science for the first time in history only about 7 or 8 years ago, and just now getting to global industrial scale. But zero knowledge proofs are critically important for you to know what they are. You don't have to know the math, you don't have to know how it works, but the key is that it lets a piece of software run a computation on data, say on your cell phone. And instead of having to send the data, like your birth date, for example, that piece of software can instead return a cryptographic proof that says yes or no, your birth date passed or failed some test. And so many of our workflows in our industry today require us to send data to and fro in order for a workflow to flow. But with the introduction of zero knowledge proofs at global industrial scale, what that means is that the number of scenarios where you have to exchange data, it goes from being the norm to being an exception case. There still will be times when data actually has to be transferred, but it will be much less common than it is today, which is going to bring enormous value. I'm not going to talk about the rest of these other than just to quickly mention trusted execution environments, which are hardware security modules that can be implemented on the cloud or locally on mobile devices. And what they do is they create a cryptographic memory space or compute space so that even the operating system of the computer that's running it cannot see what's happening inside that crypto bubble, if you will. And then the third family of technologies that we are integrating with blockchain is decentralized AI. Federated learning includes not only the learning mechanism, but also inference, which is the making a prediction effectively and being able to do so in a secure and verifiable way so that you can be certain that the thing that's making the prediction that might be guiding patient behavior, for example, or God forbid, guiding clinical behavior choices, can actually be assured that it hasn't been corrupted, hacked, or otherwise tampered with. So being able to implement federated compute networks and leverage public infrastructures with private blockchains is very important. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on from here and just let you know that the public infrastructure of the Ethereum mainnet is how you can discover resources, identities, etc. And then the work gets offloaded into private networks that are bridged or tethered. Ultimately, this leads to, creates the potential for total care engagement that leverages gamification, behavioral economics, and tokenomics. And if you think of our industry as being defined by the distorted incentives that characterize all of the different stakeholder groups, this gives us the first opportunity in history to form a hypothesis about what kind of incentive structure among the various stakeholder groups might work, and then actually implement it and iteratively learn and ultimately perform what is a classic use for artificial intelligence, which is optimization of complex adaptive systems that exceed the human intellect's ability to optimize. So with that, I'm excited to take questions. That was a lot in a short period of time, but we've got plenty of time for Q&A.
Great. Thank you so much, Heather, for your amazing presentation on blockchain technologies in healthcare. I have one question for you and some other questions I also wrote down as of right now. I'm sure there'll be plenty more as we go on in our discussion. As you describe the different blockchain technologies utilized in healthcare, how can us pre-health students become more familiarized with this technology, and how would it be useful in our future careers as doctors
Sure.
and doctoral students?
So I think that one of the most important things that needs to happen to see our major problems in our industry solved is that we can't. I am not a provider. I'm an entrepreneur in our field, but what we can't have are the corporate interests and the government interests that run healthcare and life sciences take the entire practice of medicine, digitize it, make it part of the administrative costs of medicine, and disenfranchise physicians and clinicians and providers from that process. Increasingly, what used to be the triple aim is now the quadruple aim, and provider experience, everyone understands, is at a crisis level. That in large part has to do with the growth of administrative medicine and the digitization of the practice of medicine. And those implications have had enormous, some positive and enormous negative unintended consequences. So as a pre-health professional, what I would tell you is that you can't leave the understanding of the technology to others. That it's important, not that you understand it at the level that you could build it, for example, but that you understand fundamentals and that you understand that medicine isn't a non-technical discipline anymore from an IT perspective. Every single thing we do is using machine learning. Every problem that we have in the industry, every waste, fraud, and abuse, medical error, et cetera, comes back to data. And it's the infrastructures that control and govern it. So whether you are personally a user of the technology, you will be a critical voice in shaping the future of medicine. And in that, be an empowered stakeholder, and that requires you to understand. So learn. It would be my guidance, and the most practical way to do that is the Health Information Management Systems Society, HIMSS. They are the health IT professional society, more than 60,000 members, and there are thousands and thousands of clinicians who practice medicine but are also members of HIMSS because they have learned how critical this whole technology infrastructure and data thing actually is. And they have very, very great student programs. And I've been part of some of them. I'm honored, to be part of supporting those programs whenever possible. It's HIMSS.org. And that would be my number one suggestion. And if you want to learn about this particular technology, we have a blockchain task force, and I co-chair it. And we have put out tremendous amounts of great content, peer-reviewed papers, webinars, other resources. It's all available on the HIMSS website. And I would say it's a trusted, neutral, unbiased source of health relevant, health contextualized information.
Thank you so much for that answer. As a pre-health student, I am very, very interested in this technology, even though I have no computer science background whatsoever. But I've heard people similar to you and entrepreneurs talk about how being aware of this technology is so important for anybody of any background because it is seen in almost every industry. So thank you so much for that input. Our next question is, how have you seen machine learning grow in healthcare? And what are some specific examples?
Sure. So I've been in healthcare. So my career started in the mid-90s, and I've been in healthcare continuously since 2005. So just to give you a sense of this spectrum of time, machine learning has a storied past in healthcare, because there's incredible potential, but there's also really substantial risks. And so to give you an example of something wonderful and an example of something terrible, so that you can see the technology itself is completely neutral. But in the event that the data that it's being trained on or the infrastructures it's being trained on are unintentionally not neutral, you can be teaching a machine intelligence something you don't want to teach it, and not even know that that's happening. So machine learning in healthcare has been able to radically enhance the being able to capture tumors, for example, off of imaging files. So there are well-studied rates of errors that radiologists make, for example, when they're looking at imaging files in screening for tumors in many different cancers. And we've been able to take those imaging data and have a training set where a human being had to confirm that in fact is an image of a tumor. We know that for sure. And then here's a whole bunch of images where we think the person's healthy. And we've been able to use those images to train machine learning algorithms to be able to ingest an image, a radiological image like that, and put out an answer. There is or is not a tumor here. And those answers occur at a higher level of accuracy than radiologists can deliver, substantially so. So much so, even though radiologists themselves might possibly feel threatened by having technology overtake their work, most radiologists are strongly in favor of that, because the patient comes first, and we're human beings and mistakes happen. And if there are ways we can strip errors that save lives, well, everyone is in favor of that. And that's absolutely wonderful. An example of the dark side and what we have to be careful about is there are, I'm not going to mention the names of corporations, because all the parties involved are people that I respect and admire, and the mistakes that were made unintentionally. But there have been litigations brought of machine learning algorithms making racist decisions when they were automating different patients through a clinical flow. And those racist decisions resulted in Caucasians receiving superior care by comparison to Black Americans in the same health systems, through no other explanation than the functioning of an algorithm that had been trained on, let's say, regular institutional data. And the implications, as to why that was, we know we have health disparities. We know we have, for example, a Black American is 300% more likely to have significant morbidity from type 2 diabetes than a white American. That's just one example of a health disparity out of dozens and dozens of crushing disparities. Well, what this piece of software had done was look at the cost basis of a patient and was making decisions based on saving costs, and had decided to prioritize prevention, because it's always cheaper if you can prevent disease. And so it was trying to save money, it was prioritizing prevention, and it was leaving some of the patients who needed care most out of a piece of software that was designed to drive protocol adherence. And it's tragic, and it was there was no party who did that on purpose. But, and when it was finally proven that that was what was happening, the corporation responsible immediately retired the system and has proceeded, with great caution since that point. But that highlights one issue with machine learning, which is knowing where your training data came from. It's called provenance. Where did it come from? And that's one value prop that blockchain brings into these systems, is that if the data is sourced via a blockchain infrastructure, you have much less of what they call a black box problem. that at least you know where your training data came from. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I was just like nodding to agree with you. I was like, wow. Would you like me to ask the next question?
Sure, sure.
Perfect. How would you explain blockchain to someone who has no programming or computer science experience whatsoever?
That's often a test that is given in interviews from blockchain companies, where they, explain blockchain to a 6-year-old, and if you can't do it, you don't get the job. It's one I actually find particularly challenging myself personally. But what I would say is that blockchain is a way of synchronizing data among different people or networks such that no one can cheat or lie about that data. And then it enables other things to happen on top of that once everyone's sure that the data hasn't been cheated on and isn't lying, and it stops people from changing anything after the fact.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I have a few questions that I wrote down during your presentation. What does centralization of data mean? And how have we improved technology, moved away from centralization into decentralization of data?
Well, in large part, we have not yet moved away from centralization of data. Our current state, the world we live in today, is still vastly centralized, and the problems that we're describing here have not yet been solved. So that's the first thing. And then there is a computer science architecture called distributed systems. And distributed systems are what run, Web 2, our modern web, things like Facebook and Twitter and et cetera. And that was a precursor to being able to federate data infrastructures. You first had to know how to federate software. And that came out of distributed systems, and blockchain emerged out of distributed systems. But the ability to federate data has been a very big challenge. And our premise is that the parties that are able to put in market the first large-scale platforms that, first of all, are person-centered, that model that I described, where the data decentralization includes self-sovereign information, self-sovereign data, not only enterprise data. That's going to be extremely powerful and revolutionary. And I don't think it's that far away. I don't think it's 10 years out. I think we're talking 12 to 18 months before we start seeing, major federation of health information. And that's gonna happen in the US because of the anti-information blocking provision that's kicking in under the last stages of the 21st Century Cures Act. And that'll be a really substantive change. I have to credit Apple. So if any of you are users of the Apple Health Kit, and you have been gathering self-sovereign data through that health kit, and it's residing locally on your devices, and then Apple can help you participate in Apple Research through their Apple Research app. Those are uses of federated data infrastructures that are probably the furthest along that we've come so far. So good for Apple.
Thank you so much for that response. Follow-up question to that: how would those changes apply to the healthcare industry for specifically medical professionals and medical researchers?
Well, my chief scientific officer is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Sean Mannion. He says something all the time that cracks me up, which is that scientists would rather share toothbrushes than data. There is a strong reluctance to allow the data that you collect while performing clinical or basic research to be shared by others, because if it were, it could be corrupted. Something could go wrong. It could destroy your research. Well, the implication is that there will be data sharing and data use because it will become possible to use data analytically without moving it at all. And then it will also be possible to exchange it and still then prove that it wasn't tampered with later. And those implications are really game-changing for medicine and clinical research both. So the thing to know is, if you're using a clinical trials management system, what is its architecture? Soon, there will be lots and lots of clinical trials management systems that are blockchain based. It will mean, though, that you can't go back and correct your data, which is, you're not supposed to do that anyway, but people do it all the time. That practice will end because it will be impossible to do that.
Thank you so much. Another question from the audience. How do you suggest we go about general education of blockchain technology, where even today, students aren't always educated on how our current internet actually works?
Yeah, that's tough. I'll admit that I am personally self-educated on all of these matters, and I'm a voracious autodidact, and I think that you have to let your curiosity drive. If you are sufficiently curious and you really want to understand how things work, then you'll be motivated to learn on your own time. I would not trust academia to be responsible for your ability to fully understand the world you're moving into. Human bureaucracies have not changed their pace, but the acceleration of new technology is increasing exponentially, and everything's converging. If you want to understand that, you can't expect an institution to develop curricula and teach it to you. I would just say you have to own that yourself and let your curiosity drive you. I will again reiterate on these topics particularly, HIMSS is a terrific resource for everything at the intersection of healthcare and information technology, not just blockchain, cybersecurity, identity, clinical informatics, you name it. And becoming a student member and then starting to go to the conferences when they come back, and engaging in HIMSS as early as possible is a terrific way to get immersion around that.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that response. Another question, for students interested in learning more about these technologies, or for future medical students and healthcare professionals who are interested in learning how to teach machines to do something that allows them to aid their research or their work, how would you recommend someone with no computer science background to pursue something like that in that education as a self-educator?
Yes, so it's a really interesting thing, thinking about the practice of medicine and population health, or discovering new interventions, new therapeutics, et cetera, as being as much a function of machine learning as something you would do in a lab. Like, that's really unintuitive, but it's now well understood by our industry that we are sitting on a massive treasure trove of potential. And if you have a creative, scientifically grounded hypothesis that you would like to pursue, where you think some human clinical decision could be improved, optimized, and automated and done at scale, then what I would suggest that you do, first of all, continue to become a domain expert in that particular field. Don't take your foot off the gas in being the domain expert in that particular field. But at your university, go find the computer science department and find the people that are teaching and learning and doing AI. And they want exactly what you just described. They are computer scientists first, and healthcare people distantly, way back over here. They might understand some things about healthcare. If you go to those organizations and propose joint research, that kind of interdisciplinary collaboration is not only good, it's necessary. It's the only way it's going to happen. It has to happen that way. So think of think of the convergence of two disciplines as the way that this is actually going to happen. And you can bring the medicine, the clinical expertise, and the concept to researchers in other disciplines and do great work together.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that response. I know many universities actually are starting to create blockchain technology clubs now. I know
Yes.
Arizona State University has a blockchain technology club. So if you go to ASU, feel free to check that out. And what other questions could I ask?
Well, you said you wanted to wrap up at 12:55, so we are at time. I'm happy to take another question though.
Yes, I have one more question actually. Just to add on to the previous one, what were any specific resources online that could teach us technologies like these? Do you know any websites or anything other than HIMSS that we could check out?
Yes, so there is the IEEE Blockchain Initiative. I'm also involved with that one. And that, if I believe the URL is blockchain.ieee.org. And you can find my standard under the family of blockchain standards that go across industries, agriculture, energy, et cetera. I chair the healthcare activity. The Linux Foundation has something called the Hyperledger project, which is actually 16 different blockchain code bases. Under Hyperledger, there is the Healthcare Special Interest Group, and you can join the Healthcare Special Interest Group under Hyperledger as a way of getting engaged in how all of these technologies are working specifically in healthcare. And that's another organization I'm involved in. So Linux Foundation, Healthcare Special Interest Group, IEEE Blockchain Initiative under healthcare. Of course, HIMSS will give you the blockchain task force content, but also give you much more. It's the field of health information technology is vast, and it will give you a much broader base of understanding. So I hope that's helpful.
It is extremely helpful. I know I'm definitely going to check those out after our presentation today.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us, Heather.
Oh, it was an
so
honor
wonderful to hear from you. And I hope that I'll be able to have future discussions with you. And if any of our attendees want to reach out to you, I would ask them to email me or MPHC at nationalprehealth-conference.org so we can connect them to you, Ms. Flannery, or ConsenSys Health and other administrators there. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you have a great rest of your weekend.
All right, take care. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody, we are going to transition into our lunch break. It is 1 hour, and we will be back at 2 p.m. So get up, get a drink of water, grab a snack, eat lunch. If it's 12 around there, it's like still early in the morning here, so I might have breakfast now. Pretty exciting. And we will have our announcements on loop during your lunch break. So if you would like to eat your food in front of the computer and see the different announcements going on, feel free to do so. All right. And we will be back at 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
And hello, everyone. We have about 10 minutes before we start our next presentation. So please come back at exactly 2 o'clock to hear from Dr. Rashmi Kumar about strategies to study for exams and prepare for your STEM classes. And welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch break and you're ready to learn. Today, our next presentation is our next presenter is Dr. Rashmi Kumar, and she will be discussing the topic Study Strategies to Ace Your STEM classes. So, Dr. Kumar is an Associate Director and Specialist in STEM Learning at the Office of Learning Resources at the University of Pennsylvania. Dr. Kumar develops modes of active learning and technology-driven learning programs for Penn students in STEM fields. She is especially proud of her work with pre-med students, advising on study strategies for science courses, preparing for high-stake exams, and applying to med schools. She has been recognized as STEM educator by the NASA Endeavor Project. Please welcome Dr. Kumar, and remember to ask any questions you may have using the Q&A feature so that she might answer them at the end of our presentation. So I will now turn our screens on. And can you hear us, Dr. Kumar?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me ask to start video. There. Hi, Dr. Kumar.
Hi, Ali, how are you?
Doing great. Very excited about your presentation.
Oh, I am excited too. And thank you for your kind introduction. And it's good to see you after several months.
Yeah.
Looking well.
Thank you so much. So I'm actually really honored to have Dr. Kumar here with us today because she has been an exceptional mentor to me. I personally struggled making the transition from high school to college, and my first semester was a little bit rough. But thanks to Dr. Kumar, I was able to overcome many challenges, and I'm still here, still strong. So now Dr. Kumar has prepared some questions, and at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and share them, and we're gonna use the feature that we've been using. And these are pretty short questions, but it's called Pear Deck. So let me start the lesson. Give me 1 second. So I'm gonna go ahead and start. And after this brief questions, Dr. Kumar will start with her presentation, but we just wanna learn a little bit about you and kind of like your interests and why you're here today with us. So what's gonna happen now is once this loads, you're gonna see the website to go to, and it's right here. So joinpd.com, and you're gonna insert this code so that you're able to answer the questions that we will bring up. So if everyone could do that, that would be great. We have a few students already. I'm gonna wait until it's closer to our number of participants. So I'll give everyone a few seconds.
So Ali, is the plan that I will answer and engage with these questions before the presentation or after the presentation?
Oh, I was thinking before the presentation, correct? Or did you want to do them afterwards?
Let's do them afterwards because many of these questions might also be answered within the presentation. But if you have done it before, I am happy to start before also. So I'll leave it to you. I just wanted you to think about it, and I know it's right here. But if you think many students, looks like 18 students are connected into the platform. So why don't we start it? And that way it will give me a sense of what kind of topics to touch upon.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna start it, but you are still gonna be able to see the code. So for all of our students who are still joining, the code is gonna be up here on the top right. So just go to the website and you can join there.
Okay.
So if you want, Dr. Kumar, you can ask the questions and comment on the responses. I'll just control the screen.
Okay, good. Excellent.
So yeah, this was our first question, and I'm gonna start showing the responses.
Okay.
So it has more content. And this question was basically the difference between studying for STEM and for humanity classes. So these are the responses. So STEM is more about memorizing concepts and humanity about writing and analyzing.
Okay, good perspectives, all right.
Critical thinking, practice problems. Requires time management. That's important. All right. Would you like to move on to the next question, Dr. Kumar?
No, let's engage with this question briefly. I do enjoy the perspectives that students are sharing. One has to be careful in also not pigeonholing humanities versus STEM, because STEM is not memorization. Actually, and I'll talk about it in the presentation, why STEM is less of memorization than we have been given to understand. And these are thoughts and takeaways that we develop from early childhood in school. But STEM requires much more critical thinking in many ways and asks you to interleave that thinking. So let's look at the next question.
Perfect.
I'm very excited about this one.
Perfect. So the question is, what are your biggest success factors?
Right.
I'm going to start seeing the students' responses.
Interesting.
I'm going to give students a few more seconds so that they finish typing their answers.
Sure.
Office hours, preparing in advance, practice problems, asking questions, dedication, good support system, organization. I think these are all pretty good responses. Support system.
Good. And I see many commonalities. So it gives me a sense of this is the takeaway of many people. And having commonalities in the responses is a good thing, because then we are touching upon the perspectives of several people. Okay, let's look at the third question.
Perfect. So for everyone answering this question is, what are your most pressing challenges? And we're starting to get some responses. Attention, time management, and motivation, self-doubt. Yep, these are all very important concerns that I have had personally.
Yeah, and it's, something that's very common. The good news out of all this is that these concerns can be managed with a little bit of care, a bit of hand holding, and you can find that these concerns are recurringly present, but they are not prohibitive to your success. See, there will be concerns, but if they don't prohibit you from achieving what you want, then in many ways they are good catalysts for you to start building. And so we cannot just let it go because we have these concerns. We have to constantly think about how we can surpass these concerns and rise above them. Okay, great responses.
All right, now I'm gonna stop sharing and you're free to share your screen, Dr. Kumar.
Okay, all right, then that's what I'm going to do. I want to say that I'm very excited to be here, and I hope that this presentation allows you to develop some takeaways. And of course, you can leave some questions in the chat session, and we will constantly keep engaging. Okay? So with that, okay, you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Excellent. Okay, so as Ali has said that I love working with pre-med students. Each year, my big pride of point is when many students will come and tell me they got accepted into med school or 3 med schools and 4, and the biggest choice they are facing right now is how to pick and choose. However, one also has to be careful in developing that goal with study strategies. If you decide and if you embrace study strategies that will make you more efficient, then you can reach your goals and you can capitalize on your past performance, you can capitalize on your success factors and your networks, and you can also mitigate the concerns.
Sorry, Dr. Kumar, we have one question now from the audience. They raised their hand. Would you like to answer now or wait until the end?
Let's wait a little bit, if that's okay with you, Ali.
Perfect.
Okay. These are the 4 kinds of trade-offs that I typically see in STEM subjects. Do I memorize or do I comprehend? How many sources of information should I be looking at? And how many sources of information are asked of you, given to you, that you have to work with? And that's big. That's really an important concept of thinking about, do I use the textbook? Do I use the notes? Do I use my notes, my friend's notes? What do I use? The content moves much faster than you have been accustomed to in high school, which is true. It'll move even faster when you are in med school or dental school or high impact nursing degrees. And then just before the exam, am I just flipping through pages or am I deep diving? So let's break down each of them and think about how we can make use of all these things. The next one is multitasking a real thing? I find, and my experience again and again will show, multitasking is more of a myth. Unless you are boiling potatoes on the side when you're doing some problem sets, you cannot have a streaming video, Netflix or YouTube, or think that you can have 2 files open and that you can pay attention to them. Really, multitasking, think about your brain, how it functions. It can cognitively devote some information to something. However, when you want to understand something or memorize something and look at how the piece of information that's in front of you is connected to the piece of information that was in front of you yesterday and might be in front of you tomorrow. You cannot have 2 digital screens working. I've heard of people who have instrumental music playing as a white noise in the background. I've seen more success there, but I have not seen any student tell me they were watching or playing a video game while they were solving their chemistry problems or going through biological processes. So it's something of a myth that we have developed where we think I'm a multitasker. No, not really. Most of us, and by most I mean 98% people, cannot cognitively pay attention to two things at a time. You can do something physical, as I said. If you want to throw in a load of laundry while you're working on problem sets, that's different. You know what to do. It's a routine. But to bring on something that is different and takes you into a mode of trying to understand, especially with multiple sources of information, multitasking is a myth. And when you feel that you were trying to multitask and you were not successful, forgive yourself. Be flexible with that takeaway, because multitasking is really not a thing. So now let's unpack what it takes to be successful in STEM fields. What I have seen many times, and what I continually advise my students, and we see great outcomes of that. So I'll make it simpler. Information cognitively flows three ways. The first one is the what, which is declarative, simple. Second one is the how, the procedures. And the third one is why, which is the pivot of all information. The what part is something that you have been accustomed to since you were in first grade. It includes what? Lists, categories, definitions. You might even pull out some PowerPoint slides your professors have shared with you, and you will see the first few slides are often engaged in the what component. Just because it's at the bottom of the pole or the ladder, it does not mean that it is not important. The what part is very important. However, to answer something that is prefaced in how and why, you need to know the what. So the what is where we memorize things, but we cannot leave it at that. You may have left it at that when you were in middle school, maybe early high school, but in college, and especially if your goal is to prepare for MCAT or DAT, you cannot let what rule your life. And I'll tell you why you don't want the what component to rule your life. So this is Bloom's taxonomy. You may have heard of it since you were in middle school or elementary school. I added a next thing to it. So if you look at the cursor, the first two, the remember and understand, they usually comprise the what part. Then we move on to the application and analysis, and that is where the how is coming into play. And the third one is the create and evaluate. That is why the why is coming into it. Now, if you look at the third section, how is the what changing into when we move into application and analysis? What's happening? Since we are not in person and I cannot see your responses, I'm sure you have many responses. The what has moved into a what if. So what happens here? The simple piece of straightaway information has now become hypothetical, it has become contextualized, and it is asking you to look at more than one variable at a time. You could see a question in the form of, in the case of what happens, compare X and Y, those are very commonly seen. Examine A versus B versus C. Again, you are now taking the simple silos of information that were in the category of what, and now compiling them, putting them into juxtaposition with each other and answering a question. The why part is very interesting because it's looking for you to tell us why you think this should be done in this way. In a very simple scenario, when you were in high school, many of the questions were asked at the bottom too, remembering and understanding, and you could be really good at your subjects. But when you start moving into the upper level classes from sophomore year, second semester onwards, you will find the what questions start decreasing to a point where many times they are no more than 30% of your exam. And the how and the why part of the question starts increasing, where how and why take up somewhere between 60–70%. Now try to see what has happened. If you depend just on the what component, you are prepared well, you have all the information, but you are prepared for 30–40% of the question. Think about what your grades will look like. Many times students come to me and say, you know, I worked very hard, and I absolutely know that they must have worked hard. However, the questions did not look like anything I had prepared. Yes, that is also true. So that conundrum, I had worked hard, I had prepared hard, I had really gone through everything multiple times. However, the questions did not talk to me. That is the reason, because we are prepared for the what level of questions, whereas the professor wants you to answer the what if type of questions. Think about it, and we can talk more towards the end, because this is very critical. I think most of my students will tell you that there is an epiphanous understanding when they make that switch from not relying just on what, which, when questions, but moving towards what if in the case of what happens. And you can extrapolate and add more questions that will talk about how things are being treated in the whole context. Think of a patient. Patient A could have, let's say, a cardiac ailment, and patient B could have a cardiac ailment. However, unless we know what the other medical history of the patient tells us, we cannot totally treat that patient. So knowing information is important. Knowing it in the context of the whole picture is important. You might be thinking, how do I study the whole picture? We're going to look into that. So you will see that I'm going to move my screen so I can look at. This is the big beast. If you want to start acing your STEM classes, you really want to look at the how part and ask yourself to be prepared for the how part. And the more you focus on the how part, the what part is not unnecessary, it is critical. However, if you are preparing for an exam or you are looking to really understand the content in any subject, whether it's biochemistry, chemistry, organic chemistry, physics, math, you really have to pay attention to the middle ground where you're comparing variables. Okay, so There's content distributed across many, many pieces of information. The simplest one is you have text, you have graphics, and you have images. Now what happens is we think we have so much more to study with, and many times you do. You have the recitation lectures, you have the TA's notes, the professor's notes, your own notes, a friend's notes. So things start adding. Now you start looking at other little things that you need to do. Third comes your own deadlines and tasks. Now it looks like a big menagerie. I would say go back to the simplest things, keep it simple, read through the syllabus. You'll be surprised how many students will come to me, and when I ask them, so what does the professor write in the syllabus? And you know it, and I know it, that students look to the syllabus to see when their midterms are and their finals are. Look at the first page of the syllabus to identify what the professor really wants you to know. So Professor A might be teaching cell bio and Professor B might be teaching cell bio, but the takeaways they plan for you to take out of that course are different. So do read the syllabus and then we'll build upon it. Now add more things into it. Mapping information, I'm going to give you some digital tools that are my favorite tools, and I've seen great success with them. So it could be drawing a picture diagram of the entire chapter, entire section. Why would you do that? Because you learn the associative value of one piece of the chapter to another piece of the chapter. The more you learn information, not as siloed pieces of information, but as connected, associated, dependent pieces of information, the better prepared you are to answer the what if questions. Summarize things, not in the professor's words, not in the book's language. Think of if you were talking to a younger sibling, how would you tell them what you just studied? Can you call a parent, tell them what you did? And do analyze definitions, because most definitions have very good clues that tell you how to keep raising your skill. Break down chapters and sections. This is my simplest graph, something I find very helpful, and my students tell me again and again too, that it's very helpful. Look at the chapter. What are the critical ideas of the chapter? What is the key vocabulary that defines that chapter? There, in a whole chapter, there are 6 to 8 pieces of key vocabulary that will define it. Now break it down section by section. What's the critical idea of section 1? What's the key vocabulary? Similarly, do section 2 and section 3. When you have a graph like this, talk to it. Talking to static pieces of information is very helpful. We call it multimodal learning in cognitive sciences. And the reason is that when you talk to something and no one else is hearing you except the paper, the mirror, or your table, your voice reigns supreme in your thinking process. We preempt our own voices, our own enunciation more than anything else. We need to capitalize on our enunciation of talking, information, juxtapositioning information, making information work for us. So spend 5 minutes, put down this kind of a graphic. It would take you about half an hour, and then spend another half an hour talking to it. Then put it away, and for 5 minutes, try to think of what were the key things that you took away? You will know more and you will remember more with greater clarity. Another way of doing it, this is created in OneNote, or maybe it was in Evernote. So you can decide how you want to break down. Some of us like pen and paper, some of us like digital. There is no research that tells us whether writing things in by hand or typing on the computer is faster, more effective. People of my age didn't grow up with computer. So sometimes we latch on to things of the past and say, writing is more helpful. The reason writing can be more helpful, that it takes more time. So you are thinking about that word or line for a few more seconds. But in essence, the takeaway is less divided. There's very little discrepancy in writing something or creating something digital. So let go of what you may have heard that writing is better. You have to look at your own learning styles and think about what appeals to me. So these are the key underpinnings of being successful. The big picture understanding, retention of material, retrieval of the studied material for exams, and self-regulating time and emotions during exams. And we'll talk about that now. The last one is, are you reading the questions purposefully, or are you giving the questions everything you know about the question? If you are just giving the question something that you know about it, you might be right about something, but you're not right about the question that is being asked. Another way to break down information is to categorize it. It's a cognitively established fact that when we break down information into categories, we remember more. We understand the associative value of things. So you could take the same thing, write down the concept, write down the key terms or the variables, and the relationship. This is more for biological sciences. If it was for physical sciences, you would put in the numeric value of the symbols and the formulae in column 3 and column 4. Always ask yourself, why? Why is this important? Why am I putting it down? Because when you keep pushing back at the information, don't just take information for granted. Don't believe everything that's in the textbook or in the professor's PowerPoint. Push back at it and ask why. When you ask why, you will know more. Ask why again. You will know even more. So let's take it to a real context. If you are studying, let's say, diseases and causes, and you break it down into first column body part, then symptoms, then intervention. When you break down information like this, you are now building a narrative in your thought process. It is going from one element to second element to the third element. And as you start building a narrative, you will be able to eliminate the wrong choices in multiple choice exams with greater ease. Many of you might recall that when you're looking at a multiple choice exam, you're able to eliminate 3 or 4. You're left with 2. And now you're struggling. Which one of the 2 are you picking? You can't go with rock, paper, scissors shoe, and you can't say, okay, I'll just pick this. That is not a good strategy. You need to know which one to pick. And there's a science of multiple choice exams. And when you know things like a storyline and a narrative, you have greater success in picking the right choice. Don't stop asking the why. Now you want to confirm that you know what you think you know, because many of us think, oh, I spent the whole week preparing for Orgo 2 exam. I should be ready. You probably are. But if you're not, then how do you know that you know what you think you know? Write down questions that you have generated by asking the question why. When you write down questions with greater clarity, you will also know what you know and you will know what you don't know. It's equally important. In the context of an exam, it's good to know what you know and you know it correctly. It's very useful to know what you don't know. You want to know what you don't know before the exam rather than during the exam. Won't you agree? So when you are looking at questions, and I have some more information that I can send, that slow down when you're reading questions, you get enough time. And let's pretend you've got 30 multiple choice questions. On an average, you have received 2 minutes for them. If you're stuck on a question and you are not able to narrow things down by 1.5 minutes, it's likely you don't know it. So it's time to not get stuck on one and lose 5 minutes in that process. It's time to cut your damages and move on to the next question. One of the common things that I see is that in multiple choice exams, students, when they're getting erroneous responses, they usually happen in the last 10 minutes of the exam. The reason is that we are trying to finish in the last 10 minutes of the exam what we should have given 20 minutes. So we make negligent mistakes. So keep your exam moving along in a way that you have equal time for all sections. If you're not able to, close your eyes for a minute and think what you remember. 3 things that look familiar in that multiple choice exam, or 3 things that you remember. And the correct one is likely to sit in the bubble that you have created by 3 things that you know. The length and extent of concentration. Just the day before the exam, you can put in 5-6 hours. On a good day and a good week, you want to study things in blocks of 1.5 hours or 2 hours. And that gives you time to look at the content, to categorize it, to map it out, talk it out, draw it, or even practice. You can give each subject about 4 study sessions per week of 1.5 hours. There will be days you may have to increase them. And there will be days when, because you are increasing in some subject, you may have to decrease in some other subjects. And that is great. However, don't not look at a subject at all for 2 weeks and say, tomorrow I'm going to do calc, advanced calc for 20 hours. That day usually does not come. So if you don't have enough time, do it for 1 hour per week, 2 hours per week, only on sporadic occasions. However, don't not do it. Talk to yourself. You must have heard this caveat, the mirror doesn't lie. The mirror really does not lie. So if you can, go to the bathroom, close the door, and talk to the mirror. When you start looking away from the mirror, it's telling you that you don't know it as well as you don't know it. Why? Because we are our harshest critics. And because we like to do things well, we cannot even handle the mirror judging us. We want to say things clearly, correctly, accurately. And therefore, when you study something and you spend 5 minutes or 10 minutes in the bathroom or in front of a mirror, could be on your cell phone, and talk to it, you will know what you know and what you don't know. Call someone who cares about you and tell them, hey, can I tell you what I just studied in glycolysis and Krebs cycle? I want to explain the difference to you between oxidation and phosphorylation. Could you listen to me? Now, sometimes you can find a person who can listen to you and sometimes you cannot. That's okay. Just record yourself saying things. Again, it's an easy way to improve your memory power, but more than your memory power, your clear retention of the material, so you can answer the why kind of questions. This is one of my favorite tools. I'm a very frugal person by nature. I usually start with the free ones. So Evernote or OneNote, which you all have access to because you have Outlook. So you can use OneNote, you can use Evernote. It works on cross devices from Android to Mac to Windows. And I think you might find that it's easy to build graphs into OneNote or Evernote. And let's say you build a graph today, and then you look at it for 5 minutes twice within 72 hours of creating the graph, you will know so much more. Simple Mind is now, I think, giving less for free, but do take it up. And this is my favorite app. It's called Coggle. Concept mapping used to be such an expensive thing. And now we can access it free. And this was something one of the physics major students created. The whole chapter of lasers is in one map. And it's very good, Coggle, in the sense there are only 4 toolbars, one to color, one for the thickness, one to insert images. You can keep it on your phone or any device or save it as a JPEG. And you really begin to understand how one thing is linked to another thing. What are the key formula? What are the key vocabulary? Again, knowing this helps you answer questions with greater accuracy. Now keep in mind that one strategy does not work. So you are not your friend Jane, and Jane is not your friend you, or Joey is not you. So everyone has to decide what works for them. So many times students will ask me, so what do students say is their best strategy? What is the best strategy for one person may not be the best strategy for you. That's why I offer you multiple ways of doing things. You have to experiment with them and then say, which one is working for me? Which one is more to my learning style? On that note, the learning style, many of us think we are visual learners. That's not always true. Most of us are learners in at least 2 ways. So we mix visual learning and auditory learning and text learning. So I would also encourage you to move away from the notion if you think you are a purely visual learner. 80–90% of people are not just purely visual learners. These are posters we created last year, and they've gone around the campus, the Penn campus, and they're very popular. How to develop a deeper understanding, study in groups, review, recall, rephrase. Another one that we was creating was learning tools. As I told you, I love Kaggle. I'm a big fan of it. It belongs to Google. There are most aspects of it are free. Some are paid, but I always use the free ones. Again, there's a difference. If you like to do things by hand, hey, why not? Do them by hand. But don't go with the notion that doing by hand, because creating a graph like this can take 2-3 hours, and you can create it in an hour on a digital tool. So don't rely on just one thing. I'm looking at the time. I think we're good on time. Do create charts, examine big ideas twice within 48 hours. If you are short on time, you can extend it to 72 hours. But after 72 hours, your self-retrieval of information starts going down. So you want to look at something, look at it again within 48 to 72 hours. Your takeaway will be much stronger. And the night before the exam, sleep, please sleep. Don't pull all-nighters before an exam. That's where we make the errors, where we have multiple choice questions, especially, and we pick the wrong one because we are working on sleep deprivation. So if you have an exam, sleep is your biggest tool. I can take questions now.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar, for such a wonderful presentation on a topic that is very important for us as pre-meds, because we have to ensure that our STEM classes are going well.
Yes.
For GPA.
And you also have to take the MCAT. Most of you have to take the MCAT or the DAT.
Yeah, that's true. So it's good to not only just retain the knowledge for the exam, but for the MCAT and long term.
Yeah.
Let's start with our first question.
Yeah.
We have a lot actually. So I guess the first one, how do you suggest finding our best learning styles?
Okay. Well, you have to, for example, right now is a good time when classes are starting and you're trying to experiment what is your learning style. 1 week, do one thing. Another week, do another way. And by the 3rd week, you will know what you were more successful with and what you were more comfortable with. And so you have to go through this experimental mode in order to know what will work for me. Maybe you can talk to a person like me, you can talk to a friend, a TA. TAs are very good for that because they have been students themselves and they know how to ask you questions that will help you identify what is useful for you. Professors are excellent, but TAs, because they are students themselves, they have that personal connection that is more immediate.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. Our next question is from a Penn student, and they are wondering what your advice is on taking challenging classes online. So they're describing their story that they took Orgo last spring and it was going well until the pandemic hit and we had to move everything online. So what is your advice for her or him on taking Orgo 2 or just challenging classes during online classes?
That's a very good question, and it's a very pertinent question for the time that we are struggling with. you have to look into your own self. If you are a Penn student, you can always email me and we can talk more about it. But however, if you have challenging classes and you're taking them online, you have to change how you study. You cannot depend on how you studied before the pandemic hit the campus and hope that the same study strategies and time allocation will continue working in this online format. The online format is bringing new challenges and new advantages. And we have to adapt in order to know, can I take on the electives that I could push to next semester when we might be on the campus? Or should I finish my requisite requirements? Or can I take a challenging class that I did not have a great time in the spring semester, but now I know how to study in an online format?
All right. And this is kind of similar, so you might have answered some parts of it, but do you have specific advice for students who are working remotely and who don't have ideal study environments due to libraries being closed and being at home with a lot of family members and things like that?
Yeah, no, that's a very critical point. So identify when in the day you have more access to a private study place. Is it late in the evening? Is it after dinner time? Is it in the morning before everyone wakes up? You have to look at the timetables and the patterns of movement of your family members in order to know what's a good time for you to have some private space. Do you have a porch you can sit on? I've seen students, even in my neighborhood, sitting in their cars and studying because that gives them a private space. And so we have to be inventive and we have to be adaptive. We will come out of these situations that have been, in a way, levied on us. But for the time being, you want to look at what is the time allocation, because you cannot tell people in your homes to not move around, to just give you space. Even though they want to, they cannot. I also know a student who sits in the bathtub on a big blanket and studies there. So I think it's really testing our adaptability. I think find a porch, a car, can you go to a park and break it down in your day. On Wednesday, I'm going to go to the local park and sit there and study. On Tuesday, I'm going to sit on the porch. Monday, I'm going to ask my family if they will give me some quiet time. So you won't be able to expect everything every day, but you will be able to work on what works today, this week for me in order to stay focused.
Great advice, especially right now during the pandemic. I think we might have time for like 2 more questions.
Sure.
One that's very popular. If we want to do spaced repetition / retrieval practice for each of our classes, how do you suggest we make our schedule and keep track of it?
Oh, great question. So if you are taking 4 classes, allocate that you're going to spend at least 5 hours per week for each class. Now break it down. 1 hour of those 5 hours is to look at what you studied the previous 3 days. So all those 5 hours are not for doing practice problems or for doing homework. One is to keep connecting the back information with the front information so that you have a storyline threading your days.
Great, thank you so much. And since you had a lot of questions, I'm gonna just pick one last one.
Okay.
So this one, it's interesting. Do you have any strategies you can recommend for students that want to collaborate with other students remotely? So just like study sessions and things like that with friends?
Okay, so I'm advising many students to do that, to actually schedule virtual appointments. So for example, we could say Ali and Alexia are going to make an appointment to talk about OrgoChem on Wednesday from 2 to 3. It makes things interesting. It livens up your own routines, but it also puts on some accountability because you're going to go and talk to Alexia with some preparation. So there's accountability built into it. There is a shared goal and there is a commitment to succeed in that together.
All right, great. I think we're gonna end this session now. Dr. Kumar, thank you so much for being here. It is truly an honor to have you as my mentor and that you were able to participate in this event. So thank you so much. And I think our students really appreciated your techniques and study tips.
Wonderful. And I'm always open to questions. So if you do have more questions, you can email them to me, Ali or Alexia, and I can write down the answers. Okay, it was good seeing you both.
Thank you. Take care, Dr. Kumar.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we are going to transition into our next session. In about 4 minutes, we will start our next session called Medicine, Science, Public Service, and Education, an Ever-Evolving Career with Dr. Compton. So just hold tight for 4 minutes, get up, go get a drink, grab a snack. We'll be back very soon. Thank you everybody for joining us. We are going to jump into our next session at 12 p.m. or 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We have joining us today Dr. Carolyn Compton, and she will be presenting the topic Medicine, Science, Public Service, and Education in an Ever-Evolving Career. Dr. Carolyn Compton is a professor of life sciences at Arizona State University, a professor of laboratory medicine and pathology at Mayo Clinic, a professor of pathology at Johns Hopkins University, and the medical director for the ASU Biodesign Clinical Testing Laboratory. She was one of the first women to receive her MD PhD from Harvard Medical School and was a former professor of pathology at Harvard as well. Please welcome Dr. Compton as she discusses this amazing topic. Thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. Compton.
Thank you, Alexia. I am thrilled to be here, and I'm so appreciative of the invitation, the opportunity to talk to you all today. So I will share my screen, hopefully, without issue, and get started. I was asked to talk about myself more or less and to impart to you what I've learned in my journey through my career. I've had a long and successful career, and I have learned lots of things as I've moved along. And if any of it can be of help to any of you listening, I will consider that the greatest success of my career. I don't know how to advance this now. Can you all see my screen? Alexia, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I see it. Okay. I am a pathologist, and I'm double boarded in both anatomic and clinical pathology, and I'll explain a little bit about what that is as I go along. But in general, a pathologist is a physician who diagnoses diseases through the characteristic changes that they produce in tissues and cells and fluids, from the morphologic level all the way down to the molecular level. So in fact, we never see patients. We see parts of patients, things that come out of them or off of them, and we are behind the scenes making the diagnosis of their disease. We are primarily diagnosticians. And this is what I love about pathology, because I love making the diagnosis. And the harder the diagnosis is to make, the more thrilling it is and satisfying it is to be able to serve a patient in that way and diagnose their problem. You function as a consultant to other clinicians. So you're really part of a team. You never really interact primarily with the patient, him or herself. You're also a forensic specialist. You're often solving mysteries, basically. And you can, in fact, specialize in forensic pathology. I think everyone knows what forensic pathologists do now, because there are so many CSI-like crime shows on TV, and the roles that the pathologists play in solving crimes are critical. You're a mystery solver. I love this function of pathologists, but more than anything, what I love is being the last word, the final word. Pathology is still the gold standard of diagnosis, and until the pathologist tells you that the patient has a cancer and tells you what kind of cancer it is, for example, no definitive therapy is initiated. That's standard of care. So you're really sitting at a critical point in the care and management of the patient. And in point of fact, more than 80% of the objective measurable data in a patient's medical record comes from the pathology department. Many patients have the misconception that when you take a biopsy and send it to the lab, and when the lab sends you back a report, we'll know what it is and we'll know what to do. And pathologists get the idea that their biopsy is getting dropped into a machine and the result is coming out the bottom, when in fact, it's a core of extremely well-trained, it's a long and arduous training to become a pathologist, who are behind the scenes functioning as their physician in a consultative role. This is why I love pathology. is highly cerebral. You get to look at disease deeply and broadly in a way that you never do in any other specialty in medicine. You don't see patients, as I mentioned, at least alive. Doing autopsies is part of the training. And in fact, you learn more about disease in a very graphic, up close and personal way doing an autopsy than you do in any other fashion. And in fact, autopsies are still the quality control on all our powerful imaging. Who's to know if the MRI machine is wrong? The pathologist is the one to say that. I liked not seeing, interacting, and treating patients. And the reason was I know myself and my personality too well to be comfortable interacting with patients in such in critical situations, especially where medicine has very little to offer to help them. I am too empathetic, and my emotional reaction to patients was too extreme to really be able to think clearly to help them in the best way possible. So in fact, for me, not seeing patients is the right choice. And many people are shy about admitting that not seeing patients might be a choice that they would gravitate toward. Just because the interaction of a patient and doctor is a historically sacred thing. And if you are good at that and that is what makes you happy, that's the kind of doctor I want to take care of me. But in the meantime, this is the best choice for someone like me. It has the widest range of technologies at your fingertips in the pathology laboratory, in all of the medical landscape. And we use techniques that are ancient. The H&E slide under the light microscope is a technique with formalin fixation that's 150, 200 years old, to the cutting edge, to next-gen sequencing, to mass spec, and even more exciting technologies that are moving into the medical laboratory. We sit at the interface between science and medicine, so it is the perfect place to be able to balance research, teaching, and clinical practice. All my life, I practiced high volume clinical practice, at least when I was at the teaching hospitals where I was on the faculty. Now I run a COVID laboratory, so I'm still doing high volume clinical practice, but in a very pointed way for the pandemic. But because you have at your fingertips all of the representations of the patient's biology and the biology of their disease, their tissues, their organs, their bloods, their urine, all of these specimens, these biospecimens that are the representation of the patient, you have great libraries of these specimens that come to you for diagnosis and then are put aside and can be reused for patient care down the road or for translational research, of course, all with the patient's consent. Pathology represents lifelong learning at the bleeding cutting edge of biomedicine. And I have learned through my life to be comfortable with never knowing it all. In fact, I've come to the conclusion that once you feel comfortable, once you think you know it all, you're a malpractice suit waiting to happen. Pathology represents an endlessly varied opportunity landscape because you know so much about clinical medicine. You have a special skill that no clinicians possess, which is the ability to interpret biospecimens for patient care. And you can use these skills in so many aspects of biomedicine and beyond even clinical practice or research. You can use them in law, you can use them in medicine, in businesses that are related to medicine, and we need more physicians in those in those industries and in those practices. This is a short snapshot of where I came from and where I am now. It required me in my path to make multiple physical moves and be willing to do that. It represented multiple great intellectual leaps for me and big growth spurts. And I can tell you that at every step along the way, for every line on this slide, I was terrified. So the basic premise is that you're always going to feel, if you're pushing yourself, you're always going to feel inadequate, and you grow into the new goals that you set for yourself. I came from a non-academic family. No one in my family had ever even gone to college, let alone higher education, or were in professional lines of service. So for me, it meant that I was on my own. I had very high college board scores and won a scholarship, but I didn't even know what to do with it because I had no advice that would help me, point me in the right direction. My entire career I owe to the boy who sat behind me in homeroom for years in high school, who was appalled that I hadn't applied to college at the end of our senior year, and asked me if I would allow his father to help me. And it turned out his father was a professor of psychiatry at Bryn Mawr. And Bryn Mawr College is a seven-sister school that was the equivalent of the Ivy League at a time when the Ivy League was all male. So I was able to use my scholarship for a complete payment of the tuition and the board for one of the best colleges in the country. And in fact, when I was in medical school, found out later that it was #1 in the country, as according to US News and World Report, as to its productivity quotient, so-called, which was basically the percentage of students in its undergraduate body that went on to higher degrees. Bryn Mawr was at the top, and it changed my life because it led me to believe that I could be a scholar, and to tell me, in fact, to whisper in my ear to how scholars behave and what habits they have. And I had wonderful faculty whom I could emulate. I went on to get a biology degree in embryology. I took my junior year abroad at the University of Geneva and studied child psychology with Jean Piaget. Another suggestion that I might make to you is don't be afraid to study your passions, to think out of the box. At the end of the day, magically, these things all make you very unique in terms of your experience. I went from there to Harvard Medical School, where, as Alexia said, I was the first woman admitted into Harvard's MD PhD program. And in fact, at the time, I was the only woman. There were 19 guys and myself. So I was largely ignored. And this also stood me in good stead for the rest of my career because I learned to function independently. I was in that program for 7 years, and I did my internship and residency in pathology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, which is the second largest Harvard teaching hospital. I trained in anatomic pathology, looking down the microscope and making diagnoses, and in clinical pathology, which is laboratory medicine. And I got my first job about 30 miles away from Boston at UMass Medical School, which was a brand new medical school at the time and was full of Harvard overflow. It had a very young and dynamic faculty, and my first job out of training was to be the chief of anatomic pathology at an academic medical center. I was thrilled by that too, but my research that I had started during residency was still going on back in Boston. And after 3 years, I moved back back to Harvard and became the chief of gastrointestinal pathology, which was my specialty, at Massachusetts General Hospital, because magically, the minute I arrived, the chief of GI pathology, who was a very experienced person, quit. And there was a vacancy available, and we were in a staff meeting, and someone said, who has training in GI? And I put up my hand. And within 24 hours, I was the chief of the second largest clinical service in pathology at the largest Harvard teaching hospital. I was scared to death, but it was so motivating. And then a couple of years later, due to the research that I was doing in tissue engineering, I became the chief of pathology at the Shriners Burn Hospital. It's for pediatric burns. So this was all children, and it was all point of care testing for very, very sick patients. And that was heart-wrenching as well as motivating. I left Harvard after many years because I had reached the glass ceiling, if you will. Harvard didn't make women chiefs of service, and I wanted to be a department chair in pathology. So I went to my husband's old alma mater, McGill Medical School in Quebec, in Canada. It was a new medical setting. I was in charge of 5 teaching hospitals. I had Sir William Osler's chair of pathology at the university. I was in charge of all teaching and research and all clinical service at all 5 of the teaching hospitals. And it was all in French. And it was a healthcare system that was centralized and run by the government. So I learned a lot during those 5 years, but was recruited back to the United States because I met the National Cancer Institute director at a meeting. And he said to me, how would you like to come to the NCI and build a national biobank for the United States? Oh, well, that was an offer I couldn't refuse. So I pulled up stakes again, moved to Bethesda, Maryland, became the director of the Office of Biorepositories and Biospecimen Research at the National Cancer Institute. And during that time was a professor of pathology at Johns Hopkins, which was my academic appointment. But I left there after 7 years to take another, what I thought of as an extraordinary opportunity in the private sector, to be the CEO and president of a public-private partnership with the Food and Drug Administration, and became the CEO of the Critical Path Institute. But after a year, I was recruited to Tempe, to ASU and to Mayo Clinic by my old colleagues from the NCI who wanted to start not-for-profit organizations that would address the most critical problems in biomedicine that affect us today. And I moved there to become a professor at ASU and Mayo Clinic, but also the chief medical officer of the National Biomarker Development Alliance. And that's where my heart is today. I want to change medicine for the better before I die, and I need all of my colleagues, like-minded, optimistic, and energetic to do that. So I'm just going to run through a few of the highlights of my career that taught me big lessons, and lessons that I would like to pass on to you. When I got to Harvard, I was, I knew no one. I was completely alone. I went there because it seemed to me like the opportunity of a lifetime. I went there and looked around for people who were admirable and magnetic and accessible. I looked around for great mentors. And I found the chair of the anatomy department at Harvard Medical School. His name was Don Fawcett. In fact, all the students affectionately called him the Don. And I went directly to the Don and I asked him if I could study under him and get my PhD under him, because at the time I was interested in population control. I thought I wanted to work for the WHO, and I wanted to invent the male pill. I went to Dr. Fawcett, not only because he was a wonderful person, but and a magnetic leader, but also because he was the world's expert in spermatogenesis at the time, and he was also the author of the Bible of histology used at Harvard Medical School at that time, Bloom and Fawcett. But after 2 years of working with Dr. Fawcett, he got promoted to become a dean at Harvard, and he advised me to choose another PhD advisor who would be in the laboratory with me. And I chose Dr. Elio Raviola, who had taught us anatomy and was one of the most dynamic, riveting teachers I had ever met. And sure enough, Elio changed my life and changed my my view of science, and also showed me the extreme dedication to detail and the love of the subject that can carry you through to a successful career. After I got my MD and PhD, I was looking for the next step to build on what I had learned in the anatomy department, understanding how form and function fit together, and had discovered pathology by accident because one of the professors who was on my thesis defense committee was Ramsey Cotran, who was a luminary in the field of pathology, about which I knew very little at the time. But he was the chief of pathology at the second largest teaching hospital at Harvard, the Brigham and Women's Hospital. He, along with Dr. Stanley Robbins, were also gods of medicine. And they were the authors of, again, the Bible of pathology, known as the pathologic basis of disease. This is the way it looked when I was there. But in fact, this is the way it looks today. With the gray cover, it's been through innumerable editions, and both Dr. Cotran and Dr. Robbins are no longer with us, but their legacy carries on. And when I was a resident, they offered me the chance here, if I can. Oh, Alexia, I'm frozen. I don't know quite what happened.
Maybe exit out and come back in again.
Let me try that. I can't.
Are you presenting through PowerPoint?
I can't even get out of full screen. I'm in a real bind here. I don't know what I did. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I'm going to try it again.
Maybe press the escape
All
button.
right, okay, here we are. Yes, now let's see. So it worked, thank you. So when I was a resident, I became chief resident, and the chief resident's job is to teach the younger residents how to be successful in the training program. And I did that and taught them a lot of hardcore pathology right at the microscope and during conferences that I gave. And Dr. Cotran and Dr. Robbins thought that I had talent as a teacher and encouraged me to write a companion book that went along with their textbook of pathology. I was stunned. I'd never written anything, and let alone a book. And this is when the imposter syndrome set in for me in industrial strength levels, because I said yes, even though I was terrified. I sat down and started to write. And 3 editions later, when I look at the covers of those books, I think, and they were translated into 15 different languages. They sold very well. I was only thinking of myself as an author after I actually authored those books, not beforehand. And there's a lesson in this, that you will grow into what you're pretending to be, but you're never going to feel comfortable up front. While I was training, I gravitated toward the specialty of gastrointestinal disease, largely because of this man. Harvey Goldman was a gastrointestinal pathologist extraordinaire, but he also was a master teacher and recognized and honored for that. I gravitated, I thought anything that he's interested in has got to be interesting to me. And in fact, it was. And I studied not formally under him, but just followed in his footsteps. And in fact, I'm now cited in this book, Keen Minds to Explore the Dark Continents of Disease, which is a history of the Massachusetts General Hospital. And I'm named in there as MGH's gastrointestinal pathologist. So you never know where your hero worship will take you. You, in fact, could be the next role model. But this was my world. This was my world and the world that I loved. It was my passion. It involved teaching at the microscope every single day. It meant looking at patterns of diseases on so many levels, in tissues and cells on a molecular level. It meant doing stat diagnoses in the operating room so that my colleagues in surgery would be able to know exactly what was going on a microscopic level in real time and make the right decisions. In the medical laboratory, it was all about machines and robotics. In fact, cool technology, which still fascinates me today, was my world in laboratory medicine. And I worked with teams of people in both settings. Teams of people, teams of technologists who worked with me in the laboratory, teams of clinicians to whom I served as consultant and from whom I learned, and who sat with me at the microscope every single day to go over all of the tissues and the diagnoses from their patients so that they understood on my level exactly, they could see it with their own eyes. And to me, that was absolutely the pinnacle of my day, when I was able to interact with my clinical colleagues that way and know that I had helped their patients in such a definitive fashion. I was also blessed by meeting some of the giants of science who were at Harvard. Harvard was, Massachusetts General Hospital in specific, was a main member hospital of one of the biggest adult clinical trials group funded by the National Cancer Institute. So this was an organization with 250 different hospitals and 25 main member institutions, big academic medical centers and cancer centers, are best in the country. And we did clinical trials to try and get new meritorious therapies to patients as quickly as possible and prove that they were efficacious and prove that they were safe. And we did it as a team. This was the apotheosis of teamwork. And I met some of my national and international colleagues that are nearest and dearest to me today, and I still work with some of them. I also, nearer to home, in the Shriners Burn Hospital, met Dr. Howard Green, who came from MIT, moved to Harvard because he was the first scientist ever to successfully culture normal human skin cells. And he found a method to expand them in the laboratory from the size of a postage stamp to the size of a tablecloth, 3 square meters, for example, within the span of a couple of weeks. He was looking for something to do with this discovery that would benefit patients. And I worked with 2 plastic surgeons and the head of the Shriners Burn Institute to be able to culture the skin of patients who had been burned over massive amounts of their body, culture their own skin and replant them to the burn wounds successfully. It was the first time that a cultured organ had ever been used in a life-saving setting, and this technique is still used today. No one had ever lived through burns as big as 98% or 99% before this technique came along, and it was a first in medicine. I think of this as my 15 minutes of fame per Andy Warhol. We were on the front pages of the New York Times and that great arbiter of medical science, People magazine. But it was wonderful and thrilling. And I was able to take that experience from Harvard to McGill, and from McGill, and I worked with many more international organizations because I was not considered an ugly American so much as a Canadian with a kinder, gentler approach to international collaborations. And I took that mentality and that experience to the National Cancer Institute. I was offered the chance to be part of science and medicine at the next level. Big science, big budgets, big agendas run through and funded by taxpayer dollars at the National Institutes of Health. So I became the leader of the office that I established. It went from one person, me, to 46 people by the time I left. We built a national biobank called the Cancer Human Biobank, or CA Hub, which had extraordinarily high quality specimens of very unusual types that were made available to big team science projects across the NIH, never before possible without these specimens, and open to our best science in the private sector. I was able to lead not only the office that eliminated, to the greatest degree possible, the garbage in, garbage out paradigm of all science performed on human specimens at the national level. But I also ran a program, in fact, I salvaged a program which people were going to jettison called IMAT, the Innovative Molecular Analysis Technologies for Cancer. To do that, I had to convince the National Cancer Advisory Board and the Board of Scientific Advisors of the NCI that this program was worth refunding, and it still exists today. It is a high-risk, high-impact program that funds new scientific ideas, and some of these have been absolutely transformative in biomedicine, and I consider that one of my greatest achievements. In fact, I'm listed here with a bunch of luminaries, so I just had to point out that in some of the presentations being made about how the NCI has moved science forward in the last 20 years, I am privileged and honored to be among luminaries that include some of the best scientists in the country, the best leaders at the NIH, and I think of that as as the pinnacle of my scientific existence. But I took that knowledge and that experience back to the private sector when I realized that some of my goals could not be fixed. They couldn't be reached. Some of the problems I saw could not be fixed from the purview of the federal government. And I didn't even want the federal government tinkering around in the practice of medicine to fix some of these problems. So I went back to the private sector, joined some of my colleagues who had been at the NCI, who ran big programs in informatics, and in fact, my old boss from the NCI, the deputy director of the NCI, who designed and co-led the biggest team science project ever performed at the National Cancer Institute. The cancer, it's called TCGA, the Cancer Genome Atlas Project, which cataloged all the genomic changes in all of the major cancers and made all of the data publicly available. An incredible achievement, but there were still problems to be solved. So we formed the National Biomarker Development Alliance. We analyzed what was wrong on the national scale to get a new biomarker. Biomarkers are in critical demand and in very short supply in our new vision of precision medicine. So I continue to go forward today in this not-for-profit, linking with the government hand in glove to be able to achieve solutions for some of our biggest problems. I do this also through professional organizations where I hold leadership positions, the College of American Pathologists, which sets the standard for 18,000 practicing pathologists across the country and accredits our laboratories, the American Joint Committee on Cancer, which develops the staging systems for all the cancers used worldwide. It is the standard of care. And all of these things melded together are what is going to change medicine for the better in the future. So I see my career now as focusing in on the most critical problems in medicine. And that's on one end. And on the other end, it's to inspire people like you. It's to teach at ASU. I just had a book published, another one, Cancer, the Enemy from Within, that matches the course that I give to 400 pre-med, pre-health students on cancer every single semester at Arizona State University. And I am proud to be the faculty advisor for the American Medical Women's Association chapter at ASU, where I met Alexia and other magnificent students at ASU who will go on to pick up the baton and get over the goal line of the best medicine using the best science and the best technology for the maximum benefit of patients at the lowest cost. Value in medicine, value for the patients. So this is my last slide. What can I tell you from this journey? Know who you are from the very beginning. Know your hardwired personality. I would have been miserable and unsuccessful if I had tried to shoehorn my personality into a career in internal medicine. I revealed that from the very beginning to you, that my natural aptitudes scholastically had to meet and match my emotional set points, my personality and my reactions to things. I could never have been successful if those things were not in sync. Take a personality test, find out who you are, and plan your career choices around your hardwired personality. Build on your strengths and work on your weaknesses. You're going to need to recognize where your watch out areas are and to learn techniques to help yourself to deal with your weaknesses. Everybody has them and they're never going to go away. So it's a learning experience throughout life. Follow your heart first and your brain second. I think this is probably the most poignant advice I can give you, because if you're making your choices intellectually and your spirit is not there, you won't be successful because you won't be happy. Be a great team player. If there's anything I've seen through my years in medicine, is that it's evolved from the single lone physician interacting with the patient alone to a team sport where every member of the team has an incredibly valuable contribution to make, and the best medicine cannot be achieved without all members pulling equally for the patient. If you're not anxious, you're not stretching far enough. Don't ever expect to be comfortable. Be resilient instead, not ruthless. You're going to go down, you're going to meet obstacles, but the secret is to get up again with optimism. Practice relentless optimism, in fact, throughout your entire career. And I love this little saying. It's something that guides me. If it's not okay, in the end of a struggle that you're going through, it's not the end. So it will be okay if you stick in there. And this is my last piece of advice because it's core to everything else I've said. Success is not the key to happiness. You're not going to be happy if you become successful. Happiness is the key to success. And in fact, happiness itself is not a station to arrive at, but a manner of traveling. So think about your own happiness, because once you're happy, you're going to be able to deliver the best of you to your patients in your healthcare career. And I wish every one of you the very best in that journey. So happy traveling, everybody. And I'm certainly willing and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Compton. Your presentation was phenomenal. You are so inspiring, and I'm so proud to have you as a mentor at ASU and for all the students who are attending today.
Alexia, I'm expecting great things from you. So you are wonderful. So thank you for inviting me to this.
Of course. Now we are going to get started with our next 15 minutes of Q&A, and we have a lot of questions from the audience. We are so excited to hear your responses.
Are you going to field those, or should I read them?
I'm going to read them to you.
Okay.
So the first question is it recommended that you pursue the MD PhD path to become a pathologist, or are there pathologists who would pursue the MD route?
You know, I get asked that all the time because I was an MD PhD. I am an MD PhD, but was also one of the pioneers in the Harvard program for that. And I've got to tell you that this is the truth. The reason I went into the MD PhD program because it was brand new and fully funded. So it meant that I got 2 free doctorates from Harvard. They paid all my tuition for both degrees and even gave me a stipend to live on. That was, to me, I come from a poor family. I am lower middle class. My father was a carpenter who worked construction. My mother had a little antique shop. They were both very energetic and hardworking, but they didn't have much money. So everything that I've done in my life, I've had to finance on my own. So I didn't mention that, but I think you need to be a little savvy about where you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck. And this was an offer. I was astounded even that such a thing existed, let alone that they would consider me and further admit me to the program. But here was the catch, and you're always going to have a catch. I was double registered in the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences at Harvard and the Harvard Medical School. They had different requirements. And they had, the graduate school, for example, was not pass-fail like the medical school. It was on a grading scale of A, B, C, D, E. And if you didn't maintain an A average through your PhD work, and prelims for the PhD, you got kicked out of the program. So, and in fact, if you didn't finish all the degree requirements for both degrees, you not only got kicked out of the program, but you had to repay all the tuition. So I was under huge pressure being in this program. I tried not to think about it too much, but it was incentivization through fear. There's no question about it. But at the end of the day, look what I got. And I can't say with a straight face that people should do MD, PhD. It was a long haul, a very long process. And, you know, I didn't get my first job until I was 30, people. So, you know, do you want to squander your youth doing this or not? In fact, I set the land speed record for getting a PhD at Harvard. In the department I was in, it took 7 years just to get a PhD. And I got both degrees in 7 years. So, you know, it was, and it was also very hard for me to go back to the clinic after working for 4.5 years on my thesis work. I never saw a patient during that time. I couldn't even remember which end of the stethoscope was up. And all of my classmates from the first 2 years in medical school were now chief resident. You know, they were in lofty positions and they were so experienced. And again, I felt that I had to go back to first principles and learn it all. Again, it was really hard. Wow. Here's my advice. If you want, it depends on how much in a hurry you are, but an MD degree is the most versatile degree on the planet. You can do anything with an MD degree. The National Cancer Institute directors that were there when I was there, and the National Institute of Health directors while I was there, we're all MDs. Francis Collins has not practiced medicine. It didn't harm his academic career, it didn't harm his scientific career. So I think you can go anywhere you want with an MD. The thing that the MD PhD does for you is it gives you credibility in both camps because the bias still lives on. All of the MDs think PhDs are just people who couldn't get into medical school. And all the PhDs think that MDs are just complete scientific dilettantes and don't know anything. So if you have an MD degree, it gives you a little bit of credibility in both camps. That's all I'll say about that.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing. Our next question is, what is your thought process when making a diagnosis based on, for example, a patient's urine sample?
So you have to know the limits of the tests that you're doing and certainly the biospecimen that you're dealing with and what it represents in terms of the patient's physiology and pathophysiology. So you have to really understand what normal is and before you can diagnose deviations from normal in any biospecimen. So I would say that any specimen, that the hardest thing about pathology is knowing for absolute certain what the variety of normal, the variations of normal look like. So that you can readily recognize when something is off the charts. And then when it's off the charts, what is the differential diagnosis of this particular molecular profile in this particular specimen? And do I need another specimen? Do I need to send the clinician back to get a blood draw? Do I need a biopsy? I look at the x-rays and the MRIs and I said, you know, no, you got to get in there with a guided MRI and get a piece of that lump. That's going to make, and so I'm always guiding the clinicians about my suspicions. I'm raising the bar for them for getting close to the diagnosis as possible. And in fact, in cases where pathology really reigns, is making the absolute diagnosis on anybody's differential list. And that, to me, is the thrill and of working in pathology. Absolutely. So yeah, I know the specimen, know the limits, know the test, know what else you need to, it's like a crossword puzzle, right? You get the 11 down, but you need the 24 across. And so you just go and get it.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Next question. Are there a great amount of jobs available for pathologists? How many pathologists are generally employed per hospital?
So there's a shortage of pathologists, people, just saying. You will not have trouble getting a job in clinical medicine. So, but there are lots of flavors of pathology practice. The one I chose was academic pathology in big teaching hospitals. But there is big pathology going on as businesses. All of these big reference labs, Foundation One, Caris, these are all big, enormous businesses. They are machines, but they are they have the latest technology. They have a high bar to meet, because pathology, I didn't mention this, but pathology is regulated by the federal government. It is in fact illegal to use a diagnosis that comes out of a laboratory that is not approved and certified by CMS, according to a federal law called CLIA, the Clinical Laboratory Improvement Act. Before that act became federal law, you could do a test in your garage and use the results to manage patients. That is now illegal. You go to jail if you do that. So you have to, what CLIA does is set the standards for quality in the environment of pathology testing. And so it's a guarantee that every diagnosis that comes out of a CLIA approved laboratory is of very high quality. You can depend on the diagnosis being made, and you can confidently use that data to manage your patients. So you're always, meeting federal requirements. And so these big businesses that are pathology practices must meet those same requirements, unlike any other business.
Thank you so much for that answer. Next question.
Oh, by the way, they need pathologists in industry. They need you in pharmaceutical companies. They need you in diagnostic companies. They need you at the FDA. So just saying, there's all kinds of possibilities.
All right, I'm going to do 3 questions into one.
Okay.
One is, how long is residency to become a pathologist? 2, how competitive is a pathology specialty compared to other specialties? And 3, can medical students do a pathology rotation?
Yes, you can do a pathology rotation. It depends on the medical school, though, as to whether it's required or elective. Okay. At Harvard, it was an elective, and I only took it because Ramsey Cotran was on my thesis defense committee and extolled the virtues of pathology. I thought, I just have to go see what that's all about, and I was mesmerized from day one. It's usually, I think in most medical schools, it's not required. So I would pursue it, in other words. I would, go get it. Pathology residency depends on whether you are boarding in anatomic pathology, which are biopsies, organs, cytology. So taking diagnosis from the way that cells and tissues look under the microscope, the way they look grossly, and the patterns of molecules that you see in those cells and tissues using techniques like immunohistochemistry or in situ hybridization. But you're looking at cells and tissues, and it's beautiful, right? Even H&Es they're pink and blue, and they're very artistic. So they fulfill an aesthetic need of mine. But clinical pathology is laboratory medicine, and it's a whole set of training unto itself. It's hematology and blood. It's microbiology and infectious diseases. It is blood banking. It is clinical chemistry. And it's all full of the latest and greatest technologies and robots that you have. Then it spits out, these machines do spit out an analysis, a molecular analysis that you interpret in light of your pathology training to make a diagnosis. And you're always triangulating a lot of different results to come up with either a diagnosis at the time or a consultation to the clinician. Now you need a lipid profile test. You're guiding them toward getting the right tests that are going to lead to the right diagnosis. And that takes, so I did combined training in 4 years. I think combined training now is 5 years, and just AP is 4. And so I'm actually not the best person to tell you about that. Actually, I don't know, strictly speaking, what the different combinations of training would look like. And especially if you take a year in the middle to do research, that also extends your training. But it's in range with, say, doing surgery and doing a surgical specialty at the end.
Thank you so much for that answer. I'm going to do one more question. We have about 3 minutes left. So no pressure to answer within 3 minutes, but the question is, what challenges and obstacles have you experienced, especially with your experience going into the specialty, and how did you overcome them?
There are 2 types of obstacles, one that are external and ones that are internal. My internal ones had to do with my trepidation, my feeling of being inadequate to the task. I felt that at every single step. So that was really the biggest obstacle, is that, and as a result, I love Nike's signature saying, just do it, just do it, folks. Just get out there and do it. And that will dissipate. Once you realize you can do it, you are doing it, then, but you never feel adequate up front. So those were, and that was repetitive for me. I felt that way. It gets a little better at the end of, as time goes by, but every time you take on a new challenge, that same old demon is there. And then there were the external ones. So I'm really old, people, and I went into pathology when I went into medicine when there was a cap on women at Harvard Medical School. 15% women, that's it. When no women were allowed into surgical residencies at Harvard, no women, 0 dip, and where pathology was actually woman friendly, relatively speaking. And so I think that was the other thing that an MD PhD did for me. It put me a little bit ahead of the guys with whom I was competing. But I kept meeting the prejudice. It's really very insulting, just assuming that you're not a serious scholar, that what you're doing isn't very important. Go wash bottles at the lab bench, little girl. Those kind of dismissive attitudes that I found throughout my career. And my secret was, you just ignore them and go do what you want to do. And then at the end of the day, you've written your NIH grants and you've been funded. Now you've got 20 people working for you in your own laboratory. Now you've written 300 papers, and all of a sudden the admissions committee says, oh, I guess we should promote her. So if you don't take it too seriously, do not take it personally, ever. That's the biggest mistake you can make. Just keep going and just keep focused and just ignore them. Absolutely. That's 3 minutes worth of advice. Sorry.
Wow. You are so inspirational. That was amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today. I still have a couple questions left in the Q&A. So if you are available,
absolutely,
please feel free to click on the Q&A button and type in the answers individually. And if there's any questions in the chat or comments, feel free to add those as well.
Okay. And again, I just want, my hopes for the future of medicine are listening today. So I can't tell you how much I'm counting on you to be the best that you can possibly be for the patients of the future, which are going to include me. So when you're taking care of me, I want you to be the best of yourselves. Thanks everybody for inviting me. Bye, Alexia.
Cry. Oh,
Oh.
it's just so inspirational. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're
Have a
welcome.
great rest of your week. Thank you. All right, on to our next session. Magda, if you would like to share your screen and introduce the next speaker.
Hi, so I actually don't have it pulled up, but I will go ahead and introduce Yash. So I'm very happy to announce our next speaker, who is Yash Makkapati. Yash is currently a first-year medical student at the New York Institute of Technology College of Osteopathic Medicine. His past experiences as a high school teacher and medical scribe in an underserved inner city community inspired him to start Free the MCAT, along with student leaders across North America. And it's a nonprofit that helps to bridge educational gaps and obstacles faced by low-income students taking the MCAT exam. At school, he conducts research on socioeconomic barriers to COVID treatment and on the biochemistry of cardiomyocyte recovery. And he hopes to pursue a DO MPH in partnership with his current school and Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. All right, Yash, you can go ahead and share your screen, I'm pretty sure, with your presentation.
Sure, I'm trying to start my video here. It says that the host has stopped it. Let's try. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Lexi, can you make me host? Are you able to share your screen?
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, can y'all see what I'm seeing here in my little presentation?
Yes, we can. All right, so you can go ahead and get started then.
Cool. So I guess you guys can't see me, but you guys had a little introduction about me. So hopefully you know a little bit about me. I have a little bit of introduction stuff in here, but what I wanted to talk about today is I wanted to talk about a couple of different barriers that face pre-meds. And there's a lot of them. The pre-med process has no shortage of barriers to people based on gender and race and economics and any other list of things that you can describe. But so a little bit about me and my introduction is the reason I got so into this is I took some time off between undergrad and medical school. And one of the things I was doing was working as a high school teacher in Dallas, in kind of the, I'd say, inner city area of Dallas. And when I was there, I noticed such a stark difference in the educational experience, just overall, that the kids in the school I was working at had versus the educational experience I had versus the educational experience a lot of pre-meds that I went to undergrad or grad school or am now in medical school with had. I also noticed that when I spoke about my interest in medicine at that school, so many of the students there thought that becoming a doctor or physician was just unachievable for them, that there's no way that they could do this because the pre-med process is a pay to win, so to speak, kind of process, where you need to have a certain level of income, you need to have access to the best schools in the world and tutoring and any other kind of resource in order to succeed and get into medical school. And So I know you guys are not here to hear about my experience in, again, being a high school teacher. What you guys probably care about more is how I got into medical school. And I graduated college with 3.7, 3.07, not 3.7, I wish it was 3.7, 3.07 cumulative GPA. My first diagnostic MCAT score was really bad. It was in the 480s somewhere. I was trying to dig through my email and figure out what it was earlier, but it was in the 480s. I needed to improve, but I didn't have access to the resources to do so. I was paying my way through college. I was working full time. In addition to my living expenses, college expenses, so on. And I really thought it was impossible for me to succeed. And I actually heard that same sentiment expressed by, let's see, the pre-med advising office at my university, the dean of the honors program I was in. I sat down with him at some point. I think it was toward the start of my senior year, and he knew all my statistics. Obviously, he knew my undergrad GPA and all that kind of stuff. And I distinctly remember him telling me the exact words he's told me were that I should consider a lateral move, and I should work in healthcare administration or public health or something else like that. And this was someone who I really, really respected. And he was obviously the dean of my honors college. I'd taken a class with him. His wife was actually a medical doctor. I'd met her before, and she was on the admissions committee of his medical school. So obviously, this guy knew what he's talking about. And that was really troubling for me, obviously, because again, it comes back to this idea of I thought my dream, my goal was just impossible to achieve, right? I thought there's no way we could do it. But here we are in medical school. There's a lot of students that have no parental support, or who's have low income for various reasons. And so there's a lot of students like me who have to work full time in college, and that kind of negatively affects your grades, because when you're working 40 to 50 hours a week, it takes away from how much time you can really spend on your studies. And pre-med classes are hard. They're hard for a reason, but they're hard. Luckily, I was blessed enough. I got a scholarship to undergrad, and between the scholarship and my full-time job, I could keep up with my living expenses and college expenses and stuff like that. But I wasn't able to afford the same kind of resources to succeed, like tutoring and MCAT prep and things like that a lot of other students were able to do. I was constantly worried about how I was going to pay for medical school. There's a lot of people who have this idea of, if I can't pay for medical school, what is the point of me grinding so hard in undergrad to get into something that I can't afford? And this is it's something that troubles a lot of students. And actually, I really like what the previous speaker was saying, the Nike logo, right? Just do it. Just do it. You can worry about the payment. There's so many different loan options and scholarship options. So actually, I'm in medical school right now. I just started my first year, and I am taking the military HPSP scholarship, where I don't have to worry about the cost of medical school, because I agreed to some service as a military physician afterward. And if you guys have any questions specifically about that military medicine aspect, you can feel free to ask a little bit later. We'll get to that down the road a little bit here. So there is what's known as the FAP, or fee waiver program, which does help a little bit offset the cost of pre-med things, whether that's application fees or medical school prep or resources for the MCAT, or et cetera, et cetera. However, there are some limitations to that program. We'll get into those in a little bit further down the road here. Let's get on. So what I want to talk about, actually, the first thing I want to talk about is this myth that a lot of people have, that medical school, or the admissions to medical school at least, are easier for certain groups of people, certain racial groups, than other racial groups. And the way that I want to look at that is, we have some application data that I pulled from, this data is all pulled from AAMC. It's pulled for the most recent application year. And so we can kind of see by race, this is for applicants. And so their average MCAT score. And if we flip to the next table, we can see what it is for matriculants, which are people who've obviously gotten accepted to medical school. So actually, one thing that I noticed is one of the best ways that we can really compare this data is we can take a look at the difference between these two things. So here's the applicants. So this is the whole field, right? This is the application, acceptance rates in medical school are not that great. You guys probably have some idea of that, but it's around 40%. So this is for the 100%, or everybody is applying. And if we flip to the next table over here, this is for the matriculants. This is for the 40% or so, 41% that actually get accepted to medical school. And one thing that we can do in order to assess the difficulty of different groups of people getting into medical school is we can take a look at the difference. So I know there's a lot of numbers on this table. I've done a little math magic for you guys, and I've come up with the difference between those things. And so the average Asian student who is accepted to medical school has a MCAT score of 5.9 above the average and has a GPA of 0.15 above the average for Asian students. We see the same thing with Black students, Latinx students, white students, and so on. And the reason I say that this is actually such an important stat is because it gives us a picture of the difficulty for different groups of students to get into medical school. So for Asian students, you got to beat the average by about 5.9. For African-American students, or I guess I shouldn't say African-American students, because I happen to know a lot of students who have immigrated here very recently from different African countries and are still applying to medical school and face many of the same obstacles that African-American students face. But so we'll say Black students here. And so the actual difference for Black students, the applicants and the matriculants, if you look at their MCAT scores, the difference there is about 8.1. And the difference in the GPA is about 0.18. And actually, these numbers right here correlate really, really well with the acceptance rates for these different groups of people. And you can actually take a look at those acceptance rates right there. So at the top of the list, we have white students who have the lowest difference between their accepted stats and their applicant stats. And so white students on average get into med school about 45% rate. And we also have Asian students, which are kind of next on the list. There's about a 5.9 difference between Asian students who are accepted and Asian students who apply. That's correlates to 44%. We're going down just a little bit, not too huge of a jump. And there's next thing was the Latinx students. Oops. And so the 43%. And we see a really steep drop off, obviously, in those percentages between all of the other students and the Black students. And so that does correlate right here with the difference in the differences. The difference between the applicants and the matriculated Black students is huge compared to the other groups of students. And there are multiple reasons for this difference. Obviously, there are a lot of different programs nowadays that are aimed at kind of alleviating this inequality in medical school admissions. However, we have to know that this data is literally from this year. It is from 2019 to 2020, which is the year that I applied to medical school. It's the year of students that are starting right now. And there's still a huge difference, even though there are countless programs that are aimed at helping minority students get into medical school. So that leads us to the question of what's going on there. So, and obviously there is a perpetual running myth, right, that medical school admissions are simply easier for African-American or Latinx students, whereas the data shows that that's not really true. The data shows that actually African-American and Latinx students are still accepted at a much lower rate than white or Asian students, even though it is true that we can look at the matriculated data And we can see that the MCAT scores and actually the GPAs as well for these students is a little bit lower. The average accepted MCAT score for Black students and for Latino students or Latinx students is a bit lower than the accepted range for Asian and white students. However, if you look at the acceptance rates are still lower. So even though we are trying to adjust our requirements in order to promote diversity, we're not 100% of the way there yet. I did want to show you guys this YouTube video. I have not had a great history with showing YouTube videos via screen share. Sometimes this works and sometimes it doesn't. And what I want to get at with this YouTube video is really, why am I equating race and socioeconomic status and all of these things? We talk about them a lot as if they are the same thing, as if we talk about being of a minority class as being of low income. That doesn't hold true for all people, obviously. There are plenty of minorities who are very, very wealthy and well off. But I do want to show you guys this video here. And we can kind of see why we can equate these things so much. You want to make sure the sounds work. Are y'all able to hear the sound in the video?
Yes, you can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Signa Mary McKernan, economist and senior fellow at the Urban Institute. If I asked you, would you rather have over $1 million or 160,000 in 30 years, what would you choose? Now consider this. What if for every dollar you earned, someone else earned too? How about if for every dollar of wealth you gained, someone else gained 6? In 1983, whites in their 30s had an average net worth of $184,000. Today, these whites, who are in their early 60s, have accumulated $1.1 million in wealth. In contrast, Blacks have seen their wealth go from $54,000 to $161,000, and Hispanics from $46,000 to $226,000. The racial wealth gap grows sharply with age. Over the past 3 decades, wealth disparities continued to worsen. Though the United States is one of the wealthiest countries, to many Americans, this prosperity remains out of reach. Blacks and Hispanics, who strive to make a better life for themselves and their families, do not have the same asset-building opportunities. They are less likely to own homes and retirement accounts, so miss out on these traditionally powerful wealth-building tools. Wealth is where economic opportunity lies. Setting up automated savings drawn from your income allows you to build wealth through education, your home, or your retirement savings. Lack of assets, on the other hand, means a difficult life. When a rainy day hits, you're unable to pay bills and don't have enough food to eat. Our social safety net targets the day-to-day costs of living, but without fair policies, such paths to building wealth vanish. Today, these avenues are harder to access because it's tougher to qualify for home loans. To make matters worse, wealth disparities are passed from generation to generation. Black and Hispanic families are 5 times less likely than white families to inherit money that can help with down payments on a home. In order to narrow the racial wealth gap, we need to lower the barriers to building assets. Here's where things stand. In 2009, over half the $400 billion the federal government spent encouraging families to build assets went to the top 5% of income earners. Meanwhile, low-income families received next to nothing. Now imagine you have the same opportunity to earn income and gain financial security as anyone else. If that's the course we want to set, wealth is where the economic opportunity lies.
Well, I hope you guys saw what I was trying to get at here is that, we talk about all these things like maybe the reasons for these gaps are that lower income students are not able to afford the same kind of resources as higher income students. However, that we also see that stark difference in just the racial statistics. And there is a correlation there. There's a intricate and hard to remove correlation there. There's no amount of statistical manipulation that can get rid of the fact that race and income are intricately tied together in this country and in a lot of countries. So we can take a look at various things that kind of play into that. One of the really big ones is school funding, right? It's intricately tied to school income at all levels. And as far as public schools goes, it's also very highly tied to the idea of race. Neighborhoods that are predominantly African American or predominantly Latino have lower income people in them, and those people's income is directly correlated to the income or the funding of the school. And so, on average, minority students go to lower income schools and throughout their entire school career. So there are a lot of programs to help lower income and minority students get into medical school. However, a lot of the damage is done by the time we even get to the medical school point, right? So we can look at these applicant statistics and we can think about why are these numbers so starkly different? Even in applicants as a whole, there's an almost 10-point difference between Asian or white applicants to medical school and minority applicants, or minority in terms of medicine, applicants to medical school. And that really correlates with this idea that students in those minority groups are at lower quality schools throughout their entire academic career. And by the time they have gotten to medical school, they have gone through so many obstacles that are correlated in those statistics and numbers and so forth. There's also a picture of hope. Hope is a huge thing. You know, we're talking about just do it, always try. And that's easy for me to say. But it's a lot harder for me to convince a student who has no family members who have ever gone into the medical field, doesn't know any doctors, has never met in real life outside of a clinical setting, a doctor who they can talk to and receive advice from. It's really hard for me to convince them that you can be a doctor. I've heard so much in the context of my nonprofit. We gather stories from minority students, and I think about the difference between when I told my parents I want to be a doctor, and they were happy about it. They were happy. They said, "Oh, wow, that's a great thing. You want to help people. Doctors make a lot of money. You're going to be set for life, etc., etc." But that same kind of sentiment is not shared by a lot of Black or Latino families when their kids say they want to go to medical school. They say, "Can you really do it? We don't know anyone who's gone to medical school. Can you really do it? We don't know. We're not trying to disrespect or trample on your dreams, but the fact remains that we don't know anyone who's accomplished it. So how do we know that you can accomplish it?" And I really think that's why ideas like these mentorship programs, which I'll talk a little bit about down the road, really come into play, because students who have no connections in the medical field, connections are everything. They feel like they won't be able to get into medical school. And it's not because they feel like they're not smart enough, it's because they feel like they don't understand. They don't understand the application process. They don't understand what the MCAT is, how to take the MCAT. And those are really important things to build. There are a lot of programs to help low income and minority students. So as far as the application services or AAMC itself, they're what are referred to as the FAP or the fee waiver programs, which are generally tied to your family income. And I do have some complaints about that. As for a lot of students who are not in touch with their family or have family abuse situations or things like that, maybe tying it to family income is not the most reliable indicator of whether that student is able to pay for medical school. I will say that for students that do have family support, the cutoffs are pretty generous. The cutoffs for a 4-person family, so the parents and 2 children, to get into the FAP program and have your medical school applications paid for is something like $102,000 or $103,000 a year. And that's actually a lot of money. That is a lot of money for the AMCAS to determine that you're a low-income student. It kind of goes to show, honestly, on the converse side, what the average income of a medical school's applicant is. If $103,000 a year is considered low income for medical school applicants, consider what the average income for medical school applicants is. I don't happen to know that number. I don't know that AMC publishes it, but that means it's quite a bit higher than that $103,000 or $104,000. There are a lot of pathway programs that are a little bit newer. These are popping up everywhere, it seems now, where they're only open to minority students or low-income students or students who face some kind of hardship or difficulty in life. And they generally, they might operate on the same way as something like a special master's program, where you take classes alongside the medical students. And if you meet a certain grade cutoff, you are able to actually matriculate into that medical school's class. And these programs, again, they do have their limitations. They have the same kind of application process where people are applying with their GPAs and MCAT scores, and they're having to kind of prove themselves. So it's once more we have this thing where we're expecting minority students to jump through more hoops, right? We're expecting them to jump through more hoops, prove themselves at another level, at a level of competition that most students would not have to go through. So I happen to know I did a special master's program at Georgetown University, and we had one of these similar pathway programs there. The cutoff was rough. In order for one of the students in the pathway program to matriculate into Georgetown Medical School, they had to be getting A's and B's. It wasn't just you just have to pass the medical courses. You actually have to do better. You have to do at the medical school average or just above the medical school average in order to matriculate into the medical school. So the the low income or the minority students to get into the medical school are still having to perform at the average level or higher than a lot of the medical school students there, which sounds crazy. But that's the way a lot of those programs work. There's also this idea of affirmative action admissions, in which we have, that sliding scale of, as far as statistical requirements, at least, for low income or minority students to get into medical school. And I feel like, this whole affirmative action thing has gotten a really bad rap lately in terms of, we don't want to talk about it. There's lawsuits and court cases and so forth that revolve around this idea of affirmative action. I don't like that. I think affirmative action is a great thing, even if we're not talking about the justice aspect of it. Let's put the fact that we should have it aside for a second. And actually, students who get into school on affirmative action type situations are actually much more likely to take public service jobs, governmental jobs, run for Senate, run for Congress, run for federal government positions where they can help other people in their same position than students who don't, who are not benefited by affirmative action. And so I think affirmative action is a really great thing that helps a lot of people get opportunities that they otherwise would not have access to. And the statistics show that people who are benefited by this program help others. So that's a really great thing. As far as MCAT prep specifically goes, there's a lot of great resources. Khan Academy is one of them. Khan Academy is kind of the most well-known as far as MCAT stuff goes, where they have a lot of free videos and whatnot that may not be the perfect replacement for something like Kaplan or Princeton review course, but they are there. They are there. And you, as far as the content goes, if you don't know your biochemistry or whatever to prepare for the MCAT, then you can always go check out Khan Academy and get access to those same resources. My nonprofit, Free the MCAT, which I'll show you guys a little bit of toward the end here, does very similar stuff. We try and provide, as far as that content or that preparing for the MCAT type stuff goes, we try and provide those similar resources to anybody who wants it. There's no cost, there's nothing associated with that. There's a lot of free other MCAT resources. I happen to know people who do free MCAT tutoring. I don't think I know anyone who does one-on-one free tutoring. There's a lot of free group classes and things like that that are available to students, especially lower income students. And I'm happy to connect you guys with any of that stuff. In my email and for my nonprofit address down there at the bottom. I'll post that in the chat a little bit later. It's freethemcat@gmail.com. You can always contact me there. I'm happy to direct you to whatever resources you're looking for. We can also direct you to, like we talked about, those pathway programs or those mentorship programs who really specialize in connecting people to others in the same situation as them. To others in the same situation as you. Oops, switched away from that. Okay, and so we have all these programs. However, the statistics still show that these programs are not really enough. They're not fully bridging the divide between what is needed and what is out there. Among active physicians, about greater than 50% are white, 17% are Asian, about 5-ish% are Latinx or African American each, respectively. Oops. But that has absolutely no correlation, seemingly, with the actual minority statistics in the United States, which is really crazy. Hispanics consist of about 18% of the population and only 5.8% of physicians. African Americans consist of about 13% of the population, only 5% of physicians. Asian Americans consist of about 6% of the population, but 17% of physicians. So even though we have all these programs that are trying to help bridge this gap, there's something we're missing. There's something we're missing. And I'll talk a little bit toward the end of what exactly I think that is. But the fact remains that there's a lot more work to be done in this arena to bridge this divide here. I also did want to acknowledge down at the bottom, the statistical analysis of all of these things gets a little bit trickier as we start talking about students and physicians who don't fit neatly into these racial groups, students who are multiracial or are of different racial backgrounds that don't exactly fall into Asian, Black, Hispanic, whatever. In the interest of time, keeping this presentation simple, I didn't want to go into every single one of them, but I do want to acknowledge that defining race through such broad strokes has its inherent limitations. So that brings me to my question of why am I talking to y'all today? Now, a lot of this stuff feels like something I should be bringing up to a medical school, that I should be, calling the medical schools at Harvard and NYTCOM where I go, and every other medical school. And I should be talking to them about what should you be doing in order to bridge this divide. But I'm not. I'm here talking to y'all. And so why am I talking to y'all? Obviously, most of the people in this chat or in this call do not have the power to change medical school admission policies as much as we wish we could. We wish that we could create these programs. We wish that we could change the application policies in medical schools. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily true. I don't have the power to change any medical school application policies, though maybe one day I will. Maybe one day a lot of people in this chat will. So change is implemented at the top, but it's inspired from the bottom. It is hard to change the minds of people already in power. Changing minds and inspiring people to create change happens at this stage, right? When we're in the application process, we are a little bit more malleable. We're a little bit more willing to form new beliefs that we can then carry with us through our medical journeys and our journeys in medical school, our journeys hopefully one day becoming staff at medical school, serving on admission committees, serving on having the power to make these decisions and change things. It is important to have diversity in the healthcare field. And it seems like a crazy thing to say, but a lot of people don't believe me when I say this kind of stuff. And so it is important. Let's prove for a second why it's important. I talk about only 5% of Hispanic physicians are Black. Why is that a problem? There is the justice aspect of it, but I don't. It is an important part of it. I don't like to lean too heavily on that in the interest of discussing with people. It tends not to change people's minds. What does change people's minds is the idea that health incomes are intricately tied with the diversity of your physician workforce. Here's a study, this is done in the 90s, and it's basically looking at what they call ambulatory care sensitive conditions, which is a really fancy way of saying health incomes, right? Of saying health outcomes. And what they showed is that areas that have greater physician diversity and adequate supply of physicians have lower risk of having what they call these ACSH conditions. They showed less hospitalization, physician placement in underserved areas and areas that are educating minority physicians are correlated with much better health outcomes down the road. There was a really good study I saw the other day. I didn't include it in my PowerPoint. I was wanting to include it in my PowerPoint, but it slipped my mind. That showed that African-American babies, there's a lot of controversy now where pregnant mothers who are African-American have much worse outcomes than of any other race, and so do small children, infants and NICU admissions and things like that for minority patients. However, this study showed that children who are taken care of by physicians who are of the same race as them, I think it was African Americans in that study, have much better health outcomes than infants who are taken care of by physicians of a different racial groups. And so it is really important to have that diversity. If we have 13% of our population as African American, but only 5% of our physicians are African American, there's no way that all the African American patients can have African American doctors or have access to African American physicians. There's simply too much of an inequity there. And there's also the idea of why I'm talking to y'all about this is it's very important for future physicians to build a couple of core skills. The two that I want to talk about right now are empathy is one of them. Obviously, empathy is a huge thing that all physicians need to have. You wouldn't want to go to a physician who has no ability to kind of connect with you and understand what you're going through. The messed up thing about it is undergraduate science grades are inversely correlated with empathy scores. So when we try and quantify people's empathy, the best way to identify which people have high empathy is to look at the people who are not doing so well in undergraduate science classes. Unfortunately, that's not what medical schools are looking at. Medical schools obviously are directly correlated with undergraduate science grades. Physicians should be smart. Physicians should know science, and physicians should be able to do well in biology and biochemistry and chemistry, et cetera, but they also need to be empathetic. We can teach people science. We can teach people biology and biochemistry, anatomy, pathology, how to diagnose, how to treat disease. It's a lot harder to teach empathy. It is a lot harder to teach an unempathetic person to be empathetic than it is to teach someone who's not so great at biology how to diagnose disease. And so it's important that we build an educational process and an application process that cultivates physicians who have strong empathy. I also want to talk about this term. This is something I did not know too much about. Maybe a lot of people here in this chat might have heard of, and the call may have heard about this, but this is something I recently learned about in medical school over the last couple of weeks as I've started my medical school journey. It's cultural compatibility. And I know y'all are saying, oh, that's a made up word. It's not a real word. I don't listen to this because it's a fake word. It's a made up word. Spoiler alert. It's not a real word. If you type it into your Word document, you'll get a little angry red squiggly line that tells us it's not in the dictionary. But it's an important term. Let me tell you why. We have this, a lot of people talk about this term of cultural competence, where I guess I have my definition of cultural competence right here. I don't have to come up with one. So cultural competence is viewed as the cornerstone of fostering cross-cultural communication, reducing health disparities, improving access to better care, increasing health literacy, and promoting health equity. And what cultural competence kind of revolves around is knowing about all the different cultures you might run into. So if I want to be a physician in a heavily Hispanic area, there's my background. I grew up in Texas and Dallas, and there's a lot of Hispanic patients around. I should know a lot about the Hispanic culture, and that is going to make me a better physician. Well, that will make me a better physician. But cultural competence has limits. And the reason that cultural competence has limits is because no one can know everything. We can try and know everything, and we want to know everything, especially as future physicians. But there is a 99.99999% chance that one day in your medical career, you will run into someone from a culture that you know nothing about. What happens if one day you're in the clinic and you run into a patient from Tibet or the Uyghur people who are currently facing persecution in China, or from a small Native American tribe you've never heard of? your cultural competency has kind of failed you. You can say, I'm culturally competent as much as you want, but your cultural competence is not going to help you interact with this patient. Cultural competence, it has a problem in the phrasing, which we make it sound like a checkbox. We can learn cultural competence. We can be culturally competent. We can put that on our resumes. We can put that under our list of skills next to, diagnosing cardiovascular disease, cultural competence, and it makes it seem like we have completed it. We're able to deal with anybody and everybody at any time. There's no cultural barriers. It's not true. It's really not true. There's also an idea of cultural humility. It's the idea that you can't know everything. That even if I meet a patient from my own culture, I'm personally Indian, if I run into an Indian patient one day, I can't go into it with the perspective that I know everything about their culture, because they're the expert on their own culture, not me. They could have a slightly different dialect or beliefs or something like that. For me, I do need to have competence. Competence is important, understanding at least big picture the different cultures of the world. But we also need to have humility. We need to have the perception that there's more out there to learn, and we need to be open to different things. And so combining these two terms, we get cultural compatibility. It is a made-up word. I know it's a made-up word, but it's important. It is an important made-up word. All words are made up. This happens to be one of the important made-up words. We need to be able to both understand other people and be open to new understanding. And so tying that back into my take-home message today is that even if you are not a Black or African American or Latinx student, learning about the differences and the barriers that those students face can help you. It can help anybody really who wants to go into medicine, because learning about those barriers gives you insights into the experiences of those people. And by extension is going to give you insight into the experiences of your patients and of your fellow human beings and of all of those good things. The sad truth is we can't know everything about everyone, especially if we're painting with broad strokes, right? If I try and characterize all Black people or all Latinx people under one umbrella and one statistical category, I'm going to miss a lot of stuff. I really am. So we also need to have those other two skills, which are tied together as cultural compatibility. But in the interest of giving out terms, competency is developing the skill of learning and listening to different group people and being open to their input. And humility is accepting the fact that we can't learn everything. So there's never unfortunately, this is a marathon that we're never going to get to the finish line of, right? We're going to keep running. Hopefully, if you want to be a physician, you got to keep running down this road. There's no finish line. There's never a goal that you can run through where you can now say, I'm culturally competent. I don't need to be open to people anymore because I know everything about every culture in the world and I am the expert. In terms of cultural compatibility, that's never going to happen, unfortunately. It can happen in terms of cardiology. It can happen in terms of neurology, maybe. If you're really smart and you're really lucky, maybe you can know everything about the human heart. Maybe you can know everything about the human brain. So there's difficulties associated with that as well, but there is a more definite finish line for something like that versus knowing about every single culture and every single person in the world. I also want to emphasize, we talked a lot about medical school applications, the barriers that low-income students face. We talked about those statistics, and some of the statistics are rough. 38% of Black students get into medical school, low 40s of all the other students get into medical school. Medical school applications are hard for everyone. They're also achievable for everyone. So I don't want to say all these things and all these statistics and turn people off to the idea that you can do this, because that's what was done to me, right? When I was in college and I didn't have the best grades and I didn't have this thing or that thing, a lot of people told me I couldn't do it. They told me, oh, you can't do it because you don't have the grades. You are an Asian student and there are higher statistical benchmarks for you. You're starting off with a 400 and whatever MCAT score, and there's no way you can raise your MCAT score high enough. Hate exists for a reason. Hate exists to scare you away from things. But don't let it scare you away from this. Don't let it scare you away from pursuing medicine, because it's going to make, because going through all that and going through all those barriers is going to make you a better doctor one day down the road. Turn it into your passion. My passion for a long time, which, you know, it's not exactly the most healthy thing, but it was proving those people wrong. It really was proving those people who told me that I couldn't be a doctor. I wanted to prove them wrong. I wanted more than anything to get into medical school, to be an amazing doctor, and to shove it in their face, right? Like, to show them, you told me I couldn't do this, but I achieved it. I did. I really wanted that. And now, you know, down the road when I'm actually here, that seems so much less important to me. It seems like I don't feel the need to go, you know, hit up my old professor or my the dean of my honors college from undergrad and say, I got into medical school and you said I couldn't do it. But for a long time, that kind of stuff was my motivation. So don't let people's hate of you scare you away from things. If you can't ignore it, and just throw it out of your mind, that's even better. It's a little healthier than what I did. But if you can't, turn it into your motivation. Prove them wrong every single day of your life, and be the person that proves them wrong. And I did prove that guy wrong. And in case you guys are curious, I improved my MCAT score by about 30 points. I improved it from a 480 something when I took my first diagnostic score to a 522, which is the only reason I got into medical school. I worked every day of my life for years to do that. And it's achievable for anyone. It really is. Anyone can do it. I spent a lot of time as an MCAT shooter, and I'm available to y'all. If y'all need that kind of help, you can reach out to me personally. You can reach out to my nonprofit, and I think anyone can do it. Anyone can, you know, a 35 to 40 point increase is extreme. Not a lot of people have the time and to do that. But just because your diagnostic score, I've seen so many people who take their first diagnostic score, it's like 490, whatever, and they're like, I can't do it. And I tell all of them, my diagnostic score was worse. It really was. It was so bad. And it's not like my GPA made up for it. You know, my GPA was just another negative factor on that application. But you can do it. You can do it. There's a lot of people out there who are willing to help you for free if you can't afford resources like Kaplan or Princeton Review or et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole list of things you can pay for. But there's a lot of people out there who are willing to help you for free, just for the fact of knowing that they helped someone who's going to be a great doctor. And if you guys are able to find those resources on your own, more power to you. If you're not, feel free to always reach out to me. You guys can check out my website. So you guys can check that out at freethemcat.org. And we have a lot of good resources up on here for students to check out as they're studying for the MCAT. It's not always this slow. But I know a lot of people struggle with cars. We have our little cars section going where you can watch videos of me talking through some cars passages. I have a bunch of little classes down here. I think I have 6 classes. Oh, there's 5 classes right here. There's a 6th one I'm going to upload tonight, actually, where we can talk about the cars section. There's also our biology resources where we can kind of go through, I'm not going to bore y'all by going through all of it, but you can take a look at the notes, and they serve as kind of content review for the different sections of the MCAT. And I promise, it's just my internet. The internet's so slow. Maybe because I'm on Zoom. And so you can you can kind of click through all this stuff and serve as a content review for MCAT. Don't let anyone tell you can't do it, ever. Don't let anyone tell you can't do it. Don't let them tell you you're not smart enough. Don't let them tell you you don't have the money. Don't let them tell you that because you are of a certain race or a certain gender or a certain anything, honestly. Don't let them tell you you can't do it. Ignore it, prove them wrong every single time. I firmly believe in that, and I'm willing to help you do it if that's what it takes. Okay, so that is pretty much what I had, and I guess we have some questions I'm trying to answer here.
Yeah, so we're going to move on to questions. Thank you so much for that presentation, Josh. Okay, so first question someone had was, what resources did you use for MCAT studying? I guess they said before you retook it, but I assume also after.
Sure. So what resources did I use for MCAT studying? Well, actually, the core of my problem with MCAT was for a lot of students who have lower GPAs and are trying to score highly on the MCAT, the chance is that if you have a lower GPA, now this doesn't apply to everybody, is that you probably don't know all the content that you need to know for your MCAT. Now, I didn't do well in biochem. And, you know, there's a lot of factors that win. There's the fact that I didn't do well in biochem or organic chemistry or whatever. But if you let those factors be an excuse for you, it's going to hold you back from acknowledging the fact that you're going to need to learn biochem for the MCAT and for medical school and your future career in general. So the first thing you need to do is shore up on all your content. There's a lot of resources that, personally, I use a lot of Khan Academy. I was able to get the books. I got the Princeton Review books. I got this big book set. I wasn't able to afford the courses and all that stuff, but I was able to afford the book set. And for a lot of people, that helps. For a lot of people, that helps, and they're able to just read through the books and read through, you know, thousands and thousands of pages of content and get the content. For a lot of people, like me, they prefer it in a more accessible or interactive form. I think Khan Academy is a great resource for that. Khan Academy has a lot of videos and have little practice questions at the end that you can do. I think our website's a great resource. There's other resources like MCATreview.org. Put that in the chat, actually. MCATreview.org is another one I use heavily to shore up on my content stuff and understand what exactly I needed to know for the MCAT. And then after that, honestly, it comes down to practice, 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 practice. I read somewhere that the MCAT is a test of 30% what you know and 70% how you can apply it. And so the only way you can learn to apply it is to practice applying it over and over and over and over again. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, great response. So the next question we have is, do you know of any resources to help people pay for evaluations needed to get accommodations for the MCAT, if you're familiar with any?
I actually am not probably the expert on that topic. I guess we're talking about signing up for the extended time testing and things like that. And you need to have, you know, diagnoses and whatnot in place to get that. I know that a lot of schools have resources. I'm mostly thinking of high schools on my end, because when I worked at a high school, they did have resources to test students for different learning differences that would impair their ability to take tests. I want to say that a lot of colleges, undergrad institutions do have similar resources. It is a lot harder, obviously, for students who are no longer in school. But if you guys shoot me an email, I'm happy to help you find that and do some research. Oh, I see in the chat that if you sign up for the fee assistance program through AMCAS or through AAMC, they will help you pay for those accommodation testings.
Awesome. So the next question was just a little bit about your gap years. So how many did you end up taking, and a little bit more about what you did?
Right. I took 3 gap years. In my first gap year, I was working clinically, and I was coming off of, like I told you guys, that kind of bad news I got from my dean at school. He told me you can't apply to medical school, and you know, my gut instinct was, I'm going to show you I can do it, and I can get into medical school. So, you know, I blindly applied to medical school with a crappy GPA, a crappy MCAT score, and so forth. And I was working clinically that first year. I was working with a neurologist in my hometown of Dallas. And I applied to medical school, didn't get in. I kind of predicted that one. But I think I needed that rejection to kind of kick me into gear. And I started taking stuff a lot more seriously from that point. I signed up for a graduate program at Georgetown University, where I kind of went there, and I went there in a different gear than I was in undergrad. And I kind of raised my GPA and stuff like that. And that helped me get into medical school a lot. It helped me rectify the GPA components of that deficiency. It also helped me out a little bit with my MCAT prep, because I was learning a lot of things that were very relevant to the MCAT. And so I graduated there. So first year I was working clinically, graduate school, and then right after grad school, I took the MCAT again, and then I spent another year working as a high school teacher.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. So the next question we have is, does Free the MCAT also provide resources for assistance with compiling the medical school application materials itself? Or do you plan on initiating some sort of mentorship program in the future for personal statements?
For personal statements and things like that, we at this time do not. We do not have as much content up on our website as we'd like. I'd like to create a few more cars classes. We have a bunch of biology content, not so much for physics and psych and things like that. And I'd say my overall goal is to, first of all, build all those things out on our website so it can be a very comprehensive resource for people to go on there and prepare. I am considering kind of doing something like that in the future. However, I do know people who do the kind of services that you're asking for. I might not be able to offer them personally, with my time constraints being in school and working on my nonprofit and so on and so forth. But if you shoot me an email, I'm happy to kind of direct you to some resources that can help you on that.
Great. So this will be the last question before we transition. So let's see. What was the most challenging aspect and what do you consider the most rewarding aspect of working with underserved communities, like as a teacher and, as scribing and stuff like that?
Right. I think actually there's another question. I think this is from Alexia in the chat. I'm going to try to answer these together because I think they're very interrelated. And the question in here is, how can we become more culturally aware, right? And so I think that everyone's primary goal who wants to go into the medical field, there's other goals, is that hopefully you want to help people. If you want to make a lot of money, and that is the reason that you want to be a doctor, I'm here to tell you this probably isn't the most efficient way to do that. We can talk about the opportunity costs of spending, 7-8 years minimum in medical school and residency and so forth. You can make a lot of money doing other things in that time. If you're making it this far in your medical journey, you should be trying to help people, right? You should be, one of your primary motivations is theoretically to help people. And for me, what I really valued in helping people was I valued connecting with people who were not like me, because I know a lot of people who are like me, but when I had the opportunity to work in more underserved areas, I was really exposed to the whole spectrum of people. There are students that I'm thinking of when I was working as a high school teacher. There was one kid who had a learning disorder and he communicated with sign language, and I actually bonded with him, kind of like a mentorship relationship with him still. There are patients I'm thinking of when I was working in the ER in Dallas who are, undocumented immigrants, and they have a whole host of problems that I never really considered in that. And so my reward for doing all that was I just got to see like the spectrum of the human experience, I guess, and it really expanded my mind, both in my personal life, and I feel like it's changed how I personally interact with other people, like my friends. I'm more open and I want to hear more of their experiences. I think it's also going to make me a much better doctor one day down the road. And coming back to how can we become more culturally aware, the only thing that you can do, you can't read about cultures in textbooks. You can read about it. I'm sure there are textbooks about cultures, but true cultural awareness and cultural competence and things like that comes with talking to people, comes with experiencing other cultures, comes with going to new places, going to a clinic, maybe if you're a pre-med student, in an area that you're not comfortable with, really getting outside your comfort zone and seeing the patients there. Maybe not just seeing them, just, writing your notes and your scribing or whatever, but taking the time to talk to somebody, in this new community, hear about their experiences, hear about why they're different than your experiences, hear about some problems that they might have that you can't even conceive because your life is so different.
Okay, so now we're going to transition to our next speaker. Thank you so much, Yash, for taking the time to come and speak.
Yeah, of course.
Alrighty, so I'm going to switch it over to Lexi. There we go.
Great. Hi, everybody. We're going to get started with our next session in about 2 minutes at exactly 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned. Feel free to get up and stretch. We'll be back soon. Okay, up next we have our next speaker, Dr. Lisa Fitzpatrick, the founder and CEO of Grapevine Health. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Fitzpatrick. She is an infectious disease physician and CDC-trained medical epidemiologist. She's the founder and CEO of Grapevine Health, a mission-driven organization that focuses on promoting health literacy, patient engagement, health innovation for underserved communities, specifically digital health solutions. Please welcome Dr. Fitzpatrick as she discusses the topic, Challenges and Triumphs, A Journey Through Healthcare. Thank you so much for joining us again. Feel free to share your video and your screen and present whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. It's nice to be here with you, and thanks for inviting me.
Of course. Are you able to share your video?
Yes. You should see it now.
I see your screen, not your video yet. At the bottom left corner, you should see a start video icon.
Well, on my screen, it says you are screen sharing. Stop share.
I stopped screen sharing. I see your screen now.
Okay, so you can see my slides.
Yes, I can, but not your video.
Well, because it says you have stopped my video.
Oh, I have to start your video?
You were controlling it. So. Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, sure. Hi, everybody. I'm happy to share my journey with you. It's been a long journey. I graduated from medical school in 1992, so that was many years ago. Some of you probably were not born. But it's been a really interesting journey. So I'll talk to you about my career. I'll spend a lot of time talking about how I got to the position I'm in now, which is the founder of my own company. And then talk a little bit about the challenges or the frustrations that led me to start my own company. But I'll spend the bulk of my time on these first two bullets, talking about my journey and also introducing you to the CDC and the Epidemic Intelligence Service Program. So here's my journey. It'll take me a bit to get through this because I think it's important. When I went to medical school, I thought I would be, I don't know, a family practice doctor or emergency room doctor because I didn't realize how many opportunities there were out there for physicians. So I graduated from the University of Missouri, Kansas City School of Medicine. It was a 6-year combined BA MD program and did my internal medicine residency. And after that, moved to Colorado for an infectious diseases fellowship. So I'm board certified in infectious diseases. While at my infectious diseases fellowship training program, I had an opportunity to go to Zimbabwe. Sorry, I almost forgot the name of the country. I went to Zimbabwe to conduct a research study. And my program director at the time knew someone who was connected to the program in Zimbabwe, but that was all. I was given a connection. I packed my bags and I went to Zimbabwe and had to start this research program from scratch, including establishing all the relationships. And to make a long story short, that was very successful for many reasons on a personal level and a professional level. But while I was in Zimbabwe, I met lots of people from the global health community. And after learning about what they were doing, some were doing research, some were implementing public health programs, some were being physicians or healthcare providers in the rural areas of Zimbabwe. I realized my scope was way too small. So I became intrigued about public health. And when I got back to Colorado, I knew there were doctors on our staff who'd worked for the CDC. And I talked to them and they told me about the EIS program, which I will spend time talking about after this slide. CDC has a 2-year program and you have to apply for it. So I applied for the EIS program and I entered, or I was accepted into the program, and I did that program for 2 years. And 75 to 80% of people who go through the EIS program end up staying at the CDC, as did I. I was there for about 10 years total. I won't go through all the different jobs I had at CDC, but I'm happy to talk to you about that if there's interest. I left CDC for a couple years though, because CDC offers what's called long-term training. And I applied for a program to get long-term training, which in this case meant getting a master in public health. Most people from CDC got their MPH in Atlanta at Emory University because you didn't have to move. But I wanted to spread my wings a little bit, and I gained acceptance to Berkeley, the School of Public Health in Berkeley. So I moved to California for 2 years, but I'm still working for CDC at this time as part of the long-term training opportunity. And it was coupled with a preventive medicine residency, which required me to work in the health department for 1 year. So after finishing my master in public health at Berkeley, I found a position in the San Francisco AIDS office in San Francisco, and I worked in that program for a year, doing a variety of things. I wanted to stay in California, but there was an offer back at CDC in Atlanta that I couldn't pass up. And it was an opportunity to build a new program that was focused on funding minority junior investigators. And the reason this is important, it's even still relevant. It's relevant now, but it was relevant then because most of the grantees at CDC were academic universities with an established portfolio of research. When junior investigators are competing in that field, it's very difficult for them to win awards because they don't have the experience. So this program was specifically designed to only allow junior investigators to compete for research funding. And the reason I love the opportunity is because it was an opportunity to build a new program, and it already had $3 to $5 million in funding promised for the program. After that, I moved to, and now we're in 2005 to 2007. I'm still at CDC, but this is my last job at CDC, and I moved to the Caribbean region because I was assigned as the CDC diplomat for the US government in the Caribbean region, where I ran the Global AIDS program. And what's interesting about this position is when you are a global health diplomat for the US government, there is a policy called One USG, or One US Government, which requires all US government agencies to work under the same umbrella. So I had an opportunity to learn a bit about how the State Department works, and I reported to the US Embassy. I was based in Trinidad and Tobago initially, and then we moved our office to co-locate with the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, and they were based in Barbados. So I did that job for 2 years. And for reasons we don't have to discuss, I decided to leave CDC after a 10-year career because I wanted to work in the community. The reason I wanted to leave CDC was related to my frustration about not being able to impact what was happening in community, but also because I was being promoted at CDC, and my concern was the more I was promoted, the more disconnected I would become from community. So if you see the pair of sunglasses next to my last CDC stint, that is because I took a year off. I didn't plan to take a year off. I only planned to take a couple months off before getting another job, but was enjoying myself so much and didn't realize how tired I was from working nonstop, from starting medical school all the way to working a 10-year career for CDC. And it worked out, so I went with it. And the next thing I know, I looked up and almost a year had passed. My next job, though, was a combination job. It was a combination of academics, research, consultation for the DC Department of Health and the National Institutes of Health. But I was based at university, and in that capacity, I helped run the Outpatient Infectious Disease Center. I brought in research grants, and I served as the principal investigator on multiple grants for the university. Sometime during my position at Howard University, I also became the principal investigator for the AIDS Education Training Center. And this position required me to train clinicians, nurses and physicians mostly, about how to treat HIV. And that led me to a hospital, and I see now it's difficult for you to see the icon, but that is for a hospital here in Washington, DC. It's our only safety net hospital. And I learned about this hospital through my work with the AIDS Education Training Center. Once I got to the hospital and realized how much they were lacking resources, not just for specialists, but for diagnostic capability for infectious diseases, I worked with them, and we started their first outpatient infectious disease center, which I became the chief medical officer for. And I did that job for 2 or 3 years. And then it was time to take another break. These jobs I've had are all consuming, and sometimes feels like you're doing multiple jobs, 2 or 3 jobs at once. So in 2014, I decided to resign, and I was looking for a fellowship, and I learned about the mid-career program at the Harvard Kennedy School. So in 2014, I was accepted to the mid-career program in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and went to the Kennedy School for a year, where I focused on social entrepreneurship and innovation, because I have many ideas from my career across the health sector about how we should improve the health, particularly of low-income populations. And while at the Kennedy School, I met many people working in the venture capital sector, people in the startup community, people in the social impact space. And I learned a lot, and I thought about launching a company. But after these conversations, so many people recommended I look to Medicaid as the potential funder for my ideas. So after I graduated, I came back to DC, went to the Medicaid office to talk to them about some of my ideas. They weren't interested in funding my ideas, but they offered me a job as the chief medical officer for DC Medicaid. So that is how I became the chief medical officer for the city. And what's interesting about this, if you look back at my timeline, starting in medical school, there's no way I could have anticipated having this many interesting stops on my journey, or even becoming the chief medical officer for a Medicaid program, especially because I had an infectious disease training, and most of my work has been in infectious diseases. But what happened is when I went to the Kennedy School, it allowed me to pivot my career and also the way people viewed me as someone in the health sector. So I mentioned I wanted to talk to you about the Epidemic Intelligence Service. And the reason is because a lot of people don't know about this program. And this program is fantastic if you're interested in learning about public health and epidemiology. The EIS program is, there's a fun moniker for the EIS program. We call it the medical CIA. So even now, amidst the pandemic, EIS officers are deployed around the world, I'm sure working on coronavirus and this pandemic. But the kinds of work EIS officers do is very varied. So this is a 2-year program, and it's not sitting behind a desk mostly. For most people, it's not. There are a few positions in the statistics area in which people mostly sit in the office. But other than that, this is applied epidemiology, which is field research, outbreak investigation, program evaluation, and so many more things. And here's an example of the kinds of problems EIS officers attack. So these are mostly outbreaks. Many of these are famous outbreaks. You may or may not have heard of some of these, but the dirty little secret most people don't know is that CDC cannot learn about an outbreak and then decide to go into a state. The state has to recognize they have a problem and then invite the CDC to come in. And so generally when a state or the health officials recognize they have a problem, they will, if it's outside their capacity, they will alert CDC and make an official request for support for the outbreak. And usually that's how EIS officers get deployed into the field. So now I'm gonna switch and talk a little bit about what led me to what I'm doing now. And by the way, all the photographs you see are mine. Photography is one of my hobbies. I think that's one thing that's very important, that you maintain hobbies throughout your training because it's a lot of work, as you probably have already figured out. So we definitely need something to balance so that we can maintain mental wellness. So one of my frustrations across all these jobs is that I had an opportunity to look at data, potentially influence policy. But what I was finding was that despite all the great work we were doing, it seemed we weren't really making an impact. And I think this is one of the reasons why. So I don't know if you're familiar with logic models, but logic models are an important component of any program evaluation. The challenge with logic models, you can make them look pretty, and everyone's expecting to see a logic model, but most of the time, we focus on the first 3 components or the first 4 components, but the last 2 are where we really need to make an influence. So the outcome. So it's fine to decide what objectives are, how you're going to gather information, and talk about what data or what the products or deliverables will be when you're finished. But then what happens? And the reason this is frustrating to me is because usually program evaluations or even investigations, a lot of them end up with a pretty document, an output that's sitting on the shelf until 2 or 3 years later when someone says, oh, we really should look at that problem. And then this cycle repeats, but we never really focus on the last 2 columns, the outcomes. What actually happened? What did we change? And how many people did we help? So because of this, I conducted some personal reflection and realized that these are some of the things I'm most passionate about. So in the health sector, what if we could engage community in the way they want to be engaged? Some of you may know, if you're already working in the healthcare system as a clinician, you know we have a problem. At least pre-pandemic, we had a problem with emergency room overuse, and also people with repeat admissions to the hospital. That's because we haven't done a good job engaging people in healthcare. And partly that's because we don't tailor services. Healthcare in the United States is basically one size fits all. And I started to think about, this is around the time Amazon began to emerge. And I wonder, well, why can't we tailor healthcare services the way Amazon will tailor your shopping bag? But in order to do that, we need a huge shift in culture. And because these are the things I was thinking about, and I think they're so divorced, maybe less so now, but they're so divorced from the status quo in medicine and healthcare, I decided to leave and start my own company. Which brings me to Grapevine Health. Grapevine Health is, actually, let me show you this slide. Before starting Grapevine Health, I did a bit more soul searching, and I thought, well, what's really important to me in healthcare? And I have so much respect for Sir William Osler, because almost every time I hear or learn one of his quotes, it really resonates deeply with me. And one of my frustrations in healthcare, and maybe you've noticed this as well by now, we are very good at writing prescriptions and giving people medication, less so on education, helping people understand, or addressing low health literacy, or focusing on prevention. So I decided I would love to figure out how we can keep people healthy or make people healthier without medication. So these are the things I wanted to focus on: mental health and substance abuse, and health literacy, food and nutrition. So I'll come back to this in a few minutes. So I'm fast forwarding. I resigned from my position at the DC Medicaid program about 1.5 years ago. And the idea was to see if I could start a company that was focused on a lot of the things I just talked to you about. So Grapevine Health is a new company, and it is not a nonprofit. It is a for-profit company. And the business model, we hope, and right now we're very much in the listening and designing phase to see if we can increase credibility, trust, and following in the community. But ultimately hope that we can develop a series of interventions that we can sell to insurance companies to help keep particularly Medicaid beneficiaries healthy. So what are we doing at Grapevine Health? Grapevine Health initially was founded after I started a series called Dr. Lisa on the Street. And I probably should have put a Dr. Lisa on the Street video in here to show you, and I didn't think of it. But I'm inviting you to go to YouTube. You can go to the Grapevine Health channel on YouTube and just look at one of the videos. But essentially, it's man on the street. I'm talking to random people about a health issue. And the reason I started that is because I wanted to understand what it would take. Is there a way to educate and entertain at the same time? So after Dr. Lisa on the Street, I continued to think about what are the other components that might engage people in learning about health or being interested in health. I also learned through a lot of my interactions that people are just frustrated because they don't understand what doctors are saying. Which is a great lesson for you to know now, because it's really important to become conversant in community speak and what they call doctor speak. And it's unfortunate that so many physicians forget they should be speaking in community speak, but they're speaking in doctor speak. So we've been making video content. Mostly now, when we're conducting outreach in the community, we might make a few videos, but I've also started having conversations with experts during the pandemic, mostly to address a lot of the misinformation that's out there. So you see in one of the videos, I'm wearing a mask, and I'm talking about all the misinformation about wearing a mask. because so many people think, oh, you shouldn't wear a mask. You may have heard this because it causes CO2 poisoning. But I think a lot of people don't really know what that means. But I think the sky's the limit for topics we could cover on Grapevine Health and through Dr. Lisa on the Street. We conduct outreach, which is reflected in these pictures below. And we started a podcast a couple months ago. And the purpose of the podcast is to highlight community voice. So what's different about us is we're not talking to experts. There are thousands of podcasts out talking to people who are already visible, people who are leaders in healthcare systems and other sectors. But we really want to talk to the community member and gain insights about what we need to be doing to improve health engagement and outcomes for particularly underserved communities. So a lot of our community education pre-pandemic, and to some extent we still do some of this, but it's mostly on the street, impromptu. But town hall meetings, we go into housing communities. This picture is one of my favorite pictures of all time, mostly because of the young men who are in the picture. These guys are historically, as a demographic group, thought to be those who are unengageable. They're not interested. They are so hard to reach. And just a word about saying people are hard to reach. I don't like this term. No one is hard to reach. We just have to do the work to figure out how to reach them. There is always someone who can get through to someone, and we are not good about doing the work to figure out how to get that done. So in this case, just showing up in their community created an opportunity for us to have conversations with them. So what are we doing now at Grapevine Health in addition to the things I've already told you? We're focusing on building relationships with community partners. And so I reached out to Headspace because I'm very interested in addressing the trauma in low-income communities, particularly. And we just wrapped up early data collection for a mini study looking at the acceptability and feasibility of using the Headspace app with Medicaid patients. So we'll be looking at the data with our Headspace colleagues. And for those of you who may not know, I'm assuming everyone knows, but Headspace is a meditation app. And we already talked about Dr. Lisa on the Street and community engagement, but health literacy is the foundation of Grapevine Health. I think low health literacy leads to poor health outcomes. It also deepens distrust because of the confusion related to misinformation. And one of the shelters I volunteer at, I had a listening session with the gentleman, and one of them said to me, I don't understand what you doctors are saying. And if I don't understand you, I don't trust you. And that's just another example of why it's so important for healthcare providers to speak in a language that resonates with people. And then finally, I have a personal passion around food and nutrition and understanding how we can change what I call the community palette. I live in an underserved area in Washington, D.C., and when I drive around my neighborhood, most of what I see are carryouts and fast food. So if that's all that's around you and you don't cook at home, you become accustomed to the taste of fast food. Not only does it taste good, it's filling. So it's not enough to introduce fresh fruits and vegetables or to have farmers markets without also educating and exposing people to different kinds of food. So we are partnering with another organization, the Alliance for Food, to conduct an RCT, a randomized clinical trial, looking at the biological outcomes associated with food. And so these groups would be randomized to a control group and then a group of families, and we provide all their food and we do the biometrics on all the families and assess over time what's happening with them physiologically. So I'm really excited about that study. So I've been talking for 30 minutes, which is a long time for me. I'm not used to giving such long talks anymore. But before I end, I could give you so much advice and you can ask me specific questions. But this is my only piece of advice for you right now. As you could see from my career, I thought I was going to be a primary care doctor sitting in an office, seeing patients. And my career has taken me everywhere but. So keep your options open, keep your mind open, and don't feel like you have to follow the traditional path if it's not for you. So with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Alexia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fitzpatrick, for your presentation. It was very, very inspiring. I know for me, and I can speak on behalf of all the audience members here as well. We are going to transition into our Q&A session with you, Dr. Fitzpatrick.
Okay.
We have questions right now in the Q&A, and I'm sure multiple more as students hear your responses and think of questions on their own. Pre-health individuals in the audience, please make sure to use the Q&A feature for any questions, and I will make sure your question gets asked. So the first question is, what made you decide to specialize in infectious diseases?
That's a good question. It was an iterative thing. I didn't actually like infectious diseases when I was a medical student because I hated microbiology and I could not learn all those antibiotics. It was so uninteresting to me. But I think the challenge for me in medical school was that I wasn't connecting the dots. I was just thinking about each class on its own. And I think medical school curricula have changed now so that you all have more of a systems approach and you are connecting the dots. But back then, I wasn't making the connection between, let's say, pathology and so pathology in the lab, and then I'm seeing a patient. The patient is exhibiting what I was studying on the cadaver, but I wasn't making those connections. And so it's the same thing, I think, when I try to figure out what to do with, with my career. So when I graduated from medical school, I thought I was going to be an ER doctor. So, but I wasn't sure. So I found an internal medicine or rotating internship. I don't know if they still have those, but a rotating internship gives you lots of electives. And the program I found was in Michigan, and it gave me 7 electives. And I went to that program because it gave me the most freedom and flexibility to explore lots of different things. So I took 3 months of emergency room and I hated it. I hated it because I felt like emergency rooms are like clinics. I went there for, the sirens and the excitement, and that's probably 10 or 15% of what you see in an emergency room. So I decided, well, this isn't really for me. So I continued on my rotations, and what I fell in love with was ICU critical care. And it made sense because the same things I loved about the excitement of the ER, I could get in the ICU. The dynamics of the physiology and the pharmacology right there, you could intervene. It was fast paced. And I was on call one night during my residency. It's about 3 a.m. and a morbidly obese patient extubated herself. She dislodged her tube and I couldn't get it back in. And I called my attending at 3 o'clock in the morning, and he had to come in and help me. And number one, I felt horrible. But number two, that was the night I changed my mind about becoming a pulmonary critical care doc, because I always tell this joke: what is the difference between an A student and a B student? And for me, the answer is sleep. I had a roommate in college. She was always pulling all-nighters, but I've never been built to be able to stay up all night. And if I don't get at least 5 or 6 hours of sleep, I don't function well. So it's amazing I finished residency, but I did. But after that experience, I realized, do I want a lifetime of waking up in the middle of the night for critical care emergencies? So I continued my internal medicine residency and started to take subspecialty rotations. And again, was drawn to infectious diseases, largely because of the attending I had was an excellent teacher and started to help me realize okay, there's a lot, the things I like, what I'm looking for variety. I'm looking for immediate gratification of patients improving. And I love the idea that you can see a surgical patient, or you can see, you know, someone with HIV or someone who has tuberculosis or meningitis. And there was just so much diversity. Not to mention, when I was an internal medicine resident, I went to Africa twice. I went to Swaziland for 6 weeks, and then I went to Kenya, and realized there's the world of infectious diseases is like endless and fascinating. And that's when I decided I wanted to pursue infectious diseases, because it's so linked also to global health, which is something that's very interesting to me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your response. Next question. Do you recommend any internships or volunteer opportunities to get involved in your efforts? Otherwise, your efforts is like your involvement with Grapevine Health and how you support your community?
I don't understand the question. Can you ask me a different way?
Yeah, of course. Do you know of any resources that students can find? We have a lot of students all over the country here who might also be interested in promoting health literacy in their communities or volunteering in that effort. Do you know of any resources that could extend to that?
Unfortunately, I think this is local. I mean, one of the reasons I started Grapevine Health is because I ultimately wanted to have a national presence. And I've been talking to different doctors in different cities who are also interested in health literacy. And ultimately, I would love to tie us all together into one entity. But you know, we're in such early days, we're not there yet. I think it's hard to find specific organizations that are just focused on health literacy, but there are tons of organizations in every city that are focused on social services related to health, health communications. There are so many things going on, nonprofits, community-based organizations. And so I would just do some research in your city to find out who's doing what. Also figure out the population you want to work with, because that helps narrow it down so that you're not overwhelmed and looking for volunteer or service opportunities. I also, and I'm speaking from experience, I have a problem with analysis paralysis. So if there are too many options, then I sometimes just don't do anything. So I would recommend just picking one, trying it out. If you don't like it, move on to the next thing, because there are just endless opportunities to jump in and get involved. And I think that's so important, particularly when it comes time to look for residency programs, because now more than ever, residency programs are looking for people who are well-rounded and not just good scholarly students.
Thank you so much for your response. Next question, can you describe what it is like working for the CDC and what a typical workday looks like for you?
They're never the same. That's the great thing about working for CDC, especially when you're an EIS officer. So when I joined the EIS program in 1998, the first outbreak response I had was tuberculosis in a daycare worker. So I had to fly to Gulfport, Mississippi, and I just had to jump in and put all those principles we'd learned in this 3-week crash course, put them into play to try and figure out how we would handle this investigation. That involved interviewing people, collecting survey data, talking to the lab. So it depends on what's going on, but most EIS officers are usually deployed somewhere doing something. I also had 2 investigations in North Carolina, and you go to these places and you stay there until you finish the investigation and get the data you need and make some recommendations. I had, where else did I have an investigation? Michigan City, Indiana, one of the most fascinating outbreaks. And actually I published a paper on this, so you can look it up on the internet because it was so long ago. you can get free access to the paper, but it's entitled, if you put my name, Lisa Fitzpatrick, and then put a tuberculosis outbreak investigated through a social network, it should come up. And the reason it was so fascinating is because the health department called CDC when they found this cluster of TB cases, and they couldn't figure out how all these people were linked together. So they called us in to help them. Well, I got on the ground, and it just so happens I'm Black. All the TB cases that couldn't link to the outbreak were also Black. And we found how these folks were linked. So it's a really fascinating investigation. It was really fun. And then finally, I also led an investigation of HIV transmission in 31 Georgia prisons. So there are just so many different activities. I mean, I can't even do it justice. It's definitely not the same thing every day. Some days you're in the office, you have to write up reports. There are always meetings. But if you're an EIS officer, you're probably traveling at least 50, 60% of the time in the field.
That's awesome. Do you enjoy having an ever-changing work life each week?
Well, I did then, but even to an extent now, I mean, as you can tell by my career, I've had several pivots in my career. And part of that is because I get frustrated, as I described, but also because I like the variety. So I do enjoy that. Yeah. So, and some people, they're different. I have a friend who I went to medical school with, and he is just now retiring from the same practice. He was in the same practice since he finished his residency. So we're all different creatures, and there's just no right or wrong answer for how you move after you graduate from medical school.
Absolutely. Would you say medicine is a continuously changing career?
No, for a lot of people, it actually isn't. I would say I'm kind of an outlier. I mean, I think my story, that's why I spend so much time on my timeline. I think my story is pretty unique. Even among EIS officers, I have lots of EIS officer friends. Once they finish their fellowships or residency, they stayed at CDC because most EIS officers enter the public health service. And if you stay in the public health service for 20 years, you get a pension. And that's why they're still there. But I left after 10 years because I wanted to do something different. So again, there are no rules.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your responses. Next question from Alice in the audience. Thank you, she says, for sharing with us your impactful journey. How would you respond to people who doubt your impact or devalue it?
I don't. So this happens. So are they not able to communicate with us, the people who are asking these questions? Because I want to give that person an opportunity to give follow-up information for the question. So there are so many different ways I could answer that question, but I'd like some more context. So if whoever wrote that question could add on to the question, and then we can take the next question in the meantime.
Alice,
great question.
Alice, if you're available, could you please raise your hand and add on to your question if possible? You just click on the raise hand, perfect, and I will allow you to talk. Hi, Alice, go ahead.
Hi, thank you again, Dr. Fitzpatrick. I really admire people who does what you do in terms of outreaching to those who are underserved, as you said. But I guess what I'm trying to, get from the question is, because I ideally would like to do something of that sort where I can at least get some volunteers or some people to come together and kind of serve a purpose in a community. So, and then I also wonder how you continue to push yourself when I guess there are people who tells you to focus your energy elsewhere and stuff like that. Does that give you more?
Well, are you a medical student?
No, I want to be an occupational therapist. So it's not.
Oh, but you're a student right now.
I'm a pre-OT student, so I'm applying for programs now.
Okay. So and thank you, because that's why I needed the context, because my situation and your situation are very different. They're apples and oranges. So at your stage, I actually think that's good advice. I think you have to finish your degree, get established, and then figure out how to wander and explore things. You need to get the foundation first. And once you have that, but at the same time, if you want to accrue the experience with volunteering and outreach, that's all possible while you're getting your degree. But I would say your highest and number one priority is finishing your degree so that you position yourself for success down the road. The only reason I had the confidence to do all these things I've done is because I'm now a medical doctor. And I finished my residency. So not only did I finish medical school, I was a board certified doctor. And then I started exploring because I had the foundation. So once you have that foundation, then I think you carry on doing whatever feels right to you. That's what I meant by following your arrow. But I just want to encourage you. I mean, don't lose that sense of adventure and spirit. And you can do that. Out in the world, we call these passion projects a side hustle. So you can have a little bit of a side hustle while you're a student, but just get the work done first.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alice. Go ahead and stay on here. I'm going to ask your second question just in case you'd like to add on to it. Alice also asks, how do you continue to push yourself in your strong community outreach?
Oh, well, that's a natural desire. So again, all these things I've done have led me to this moment. And all of those positions I had, those are all leadership positions. So again, because I had the foundation, I seized opportunities, I tried different things, and I just kept learning about where my passion was and what I ultimately wanted to do. And that's why it took me so long to take the leap and start a company. But listen, I'm 52 years old. So I've been at this for a while. I graduated from medical school in 1992. So, back in the 90s and the early 2000s, I was, getting experience. I was being a leader within agencies and organizations, all the while realizing, while this is gratifying, there's something missing for me. I want to be connected to the community. And so that was my goal. So all of those jobs I had, I still maintained some connection to community, but it wasn't what I was primarily doing. The best example of that is when I was at CDC, I did a lot of town hall meetings in Atlanta. So it was scratching my itch, so to speak, but I still had a credible position at an organization. I mean, to be able to say, when you walk into an organization or a group of people and say, I'm Dr. Fitzpatrick from the CDC, like that's a big deal. And so having that foundation and that track record set me up to be able to take the leap to do what I'm doing now. So related to your first question about worrying about what people think about the decisions I've made, at this point, they don't matter to me at all. And if my business doesn't work out, I mean, I already have 3 job offers right now, but I'm not interested in them because I want to see if I can grow my company.
Thank you so much for your response. That was awesome. I think we have time for one more question. And so I want to ask the question, what are some of your favorite projects to promote health literacy with Grapevine Health?
Well, that's easy. That's hands down Dr. Lisa on the Street. And the reason I love Dr. Lisa on the Street, and I actually over the years, have not spent a lot of time on Dr. Lisa on the Street because I've been getting distracted. And now I'm more focused, and that's where I'm going to be spending my time. But I love it because the beauty of it is it shows how universal confusion is about health information. And this is an opportunity to get in front of people and help people understand. I mean, people say, oh, well, that's so amazing. You don't make people feel stupid. That's what people need. They need the lack of judgment, the lack of bias. They need understanding, because all they want is peace of mind to make sure, that they can be healthy. So I've started telling people I'm in the peace of mind business because I'm demystifying and helping people make sense of health information. Although the coronavirus pandemic has been quite challenging, but I'll keep pushing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fitzpatrick, for sharing your story and your impact on population health and your amazing company and efforts for promoting health literacy in our communities in DC, and hopefully, after influencing the attendees in this audience, also on a national level around the country and the world. So thank you so much for joining us today. We hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend.
Okay, thanks for inviting me. You all take care and good luck.
Bye, have a good one. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, before we transition into our next guest speaker, we are going to take a short 10-minute break. Our next guest speaker is Dr. Jennifer Weiss from the Los Angeles Medical Center, and this will be at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So don't go anywhere. Feel free to get a drink of water or anything, but we will be back very shortly in 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from break. I am very honored to announce our next presenter, Dr. Jennifer Weiss. Dr. Weiss is the Assistant Chief of Orthopedic Surgery at the Los Angeles Medical Center and specializes in pediatric orthopedic surgery and sports medicine. Growing up as a daughter of an orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Weiss saw firsthand how male-dominated the world of medicine is. Throughout medical school, she encountered few female students aspiring to become surgeons. From the start, it has always been her goal to inspire women to enter the field of surgery and to not be intimidated by this largely male-dominated profession. Please welcome Dr. Weiss as she discusses the topic, I Wish I Knew. So, hello, Dr. Weiss. Can you see us and hear us? I'm gonna unmute you and
if you unmute me and let me start my video, I will. There we go. Awesome.
Sure.
And I'm going to share my screen.
Yes.
And you can see my messy screen. Here we go. And there we go. Almost there. Excellent. Can you guys see me and hear me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you both.
Excellent. Okay. So I've been kind of on and off today, listening to some of the speakers that you guys gathered for this group. And I was inspired myself, I have to tell you. So what a wonderful crowd of inspirational people with so many different paths. And from what I saw today, I think my path is quite different. And the way that I like to sort of share my story with people that are starting out their careers or thinking about how to start out their careers, I think it works best when I imagine myself at your age. Now, I'm 49. And things are very different now than they were when I was in your shoes or in shoes similar to yours. But I really think it's helpful to do it in the form of kind of a letter or a talk to my 20-something-year-old self. So when I was 20, I was at Williams College, which is a small liberal arts school in Massachusetts, and I was an art history major. Very different from what I ended up doing. And I think that you find a theme from some of us, which is it's okay to swerve. And that word has taken on so much glory in the last year or two from Michelle Obama's gorgeous book, Becoming. And if you haven't read that, it's just phenomenal inspiration for women and success and listening to your own voice. So I was not steeped in medicine and pre-medical thoughts throughout college. I had a great sense that I was going to become a physician, that I was going to become a surgeon, an orthopedic surgeon even. But what I knew was that I had so many other interests and that I didn't, even at that young age, I felt like it would do me a disservice to hone in too much, too early, too quickly. And I happened to connect with a program which still exists in a different iteration at Mount Sinai School of Medicine, in which there was a recognition that physicians from liberal arts backgrounds had something unique to offer patients. And so they went and created a program with some smaller liberal arts schools on the East Coast mostly, not all small, but they recruited about a fifth of their class through this program. And they really encouraged us in this program to major in things that were not science. So I had a very special opportunity. And what I found when I got to medical school and ever since then is this thinking in a broader term has served me, and more importantly, served my patients in my field tremendously. They expected people like me and people from our program to be primary care physicians. And what they found was that most of us actually ended up being surgeons. And I don't know what that says, but I do know that it was unexpected, but unexpected and a pattern that remained over the years. So it may have something to do with the way people get excited about other things in the world and how they are struck by surgery, perhaps. I don't know. So I will share with you my early years. The big guy in the trench coat, my dad, he was an orthopedic surgeon. His name was Andrew Weiss, and he grew up in with zero means. I shouldn't say zero. He was fortunate there was food on the table and he was able to go to school. He grew up in Brooklyn, and there was a family friend who introduced him to a scholarship program that he applied to, and he was able to get himself into Williams College. There's a theme. I'm a lot like my dad. I'm not quite as tall as him. He was 6'6". And then he went on to become a physician and an orthopedic surgeon. My mother was an occupational therapist for much of her life. And I know we were talking to somebody earlier, hearing from somebody who was going into occupational therapy. She is a brilliant woman. She loved being an occupational therapist. And she also shares with me that she's not sure she wouldn't have tried to become a physician if it were more common in her sort of time of life. And she was very insistent that I really apply myself from a very early time and not follow gendered sort of expectations, because she felt like she may have done that more than she wished she had, if you will. But my family put education above all else for all of us. My brother and my sister, they're my people in this world, and neither of them went into medicine. However, my sister does teach mindfulness and does a lot of work in the medical field, and my brother went into finance. But again, the education just being so important to us. And these are the next people. They're my kids. And my handle on social media is My Mom the Surgeon. And I do something that a lot of people recommend not doing on social media and in general, which is I talk about both my family life and my personal life as well as my professional life. And I do that with a huge intention, because when I was growing up and when I was a resident, which is what you do after medical school, there was a lot of talk about these kind of boundaries of life happens over here and work happens over here. And sometimes there's some intermingling, but not so much. And there was this kind of almost schizophrenic way of going about things that I thought was very unhealthy, quite frankly. And I believe that in a field that is so male dominated, that we are not going to be successful in moving the needle and attracting different sorts of people to be orthopedic surgeons if people cannot see that you can do different things and approach it in different ways. So I'm very vocal about being a mom and a surgeon in all walks of life. And another sort of transition that I've made is the term work-life balance, I think, is nice, but the term in the last decade that's really become impactful for me is work-life integration. So understanding that I am me, whether I'm at work or whether I'm at home, whether I'm doing yoga, whether I'm at the beach, whether I'm playing tennis, whether I'm in the operating room, I'm still the same person, and I don't have to shut off half of my brain to do that. And to give a great example, you may see some of my children running around behind me while I speak today, because they're all around the house today. We really continue to put education above all else in my family. This is my oldest graduating from her 6th grade class last year, or 2 years ago now. She would be very irritated if she thought that I shorted her a year. But putting education and facilitating the learning process for the generation that comes after me is really what I promised my parents, and I continue to do. So an impactful moment for me, you would probably think that I would have something scientific up here, or no. One of the biggest things that really hit me hard when I was growing up was I fancied myself to be a good tennis player, and played growing up in grade school and in middle school. And this is a very privileged problem to have had, I get it. But I was cut from my high school tennis team. And the way that made me feel, we talk a lot about how we react to failures in our life. And I think that this is one of the things that solidified how I wanted to approach my career, because I loved athletics and I wasn't as top an athlete as I needed to be to succeed at that level. Yet it created this desire for me to channel what I wanted to do. This is me very pregnant with my second child playing tennis. And so I just bring this up to say, whatever it is that we do to enrich our lives outside of whatever medical field you may choose to go into, embrace it, love it, and understand that it's going to help you connect with patients in many ways by being multifaceted. So here's one of the ways that this all has worked out for me. I've had this love of sports. I'm not a professional athlete, but for many years, I did take care of the LA Galaxy. And that was such a privilege for me to be around these athletes and taking care of them and operating on them and sort of living life alongside them for a long time. So taking these passions, I mentioned I had my art history, I had my tennis, they can really play into the choices that we make professionally as well. So it's not things that you have to put to the side or the back, pull them in, understand what you love about them, and help and have them help you with your decisions. So about 10 years ago, I was very first asked by our Orthopedic Society to share this perspective of being a surgeon mom. Can I have it all? And that was probably the first time that I recognized that I really had something to offer to the women coming up behind me, to show them that this is all okay to put together. So this was us. This is my now almost 14-year-old, my 10-year-old, and we looked like we were having a lovely, calm vacation. But this is really what was going on. We were so chaotic in that time of life. I was pregnant with baby number 3 that we had to have 2 au pairs. And I say that because literally I was in a world where I was waking up and out of the house by 6 a.m. and not home until these little ones were going back to sleep at night. And my husband was working full time. And with the au pair rules, they can only work so many hours per day. So we had to have 2 of them to get by. I didn't have family that could help me nearby at the time. So the sort of smooth sailing ship is really never what it seems. One nice thing about what I do is I could have the finances to support a world in which I could afford childcare so that I could keep working and doing what I needed to do. Again, recognizing the privilege, and I'm very, very fortunate about that. One of the nice things about choosing a career in healthcare is that it is something that will be predictable in being able to take care of yourself and your family financially. So that's really a lovely thing. I think it's important that as we're going through life and understanding the bumps and the difficulties and the difficult climbs, remembering our purpose and our why. Why do I do this? Why did I do this in the first place? Why do I continue doing it? And why do I make the decision every dang day to go back and work my tail off to be a surgeon? And these are two examples of why. The kids, the patients, the relationships that I form with them and their parents or families. And I take care of adults too. But these relationships that I form, for me, that's the why. I love being a surgeon. I love the technical nature of what I do. And I'll get into that a tiny bit here. But my be all end all is connecting with my patients and being able to do something to make them well or better or happier in some way, shape, or form. And being a surgeon is a very quick fix, quite honestly. Being a surgeon, somebody has something that is hurt or broken and needs to be fixed, and we operate on it, and our role is very tangible. Whereas being a working in medicine or in healthcare that is not surgical can be much less tangibly, we can be much less able to tangibly see the difference in what we're doing. That doesn't make it any worse. There's phenomenal aspects to it, but for me, I recognized in myself that I really liked that ability to make a tangible change. Here's something else that has inspired me, and actually 9% is wrong, it's 6%. Women physicians by specialty. Orthopedics is really, really, really low. Neurosurgery is actually below us. They're not on this list. And 6% is the percent of practicing board certified orthopedic surgeons in the United States of America. So women would rather be urologists than orthopedists. That's a problem, and that's a problem that I am very vocal in trying to move the needle on. So vocal that I'm spending time on a Saturday in the afternoon talking to this group of awesome young women to say, and young people in general to say, please join us. Don't be afraid by male-dominated fields if you're a woman, because there are ways to really make an impact. Why is it important? It's important because patients like to have physicians and clinicians that understand them. And a lot of patients want to have a physician or a clinician that looks like them or has the same background as them. And so 50% of women in this country don't have the opportunity to have an orthopedic surgeon that is their same gender. Even worse is underrepresented minorities. Orthopedic surgery is only about 4% of made up of underrepresented minorities. And so there is not an opportunity for our patients to get healthcare from people that are like them. And that can lead to bad things like disparities in healthcare. So it is really important that this shift. These are, you can see behind me my framed version of the She Can Do It. But we hearken back to Rosie the Riveter and women kind of finding their strength and their voice in this country. And in many ways, the military has taught us a lot about how to incorporate, recruit women, and how to best sort of even the playing field with women in the military. So we're learning a lot as we go. They're ahead of us in that. So this is Valerie Lewis. She was one of the first women that I ever had the pleasure of having as a friend and mentor in orthopedic surgery. And she was quoted by the Chicago Tribune. This is over a decade ago, but so important. We have to appeal to all of the medical school class. And if we're not appealing to 50% of the class that is women, then we're losing some of the best and the brightest. And that remains true. And again, I told you we we're taking some lessons from the military. Then Defense Secretary Ash Carter had a very similar quote, which is, you have to recruit from the American population. Half the American population is female. So I'd be crazy not to be, so to speak, fishing in that pond for qualified service members. So I am very attracted to this kind of superhero theme. This was even pre-COVID that I started to think about this, that what we are doing in healthcare every day is really putting on some sort of a superhero cape so that we can go and give to the people that really need us. And I was listening to Dr. Fitzpatrick and really the ways that she has reached out and given such a gift to this world by being who she is. These are the kinds of people that I hold so in such high esteem with their superhero-ness. And this meme on the bottom of "it was never a dress" is something that I have hanging in my office at work. There are very few of us that are women in orthopedics, but we have a very tight hive. And what's really interesting, I know I seem so old to you guys because I'm 49, but I'm young in my field. And I am kind of one of the older women who has brought this hive together. It is such a pleasure for me because when I was coming up, women that I interacted with were so few and far between. And now I'm so fortunate to have all of these women that I call my friends and to interact with them. And it's important. What we're going through on a daily basis, we used to feel like these unicorns. And my friend Rachel Goldstein, who's an orthopedic surgeon at Children's Hospital Los Angeles, in the bottom picture, she's wearing the tank top. And if you look closely, it's got a unicorn on it. We all felt like we were these unicorns going through our lives. And a huge piece of what was able to bring us together, quite frankly, is something that you guys are all very fluent in, which is social media. And as social media has become a way for us to come together, we're all feeling less like unicorns and more like a group of people that can interact very well. So Los Angeles is a huge city with a lot of orthopedic surgeons, hundreds and hundreds. This is a brunch that we had 2 years ago. And this is the majority of the women that are orthopedic surgeons in Los Angeles. So we're just so few and far between. Sitting in the corner in the sunglasses is Dr. Cargile. And she's very special to me. About 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, I got a kind of pop-up message on Instagram, which is, it was one of the first times that I learned that there was this kind of like other bucket on Instagram, that if someone reaches out to you that you don't otherwise know, it pops up there. So she reached out to me and she said, "I've been following you and I'm here in Los Angeles and I want to be an orthopedic surgeon and I don't have a mentor and I don't know any women in orthopedics. And I just want to let you know," like she said some kind words. And I wrote her back and I said, "Come over to my office. Let's talk. How can I help?" She was at a program that she was at a medical school that didn't have an orthopedics program. And she is such an accomplished woman. And she came in and we met and I got her involved in some research. And I'm very proud to say that she matched at her #1 program for orthopedics. And she is now an intern at University of Southern California Orthopedics program. And the best part of the story was one of the other programs where one of my dear friends is a residency director. I got an email from him yelling at me the day after the match to say we were really sad that we didn't get Dr. Cargile. So this is a woman who I watched just kill it with her residency applications. And she is going to be the sort of woman to for this next generation to look up to. So it's again another reason that I'm really embracing social media for the women in our community to come together about male-dominated fields. It's important for us to celebrate orthopedics as women's work, because what happened when I was coming up through medical school and residency is there was a joke, and I'm going to tell it, and it's going to make my skin crawl, but I'll tell it anyway. Early on, one of my attendings when I was a resident said to me, "Hey, Dr. Weiss, there's two kinds of women that are in orthopedics. Do you know what kind of women they are?" And I was like, "No, I'm not familiar. What kind of women are we?" And I was in the South, and it was interesting. And he said to me, "There's the kind that shouldn't be women, and there's the kind that shouldn't be orthopedists." And I was like, "Thank you very much for those words," and went about my day. But those are, we have the term microaggression. That was a macroaggression. That was just aggressive, inappropriate, awful. But those are the things that I heard very frequently. And I didn't have a lot of women around me. There was one woman who graduated from my program right after I started, and another woman who came up 2 years behind me, who is wonderful. And so connecting with them was always amazing, but we were just so few and far between. And it just warms my heart that I'm showing you pictures now in the bottom corner. My physician assistant is a woman. This is a group of women that I was operating with one day, an all-female group. Top right is one of the women who was one of my residents last year. And it makes me so happy to connect. You'll also see a lot of tools in the picture on the bottom. And those are some of the tools that we use to be orthopedic surgeons. It's very hands-on work. It's very, some people call it sterile carpentry. It's super fun. And if you can imagine doing like a carpentry job or work where somebody brings you everything that you need and then takes it away and cleans up after you, that's kind of what it feels like sometimes. Like every day that I'm in the operating room, I'm like, I can't believe I get to do this with my hands. And it's so gratifying. But in a vacuum, it wouldn't be. What's most important is the people that I'm connecting with before and after I operate on them, and connecting with them and going through their journey with them. So the 94% of men that are in my field, they're so, I'm so blessed and grateful for this kind of allyship. I mentioned that my dad was an orthopedist, so I entered orthopedics in a way of understanding that the role that men had to either welcome or not welcome the women. My father was a residency or was a chairman actually of the one of the programs in New Jersey, and he was very proud to have a lot of women in his program. So I asked these guys to show their biceps for these pictures. They're not normally going around doing that. And this is an image of an award for good behavior. And the reason that I show this is being a woman in a male-dominated field, it's really hard sometimes to keep that smile on our face. And this is one of our physician assistants, and she made up this award because sometimes the surgeons were pretty grouchy and not very helpful to the physician assistants. And so she made this award up and started giving it out to people when we were doing things like being kind and being nice and things you would hope we would do anyway. So this is an image of me in the boardroom of our orthopedic society. So almost all of the orthopedic surgeons in this country are a member of the AAOS, which is our orthopedic society. And this is me in the boardroom. And you look around that table. The other woman, by the way, who's at the end, who you can see, there's a woman sort of two down from me with long dark hair who is one of the staff members. But the other woman who was in the boardroom actually was the president, the first woman president of the Orthopedic Academy, a dear friend and mentor. And so there was one other woman in the orthopedic boardroom with me. So I'll kind of leave you with this, that anything can knock us off balance, and it's really just important to how are we going to regain our balance and how are we going to keep a smile on our face along the way. Work-life integration, as I mentioned, is so important. This is my solace. My yoga has played a huge part for me, and just working out in general. And if I am having a crummy day, the most important way that I turn it around is making sure that I get some sort of movement in, and it may be in my office for 5 minutes, and it more preferably is a longer period of time. These are some of the men that have been in my life as allies. And I want to share with you that this is a group, this is the only time I've been surrounded by this many women in orthopedics. We had a program where we had a joint pediatric orthopedic program in Europe. And when we got Europe and the US together, we did have a nice group of women. Takes a lot of faces and shoes to get through the day, and understanding and shape shifting through the day can be really important. These are my friends from medical school, and this is a then and now because we had this Zoom call just a couple of months ago. They're still just dear, dear, dear to me. We're across the country or scattered around the country, but they're my people. And the people that you meet during your training and your education, hold them close. They're there to get you through the times. And I want to invite any of you who are interested that are women to think about joining our Facebook group, which is Women in Medicine Staying Fit and Staying Sane. It is about 550 members actually now, and it's a great forum for asking different women about different things. So with that, I guess we go to a Q&A, is that right?
Yes, if you want, you could stop sharing your screen. That way our attendees are able to see both of us.
You got it. Let me do that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your inspiring presentation. I really love how you are able to use social media to both connect with other women who are surgeons and also inspire the next generation. And I totally love how you're able to connect both your personal life and your professional life. So I really like that. Now it's time to answer some questions from the Q&A. So I'll read the first couple of ones, and anyone else who has questions, please make sure to put them on the chat and I will read them out loud. So the first question is, what helps you get through tough days when a patient has bad outcomes after surgery?
So the first thing that I would say when there is a bad outcome is, number one, accepting that that happens, that no surgeon, no clinician is perfect, and no procedure is without risks. That doesn't make the emotional aspect of this any easier. So what gets me through it is, number one, connecting with the patient and the family. That is the most important. Early in my career, I learned that anybody who has a complication gets just complete access to me, and nobody's ever abused it. And the reason is I don't want them to feel isolated or thrown to the side. The second thing that I do is, I told you, I turn to my exercise. And so even if when I find the news out, if I have a moment to be able to do a quick little something to get back into my own head and my own body, and that's important. And then lastly is connecting with my peers. So people that have been through it, because nobody else really understands. There's something called second victim, which is the first victim is the patient who's experiencing the bad outcome. And then the second is the clinician that's involved. And it can happen for physicians, surgeons, nurses, therapists. And it's really important work that we don't let people carry it and let it weigh too heavily. So having peer support is really important.
All right, thank you so much for your response. The next question is, what is a good way to deal with microaggressions? What do you say or do?
Yeah. One, I've been reading this book that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, called How to Be an Anti-Racist. And it's a wonderful book. And I only just read this portion the other day, in which the author shares that there's no such thing as a microaggression. He says, stop calling it that. They're all just aggressions. It's aggressive. So one thing that I'm learning to do is actually recognize that. The second is, it really depends on where I am in my life and my career. When I was proving myself, I think I tried to use a sense of humor and deflection. In 2020, I don't believe that it's our cross to bear, if you will. If somebody is being aggressive toward us, wherever we are in our career, there's a way to report that and to stand up for ourselves. So I really, if you had asked me this question 10 years ago, I would say, okay, use a sense of humor, get yourself through it. But now, no, don't take it. If somebody's doing something that's inappropriate, aggressive, whether it's micro or not, we report it and we get that person educated.
Right, I totally agree. Okay, our next question. How have you seen the use of social media grow in healthcare?
Yeah, so what's interesting is there's so many aspects to the social media and healthcare question. There's the connections of physicians connecting with physicians. There's physicians connecting with patients. There's education. So there's lots of ways to share cases and get input. And there's ways to advertise or / make known positions that are available, sort of for job finding and things like that. They're all fair game. What I think, what is important for us, I believe, is to use it for a tool for clinicians to stick together, because I think we are in real danger of healthcare being taken over by administrative, non-clinical people. And some of them are very wonderful, but we as clinicians really need to stay involved with one another so that we can continue to influence how patients are best taken care of. I think social media is important for that.
All right, thank you so much. The next question is, are you subspecialized in and mainly focus on certain things in orthopedic surgery, or do you still do what you learned in residency?
So the answer, I'm going to answer the second question first. Whatever anyone learns in residency will become irrelevant rather quickly. So there are very few surgeries that I learned in residency that I still do the same way, because things change very, very quickly. So the most important thing about our education in whether it's being a physician or a therapist or a nurse is learning how to learn and learning how to just keep up to date and swerve with all of that. And then I'll answer the first question, which is, I am very subspecialized. I am a pediatric orthopedist who mostly does sports. So my daily life is very focused on kids who have torn their ACL or their shoulders come out of joint. And those are the surgeries that I do a lot of. But I still take regular calls. So if a 95-year-old breaks his hip, I fix it. And that's one of the surgeries that hasn't changed much since residency. I just did one of those yesterday, and there's still a very, what we call bread and butter aspect to what I do.
Oh, that's amazing. Is there a specific reason why you decided to specialize in pediatric orthopedic?
Yeah. So when I was in residency, what I found was, when I did my pediatric rotation, two things. Number one, I liked going to clinic. I liked going to work. I like kids. They're funny. They get better well. They're the challenge was parents. And now that I'm a parent, I understand it. And parents can be very overwhelming. But I like kids, and it just made me feel happy to work with them. And then the second piece is something that's nuanced that I didn't recognize at the time, but I know now is important to me, that even though orthopedic surgery is incredibly male dominated, pediatrics has more women than any of the other orthopedic specialties. So I think that I recognized very early that if I did peds, there would be other women around, and that has played out.
Nice. Thank you so much. The next question, what does your daily life look like in the midst of COVID-19?
Yeah. So I'm going to share my daily life when COVID first started, and then I'll share my daily life now. So when COVID first started, one of the hats that I wear for Kaiser Permanente, which is where I work in California, is I'm on our leadership team that runs the operations for surgery in Southern California. And so for the first 2 weeks when the pandemic hit, I actually stopped clinical work and completely did administrative stuff to try and get our group ready. And those days were working from home and kind of like the rest of the population that's not in healthcare. I quickly understood and remember those days. Those were the hardest days of COVID for me, definitely because we were coming to understand what COVID is and all that means. But being at home with everybody here was an extra special challenge. And so after those 2 weeks, I went back to clinical work. So I still spend 1 day a week doing that, but my regular day when I'm being a surgeon is I am up at about 5:30. I work out before work. I get to work by about 7. I see patients or do surgery. In my job, I'm done by about 4, which is really special and awesome. It's not always like that, guys. And then after, and during those hours, I'm either seeing patients in clinic. COVID has been wonderful in telehealth. So I see a lot of patients remotely, which I really enjoy. And then after that is done, I most of the time come home, and because of COVID, my family is actually here and not in a million different directions. And I try and unplug for at least 2 to 3 hours and around them for whatever sort of ridiculousness and chaos and bickering is happening. And then after dinner, I'm often back online finishing up whatever it is from the day, and get to bed early because I'm getting up early the next morning.
Nice. I really love how you're able to integrate the life-work balance and exercise and have time with your family. It's really awesome.
It's doable. It really is, guys.
I hear that. Yeah. What is an unexpected part of being an orthopedic surgeon that most people don't think of?
I would say that medical school is not designed with enough education about the musculoskeletal system. So what I didn't recognize was how little my primary care colleagues were and are able to address musculoskeletal problems. So as a surgeon, I didn't expect that I was still going to potentially be the best person to see somebody who didn't need surgery. So that's kind of a funny thing. That was hard for me to accept for the beginning of my career. Now I'm proud of my ability to be able to connect with my patients and make them feel satisfied even when I'm not recommending surgery. But I didn't expect that when somebody would come and see me and didn't need surgery, that we would all feel let down. And now I see it for what it is, which is a blessing. Great. You don't need surgery. We can do these other things.
Yes. Thank you so much. We have another question, and I just want to remind everyone, if you still have questions, please, we have a few minutes left, so make sure you ask them. This one is more personal. So what are some good books you recommend, not just about medicine, about anything in general?
It's so funny. I was reading this morning. It's called The Testaments. I'm obsessed with The Handmaid's Tale, and I'm a library person. So it turns out, I don't know, my childhood, we always used the library, and it turns out that there's this free, amazing thing in our country. So I'm a library person, and this is The Testaments is the sequel to The Handmaid's Tale. It took a month to come off the wait list, so I'm very excited. And I would say the other book that I just finished recently that was incredible was called Untamed. Have you guys, has that, we're not so interactive, so I can't tell, but it's Glennon, I'm blanking on her name. It's by the woman who's married to Abby Wambach. And it's just a phenomenal book. It's very empowering. Thank you. Somebody said Glennon Doyle. Thank you. And just, a friend of mine actually just randomly sent it to me in the mail. And she said, pay it forward, send it to somebody else. So it's kind of this like chain letter that we have going on. Really a great book. And I also read a lot of Brene Brown's stuff. I find her to be really helpful in sort of taking on the world. And then lastly is something very funny. It's called Nothing to See Here. It's a really cute, funny, hilarious book about kind of becoming an adult.
Nice. Thank you so much. Let's see. Next question. Have you ever come across a pediatric psychiatrist and or collaborated with one? And if you want, you can answer the first part.
Yeah. So they are few and far between. They are unicorns too. Really, well, before I was working with Kaiser Permanente, I was at the Children's Hospital Los Angeles. So there was a pediatric psychiatry department there. At Kaiser Permanente, we are fortunate enough to have a pediatric psychiatrist. And I will tell you actually how I met him. I met him because I'm part of a team that works with clinician communication. So I heard Dr. Fitzpatrick talking about this too, that there's a language that we can get ourselves into that doesn't help our patients if we start speaking doctor speak. So it's a group, we do these really fun interactive sessions using actors because I'm in Los Angeles, and we do a lot of role playing, and it's really fun work. So I met this pediatric psychiatrist because he attended one of those sessions, and I really thought he was such a great communicator and became friendly with him. And then a few months later, there was a patient that was admitted to the hospital who had an issue. Sometimes young people can find ways to move their body in which they can on purpose get their shoulder to dislocate. And it can be a very tricky, a dislocate means come out of socket. So most of the time when shoulders come out of socket, nobody wants it to happen. And we do surgical things for them. But sometimes people can kind of figure it out for their own reasons. So this young woman was admitted to the hospital because she was in so much pain from her shoulder issues. And I became very close with him because her issue was not that she needed surgery from me. Her issue was that she needed help from him. And the pediatricians weren't able to understand that for a little while. But because he was such a good collaborator with me, and I had recognized, because I had seen that so many times in my career, the two of us together were able to sit with first the pediatrics team and then the family to get everybody on board. And he has a wonderful way with people, and it's a special job to have.
All right, thank you so much. Now the second part of the question, in your field, does the patient ever see the psychiatrist before and or after their treatment?
Yes, and I will say that with a capital Y. I think it's really important that we remember that we're treating a whole person. And even if sometimes there are pain issues that don't go along with any surgical issues, and sometimes there are pain issues that go along with surgical issues. But if we don't take care of the brain and the whole emotional aspect of the patient, anything that I do as a surgeon is bound to fail. So that's one of the reasons that I love Kaiser Permanente, is that I can make sure that any patient that's seeing me, I can have access to mental health care for them as well. Whereas when I was at Children's Hospital, sometimes patients would get the ability to see me, but not the ability to get what they really needed in that space. So really important integration. There are also, there are many clinics that are called multidisciplinary, which means that a patient goes one place and sees lots of different people. And there are a lot of sports clinics that have both psychiatrists or psychologists, as well as surgeons, as well as physical therapists, so that the patient's getting everything that they need to get better.
Yeah, I really like that like holistic approach to what a person really is, all these different areas of their life, not just like surgery or treatment, but also their health, mental health, and other components.
Yeah.
And we have time for maybe one or two more questions. So let's see. Have you seen much improvement on how people treat female orthopedic surgeons over the span of your career?
Yes. The short answer is yes. The long answer is not as much as I would like to see. And the third part to that is also the way that I receive it. I feel so confident now. I'm no longer in the mode of feeling like I have to prove myself. And so the way that I receive the information is different. But one of the reasons I think that I love to mentor young women in orthopedics, or not so young women, is I like to see what is happening with them. I don't like to say to them, because that doesn't sound empowering, but with them and around them that they're interacting with. And we actually did a study in orthopedics looking at the very question that you're asking and the way people define what they're receiving. And the answer is it's getting a little bit better, but it needs to get a lot better. You guys are the future. We have to do this together.
Yes, we have to. Oh, so I see more questions now. So maybe let's do maybe two more. Let's see. During your undergraduate career, were there many things you wanted to do and explore, like traveling? If so, how do you focus on exploring these interests while also pursuing your career of becoming a physician?
Yeah, so important. I spent some time when I was an undergrad. I got to go spend some time studying in Germany. And I found that prepared me a lot for orthopedics, because what we do in the United States is just such a small portion of what's happening in the world. And so in medicine, it's really important that the communication is, in many ways, the United States is in a really privileged position to teach others throughout the world. And so I've gotten to do a lot of traveling to teach. And then also traveling to learn and traveling to understand that it's not, there's more than one way to skin a cat, if you will. So I've been able to parlay travel into my career in that way. I also have done some work in underdeveloped countries to give care, not as much as I want to, and maybe as my kids get older, I'll get back to doing that more. But I think that there are opportunities to meld travel in all of those ways. And also there's time off. And so no matter what career you choose, you will have a little bit of time off. I was scheduled, if COVID hadn't hit, to go to Israel for 2 weeks with my oldest daughter this summer. So, you know, we can all remember that you're not going to be doing whatever it is you choose to do 24/7.
Great. Thank you so much for your response. And I love this point, because many of our previous speakers have brought up how when medical schools look at your admission, they want to see a person, not just someone checking off boxes. So make sure you're exploring what you're passionate about and pursuing who you really are, because that's what schools truly are going to see. And you don't have to be anyone else but yourself, basically. So thank you so much. Would you like to do one more question?
Sure.
If you want, would you like to pick the next one, or should I pick it?
Yeah, let me go. I'm going into Q&A.
We have 3 left.
Okay.
So whichever one you would like.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go with what is it like working in health administration? I am in health administration because I feel that if I'm going to be grouchy and difficult about the way it's done, I need to volunteer to be up and in it. And so my role in that team is of being the voice of the physician and clinician. And I'm not shy about it. So that's why I love doing it. It can be very frustrating to the very definition of kind of moral injury or burnout is to have this sense of what you want to give to your patients, but know that you can't give it to them because the resource isn't there. And so at least by having an administrative role, I can understand the why if I can't do it. And I can also, when I see a patient in front of me that doesn't have what they need, I can bring it right back up the chain to the top. That's the reason I think we should be involved. I also think that to improve diversity in orthopedics, we have to have women as leaders throughout healthcare so that you can't be what you can't see.
All right, I think we are about to finish now. So thank you so much, Dr. Weiss, for joining us today and for sharing your story and also how you're out there empowering women. So if anyone wants to keep following Dr. Weiss's social media, go ahead and do it. And thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we transition into our lunch break, I just want to say how excited I am about our next presentation. We're going to hear from a very resilient and empowering speaker who I personally really admire. And she will share her story in a few minutes after break. So in about 5 minutes, please join us to hear about Dr. Iris Gibbs' story. And her presentation is titled The Challenges and Opportunities of Being First. So hang tight and come back in 5 minutes. We'll see you soon.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for our closing speaker for the first annual National Pre-Health Conference of 2020. We are so grateful for everybody's support and participation in this first innovative and inspirational event. And we are very excited for this next remarkable and inspiring presentation by Dr. Iris C. Gibbs. Dr. Gibbs is the Associate Dean for MD, a professor of radiation oncology, and a professor of neurosurgery at Stanford University School of Medicine. She is a first-generation student and a champion of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Please welcome our closing speaker, Dr. Gibbs, as she discusses the challenges and opportunities of being first. Thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. Gibbs. We are so excited to have you today.
Great, thank you. Let's see. Perfect.
Feel free to start whatever you want.
Perfect. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. So, hello, and hello, everybody. I know that we've come to the very end. I want to thank the organizers of the National Pre-Health Conference for allowing me to speak to you today. I want to get to know you a little bit better. So, Lexi, I think we have a couple of questions, poll questions, but if not, then we can move on. But the question, okay, so shall I stop my share?
No, you can keep it. You can keep your sharing on while I ask the questions. Which
Okay,
question
great.
would you like to ask first?
So very short. The first question is, who are you? And so I think the choices may be high school student, college student that's graduating this year. Okay, great. So go ahead and quickly answer that. And the other ones are very, very short as well. So Lexi, just tell me when there are sufficient responses to move on to the next question.
Of course. Let's wait a couple more seconds. We're at about 60% voted.
Great.
Okay, I'll go ahead and end poll and share results. So you should be able to see the results of the poll.
So I see the results. There's about 57% of you all who are college students that aren't graduating this year, so great. And other college students who are graduating next year who are probably in the process of applying. And then a fair amount of other folks as well. Great. So the next question I'd like to ask is about your interest in medicine. So tell me a little bit about that.
Is it the first gen question or the question about future in medicine?
Yeah, the future question.
Perfect.
Great. So what are your future plans?
I'm gonna wait a couple more seconds. Okay, I will share results.
Okay, great. Let's see these results. A doctor working exclusively with patients, and then a third or so I want to be doctors who are conducting research and working with patients, researchers, teachers, and others. Excellent. And now the final question. Are you first generation?
Oh, wow. A couple more seconds until we end the last poll. Okay, I'll go ahead and end it. And there we are.
Wow, nearly 50-50.
I
So,
was actually very surprised by that. It's amazing.
yeah, oh, this is great. Well, now that I know my audience, let's go ahead and launch into the presentation.
Perfect.
Great, excellent. So earlier this year, so I'm going to talk to you today about the challenges and opportunities of being first. So whether you're consider yourself first generation or not, I hope that there's something in this presentation for you. Earlier this year, I had the great honor of speaking to students at the Stanford SUMA conference on a theme very similar to this. And so I must say that conferences like this and like SUMA, in talking to students who are starting out their exploration of career choices is especially really one of my favorite things to do. So thank you guys so much for joining me. So let's see if we can get my slides moving. Okay, perfect. It's moving a little slower, so I am so sorry. It's moving faster than I think, and it needs to be, sorry, I'm going to stop my share for a second because my slides went a little awry here during the poll. So we're going to go back and then I will share.
Let me know if you need any help with that.
No, that's okay. It's just on my screens. It's
No
just
problem.
it just went a little bit too far. It was paused too long. 1 second. Okay. I will share in just a moment. And here we are. Okay. Sorry about that, technology. Okay. So here we are. So I am currently a professor, a researcher, an administrator, and a physician. And so this slide outlines a bit of my my journey, and it's shown as a linear representation. And so similar to some of the other speakers in the conference, in their emphasis that our journeys oftentimes are not really linear, but can have different diversions this way and that. There's no way that I could have predicted at the end of this path where my eventual career choice really would be. So hopefully during this presentation, you'll get a couple of gems of knowledge that might hopefully help you. And so I started off my journey, like some of you all, first generation in your families, to pursue higher education and the first physician. Being first really adds to diversity. While this journey is unique, it also comes with a lot of questions. And one of these questions is whether I really want to be a doctor and what are the various ways to really realize my true potential. In some ways, it can feel like a maze that is fraught with a series of starts and stops, roadblocks and dead ends. But if you can envision it, there is really a clear path to the other side. So what I have learned being first generation is that my own tenacity and determination have really prepared me for this path. My curiosity cultivated a genuine interest in people, communication skills, being analytical, and thinking critically about problems have also helped. So these are the same skills that you should be focusing on as you're developing. When I reflect on this theme of some challenges and opportunities of being first, I'm prompted to first ask the question, what does it mean to be first? I think that the image that is conjured up oftentimes is this sense of competition, which, being first comes with the bragging rights of being a winner. But I think that being first means so much more. Being first means looking at your surroundings and saying, I want something different. Sometimes it means being daring and audacious enough to aspire to be something that you never even seen before. So in my case, for example, Growing up, I had never seen a Black woman physician, but being first meant that I could audaciously become someone who I had never seen. Being first also means that you have the opportunity to look at life as a blank slate upon which you can create your own story, not necessarily repeating the stories of others. For some, this might mean that we make a deviation from the path that our families may have pursued before. And in my case, my parents worked in factories and as a custodian at a high school. And while I am eternally grateful for their hard work, I'm also grateful to be able to think beyond this and to create a different legacy for my own family. But this aspiration can be daunting when one really looks at the numbers, right? Every year, 50,000 students apply to medical schools in the United States, and just over 20,000 are admitted and enroll. The road to medicine is long, but it's rewarding. And in this pre-med and pre-health space, while you are at the beginning of this path, you should also know that at each juncture, you will be starting over and over, time and time again. Medicine is about lifelong learning and the recurring journey of new beginnings. Now, you've heard over the past few days during this conference a variety of experiences and discoveries of successful applicants. In looking at the experience of successful applicants, it is notable that experiences like this pre-health conference places you really in a great position to compete well, because it nurtures these early exposures to medicine and are key and can lead to opportunities like conducting research and volunteering in communities. So please keep those connections going. Being first means embracing a pioneering spirit. For some of you, you may be immigrants to a new land, and you straddle the identities of different worlds. As a pioneer, seizing the humble opportunities that are afforded you to create new paths. But being first means being this pioneer. And I love this quote, that the footsteps of a pioneer ultimately become the highway of a nation. I always like to talk to groups like this because everything you learn about this pursuit of a medical path allows you to get the memo. And I'm all about getting the memo to everyone. As you've learned today, there are definitely certain boxes of experiences and exposures that you must check. The memo is that you should not lose yourself so much in that checklist that you do not enjoy the ride, or most importantly, that you become changed by this growth process. Medicine needs competent, caring, empathetic problem solvers. Conferences like this provide accurate information about this process to become a healthcare professional. And while being first, with all these wonderful, exciting, aspirational pleasures that I just talked to you about, it also comes with the anxieties of the daunting tasks that may lie ahead, and the full weight of experiences and burdens that also might lie ahead. And that same blank slate that at once seemed promising may also leave you wondering whether or not there's too much of the unknown. Now, today, as the last speaker, I'm going to take a few liberties to reflect on this moment that we're in right now. We are in 2020, and this year has been so unprecedented in so many ways. And in many ways, I like to think that all of us are actually first gen. And because a generation is characterized as a group who's born around a similar time and shaped by similar shared experiences. And so we, in this moment in 2020, have definitely some shared experiences. So in that no other generation has truly experienced what you're experiencing now in the same circumstances like I said, I think that we all are first gen. Before 2020, most people called many of you all Generation Z, or the silent generation, because like your grandparents, your great grandparents, your childhood was marked by war and economic recession. But I believe that you are anything but silent. I think that you have the power and audacity to reclaim a title that was actually given to a generation of your great grandparents, and that is the title of being the greatest generation, who showed that hardship builds character, shaping you to continually find innovative and independent ways to thrive. So you are the resilient ones. This next image reminds me of how I felt the first day that I landed in California to pursue medical school at Stanford, and I'm from the East Coast. Having left everything I knew and loved 3,000 miles away. After unpacking my single trunk containing all my worldly possessions in about 10 minutes, I sat there. Only then did I realize that I had been going and going, never stopping. In high school, working to get to college. In college, working toward getting the research fellowships. And then from graduating college to go to the medical school interviews and the acceptances, and then graduation. And only a few days before I had sat at this very place. And now alone with my thoughts, I thought, what the heck have I done? And so I sat there and cried. But luckily for me, I had a warm and receptive group of people who believed in me at Stanford. And so I took this plunge and I never looked back since. And that's what I encourage you to do as well. I've talked a lot so far about being first. But what does it mean really to be last, okay? To me, it means that with each accomplishment toward a goal of becoming a physician, you have actually completed the next step and then on to the next step of the journey. So I like this quote from someone we lost relatively recently as well, that it's not the first, but the last step in the race, the last shot at the basket, the last volley in tennis, the last swing at the bat that makes the lasting difference, for that is where the game is won. After all, what do you call a person who graduates last in their medical school class? You call them doctor. This is not a message to aim low, but a message of encouragement to complete what you have started, so that no matter where you are, first or last, there is a satisfaction that you have committed to finishing and have the courage not to give up. So today is your opportunity to gain new knowledge that you can share with others, because being first also comes with a sense of responsibility. The responsibility to leave a legacy as you chart a journey of being first. And so my hope is that even if you are first, that you are not the last, because you have plotted a course where others can follow you. I encourage you to be unique and to be your authentic selves, because these unique aspects can add to the learning environment of others and contribute to diversity. And so this is a quote that I like as well by Dr. Seuss. Today you are you, that is truer than true. There is no one alive who is newer than you. So you need to bring those unique experiences to this journey, because it can be so wonderful and fulfilling. So I say be first, but not the last. And so thank you very much for inviting me to this. I want to spend the bulk of my time answering your questions. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Gibbs, for sharing your story and your very inspirational message to a majority of first generation students. And I loved how you said that we are all first generation. We are all entering a upcoming virtual age in telemedicine. We are all visualizing a pandemic that really has never been seen before, and how our healthcare industry has evolved during this time, and how we need to be better prepared as future healthcare professionals for this new upcoming age as a result of the pandemic.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your message. Now we're going to jump into Q&A. We have about half an hour of questions and answers, and I really hope for a beautiful and thoughtful discussion with our audience members. I'd like to let the audience members know that you can drop your questions using the Q&A feature, but also I'd like to extend the opportunity for you to ask your questions, share your voice, and introduce yourself as well by raising your hand, and I can allow you to speak. So without further ado, I will start the first question in our Q&A feature. What tips and advices do you have for students applying to Stanford Medicine in respective to your process in applying and attending the medical school, and separately as the Associate Dean of MD Admissions?
Great. That one's a great question. Whether to Stanford Medicine or any other medical school, I think the tips that I shared here are really what I want you to hold true to. And that is that none of us knows what that sort of final point it will be on our journey. We definitely do, take one step at a time, and focusing on the moment that you're in right now to do what you can to be able to really nurture your own sense of passion. If I could give just one major message to people who are on this journey, it really is that Dr. Seuss quote. So many times people are really trying to be cookie cutter. And schools like Stanford Medicine, certainly with me as the associate dean, I don't want cookie cutter, right? I want to see the full, brilliant colors and flavors of you, right? So that one would be my most important message, is to find what that passion is, to sort of nurture that by getting out of your comfort zones. Whether that be with regard to research topics that are spawned by some curiosity. I call that sort of intellectual curiosity. And when I see that evidenced in a file, I'm always excited. So those are the things. So oftentimes we have that checklist, and there is a checklist. I do want you to get those medical exposures. I do want you to get some inquiry, or what we call scholarship, research, investigative experiences. I do want you to be there with patients and to do well in your studies, because competence is an important part, but that one's not the only part. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. And to audience members who want to hear about what the AAMC or the well-rounded applicant requirements for medical school, we have previous sessions in the last 2 days that cover that information. Just check out our schedule on our website. Next up, we have, what made you decide to specialize in radiation oncology?
Great question as well. I did not start this journey knowing what a radiation oncologist was. And I didn't start this journey knowing that that one would be what I would do. But there are some transferable passions, and there's some transferable skills that develop over time. One of the core things that I knew fairly early on, probably even in high school and earlier, that I had this sort of inquisitive mind towards science and investigation. So research was going to be part of what I would be doing, at least starting out. And so that led me to certain experiences in high school, which also then led me to those experiences in college. And that really shaped a portfolio that was very attractive for a place like Stanford. And then once here, I got the opportunity to delve into research, starting my first year in the lab of a wonderful, who's now a wonderful colleague, who was just starting her new lab, and I was the first medical student in that lab. And we did a lot of wonderful things together. And so while even at that point, I didn't settle on a career in radiation oncology, what I did was, because I'm first gen, I felt like the world is my smorgasbord, that I wanted not to be focused way too soon and narrow it. So every single rotation that I did, I wanted to embody myself as being that kind of physician. If I did surgery, certainly for those 2 months, I would be the best surgeon that there was. And then in the end, you're left with all of these choices, and then you have to be true to yourself. And to me, this one was a field that embodied all of this wonderful things that I liked, the continuity of patient care, being able to solve complex problems, the ability to use, the knowledge of physics and technology towards making people's lives better. So that was my journey to become a radiation oncologist.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your response. A follow-up question to that: how possible is it to do research while you're in medical school? And does this determine on which medical school you apply to and attend?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that many medical schools will have at least some prerequisite for having some investigative aspects to your portfolio. But some of the research intensive medical schools will have myriad options of being able to conduct research. Stanford Medicine happens to be one of those institutions who has decided to continue to keep a really good balance of flexibility for the medical students. And so even though I did medical school in 5 years, people might say, whoa, did it take you 5 years because you were slower? No, at Stanford Medicine, almost everybody does 5 years because we have that sense of inquiry and research investigation as part of our DNA. And so most students will conduct research in some form or fashion. I will recommend that when you approach your medical school application process, think about what your own passions are and look at the missions of each of the medical schools and see that it is reflected in some of the things that you want to do. So in Stanford, we have research in our mission twice. So that one means that it's going to be there for you.
Wow, that's really awesome to hear, because I always thought, as a pre-medical student, I work in a research lab actually too. And I've always thought, is this going to be it after I graduate? I go off to medical school and I do a clinical experience that is completely different from the wet lab research I'm doing now. So that is really amazing to hear how schools like Stanford and other universities are promoting work in research while you're
and I
learning.
want to encourage people that research to us does not only mean the wet lab. I spent a lot of time in the wet lab, but it also means those sort of community projects that people do to inform the rest of us, public health, policy work, epidemiology, all sorts of global health. There's investigations and inquiry that you can do in so many different areas: bioengineering, informatics. Okay, the list goes on and on.
Wow, awesome. Thank you. Next question. Do you think being the first person in your family pursuing an MD can have a similar meaning to being the first to go to college?
Yes, I think that for me, it's sort of part and parcel of the similar goal. I think what it does do, though, for others who have kind of come behind, is to now create a little bit more of a visible path. I fully expect that my family members, nephews, nieces are going to exceed what I have done. So I think I still hold that same sense of pioneering spirit, but I fully expect that you all also will do way more than any of us in our generation has done.
Great. And I have a follow-up question to that. I know in the application, I'm pretty sure there's you can check your box for if you were the first in your family to go to college. Is there something similar to that for the first in your family to go to medical school or graduate school?
Well, I think the question there is about being first generation, and they tried to tailor it to being first generation to go to college. So there's, to my knowledge, that doesn't encompass the first to go to become a physician in your family, though it's a real unique journey. Medicine is I always call it the sacred intersect. It's different from other professions, whereby you enter this by being smart. So lots of other professions, law, business school, other professional journeys require that you're smart. Here, it requires that you are able to engage with people, right? And that sacred part of it is why this one feels a bit different. But on the application, that sense of being first gen relates really to sort of the pursuit of college.
Perfect, thank you. Next question. What are some programs and resources offered at Stanford for first generation students? How did you pay for school?
Yes, so resources here at Stanford, one of the important endeavors over the last 5 or 6 years that I've had the pleasure of being a part of is a first gen mentoring program. I serve as a mentor for that and an organizer for that, because I do know that there are unique needs that students who are trekking along this path may actually require. So that mentoring program is there for our students. There was another part to your question though.
Yeah, it was, how did you pay for school?
Okay, how did I pay for school? Thankfully, back when I went to school so many eons ago, Stanford had really wonderfully generous financial aid offerings. So school for me was very, very inexpensive. And I ended up without the kinds of debt that we are hearing about now, where nationally the average is over about 200,000, which is always quite astounding to me. At Stanford Medicine, we have always worked really, really hard to minimize that and to mitigate that kind of debt. So consistently over many years, we've always come in below half of the national average because of a lot of these generous offerings. And this year, actually, the efforts towards financial aid has been made towards making the medical education actually debt-free. So we are making those strides through the generous donations of people who've walked our halls and who have done some amazing things. And we know that many other medical schools are putting effort and resources into that as well, because this is a very, very big problem that deters so many people from thinking that they can even go on to this journey. And a little known secret, I would say, and I told my nephews this, I had 3 nephews who graduated high school this year, and they don't necessarily come from, we're not wealthy family. But I told them there's a little well-known secret that actually you could probably get a less expensive education at some of the top ranked institutions compared to the state school even. And I went to a state school, a private state school, University of Delaware, and they had generous offerings for us. And so, and I still support those efforts. But yeah, I think at school, and that proved to be true, like getting into schools like, Ivy League schools, their financial aid was actually much better and actually cost less. So I think also for medical school, I want first generation students and other students to know that there are these paradoxes, right? That might make you feel like, oh, maybe I can't afford that. But indeed, oftentimes you may get the best packages there.
Thank you so much for that response. Next question. What makes Stanford Medical School stand out from other schools?
Well, how long do we have? No, I think Stanford is like many other medical schools in this country, just a fabulous place for people to learn and thrive. So we're not alone in this, but I do think we have a little special sauce here, whereby we have this nurturing environment for a flexibility that allows for students to pursue their own individual interests, and with a body of supportive individuals there to support their wellness, to support their academic progress, and their pursuit of an inquiry. So that makes this really special. The other part of Stanford Medicine is our dedication to finding student leaders, finding and developing a sense of diversity by which individuals, and this is broadly defined in so many different ways, whereby individuals are learning as much from each other as they are learning by the individuals who are teaching their classes in many ways. And by doing so, they're learning about other cultures, learning about different cultural competencies. And then when they meet their patients, they're much more equipped to be able to have those kinds of encounters because they've begun to learn even from each other. So I think that one's our special sauce, and that whole sense of inquiry, investigation. While I could talk a lot about our Nobel Prize laureates and things, which we have, and they are so approachable, that our students get to learn in this environment of inquiry where, a cutting edge medicine and precision health are being prioritized.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. It was a wonderful response. Next question. Is it necessary to fill out all 15 activity, extracurricular, etc. slots on the AAMC application?
Well, I don't think that it's required, but you want to be able to fill out as many as you can that are authentic to what you've done. Okay, never want anybody to make up anything. But every now and then, I think some students can be too modest. Now, there's a balance. Some can be less modest, but the ones that are too modest in not realizing that some of the experiences that sometimes come with their everyday life, particularly that of a first-gen student, oftentimes who's balancing what they think of are just normal responsibilities of living, but not realizing that those actually translate into real experiences that you could really put on your application. Absolutely. So I think those are the important things to remember.
Yeah, you can pretty much put anything in one of those 15 slots, as long as it caters towards the values and insights of being a future medical professional.
Yeah.
Next question from Anne in the audience. When you accept students for medical school, do you take into consideration where the student goes to undergraduate in your admissions process?
That's a great question. When we accept students for medical school, it's a long process. We do not just pick up a paper and just check the box and keep moving. Everything that we know that you put a lot of work into this. That application is like a bear, right? And it's compiling up years and years of work that you've done. So we take that and cherish that quite a bit. What we use is what I consider a more holistic review of context. So yes, so we think about your general context, and your undergraduate institution may be part of that context. So the context that brings you to where you are. Oftentimes I show a picture about, when one thinks about, equity and equality and these sorts of things, just thinking about what you have done with what you have been given is an important aspect of thinking about where you are, and not just simply looking at where you are at this one moment without thinking about how you've gotten there. And your undergraduate institution and the resources available or not are part of that calculus.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for answering that. Now we have a question from the audience that would like to speak their question out loud. So Sachi Kulkarni, I'm going to allow you to talk. Feel free to ask your question.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
All right. Hi, Dr. Gibbs, and hi, Alexia. My name is Sachi. I'm a freshman at Northeastern University. And Dr. Gibbs, thank you so much for your time and expertise. I would just like to know, did you have a mentor, and how did you find him or her?
Great question. Not only did I have a mentor, I've had many, many, many mentors throughout my life. And this journey would not be possible in my mind without that. I feel like I provided a little bit of the spark, right? Because you're nurtured by this sense of wonder about your world as a young person. And early on, when people see that kind of spark, they're interested in that. And I've had these wonderful teachers throughout, high school, and then research experiences, in high school at the local college. And then during college, this one's an interesting one that you mentioned, Sachi. I'll tell you, I'll be really honest with you all. During my undergraduate times on the campus that I was in, which I totally love, and I had such a wonderful time at, there were a lot of things happening on campus that would have been really tough for many people to deal with. And as an African-American woman, it had a lot to do with that. But I found these sacred, special places on that campus that were actually in a chemistry lab with these wonderful mentors of mine, some of whom recently have passed away, who believed in me and nurtured my interest in chemistry there, and were these amazing mentors. So mentors do not always look like you, but they are these people who share the kinds of wonder and want to spark the kind of energy that you bring to that. So I would encourage students, to not look at mentorship as, this sort of thing that someone is beholden to or obligated to do for you, but this exchange, right? Whereby you are instilling that same spark in them that probably made them feel like they wanted to sort of continue to recreate things. And that's what I find even now with my own mentoring students now, having these wonderful opportunities. I remember this one student who just, I have this very busy schedule. And so every now and then, I'm not going to encourage this for everybody, but this student just came unannounced to my office one day. And I thought, is this person on my schedule? But 2 hours later, they had sparked so much, interest and enthusiasm that I knew I was going to be a mentor. And I knew that, I would help to mentor this person onto their next part of the journey. So that's, mentoring is wonderful and it's so important.
Thank you so much, Sachi, for your
Now I get a list of people who are going to just pop in.
All right. Next question from the Q&A is, how do you suggest we can get opportunities during this pandemic for our application and for our future experiences?
I think this is a really critical question. I always say that this journey to medicine is a marathon and not a sprint. And so in many ways, this year's applications or applicants, many of whom have been working on their portfolios for a long time, when these 3 to 6 months before the application process happened, they had already built their portfolio, right? So applying to medical school was not, there wasn't too much of this challenging question of like, did I get everything in? But for this next year, it's going to be a little challenging because many students have lost a good at least 6 months of potential opportunities to build that portfolio of experiences for clinical encounters. Many of our hospitals are barely letting us in. We have to go in with a screen and a check every day, and they're not even allowing patient visitors to come. So those are going to be a little bit more few and far between. I would say to sort of use your curiosity in many ways to be able to help with that. There are many nonprofits that are looking for volunteers to be able to assist in some of the work. And now in this country, I wish it had been more expanded than it is now. Opportunities perhaps to be sort of contact tracers and things like that may be an opportunity to be able to keep that going. But we fully understand that there's going to be somewhat of a dearth of potential opportunities and we will understand that. But do what you can to be able to keep that thirst for knowledge of this field going, even throughout this pandemic.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing. Next question. Let's see. What would be your biggest piece of advice to a high school student starting their journey on a path in medicine?
I think my biggest piece of advice is keep that tucked in the back of your brain, but do not focus too soon. The world is so full of so many wonderful opportunities. And then even for us as physicians, I look at some of my friends and fellow classmates, how many are not practicing as what we think a physician does or did. As some of the other speakers that you heard that you had earlier today, I so enjoyed their journeys. That we do so many different things. And if you narrow your focus too soon, that one's going to that one's probably going to cause you to lose focus of some other things that you might be sort of good at, and to combine them potentially with your pursuit of medicine. So certainly as a high school student going on to college, do not narrow your focus too early.
Absolutely. I can definitely extend to that. Only 2 years ago, I was in high school, not knowing what was going on, just went to undergrad and had so many different experiences thrown at me. It's okay. There's no rush in building your portfolio. It will come in time.
Yeah.
Next question. I know that medical schools like seeing unique non-medical things in the list of 15 extracurriculars. What would you say is the ideal ratio of medicine-related and non-medical related things to have been listed?
I don't think that there's any magical ratio, honestly. When I see an amazing leader, I mean, I don't know if anything else there matters, but more than likely all those other things mattered because they end up showing a somewhat common thread of things related to whatever that passion and leadership is about. And so that's what I would encourage you more than anything is to, if you're passionate about something and that one spawns more curiosity to do research, for example, and then potentially to sort of volunteer in around that similar kind of topic, and then lead a project around that, and perhaps lead a nation on that, then that's what I'm looking for.
Perfect. Thank you. How did you pursue research as an undergraduate?
Thankfully, as an undergraduate, look, I'm going to say, I don't know. It just, sometimes it sort of falls in your lap. Sometimes it's a tap on the shoulder of a research, a mentor who says, they post something that says, I'm looking for someone. I actually have gone back to say, like, when did I start doing this? Because I did research in high school. And I think I just came in with the idea that I was going to answer one of those ads that showed up. And thankfully for me, there was a professor of biochemistry who was the quirkiest person, but he was so enthusiastic and he allowed me to do so many things. I'd say, can I try this? Right. And so we just, it was just so much fun. And he just spawned this sense of like curiosity that it made me forget about all the stuff that was happening on campus. So I kept that going, and I still keep that going with my students today.
Perfect. Thank you so much for sharing. Next question. Do medical school admissions see accommodations that were given for the MCAT?
No, I think a few years ago, probably since 2015, I think, that accommodations are not part of the information. It's transmitted from AAMC to AMCAS to the medical schools.
Okay. Next question, they say, medical school application question. Will an applicant be viewed negatively if they have many extracurriculars dedicated to one location? For example, being a scribe, doing MA work, doing administrative work, etc., at one clinic.
There are times when one would wonder if someone is sort of milking a single opportunity or single exposure too much, and it is overrepresented in the application. But it's really how you put it out there, and what you've gotten out of that experience. So it is possible for someone to work in the same clinic where they have an opportunity to be a scribe, also then be a medical assistant in that office, and then do administrative work as well. And so we understand that that can happen. It is best if you have other opportunities in other places, so that not just one individual can speak to and corroborate your record. So you will need to get letters of recommendation. And so by having it all in one place, then you could probably limit the amount of individuals who can really speak to your body of work.
Perfect. Thank you so much for answering that question. I have a few more questions of my own. And then attendees, if you have any more questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I can allow you to speak your question in person. So from me, I would love to ask, aside from the challenges, can you name a positive experience, like any moment or experience that you had as a first generation student?
Honestly, I think most of them have been very positive, right? I think that sense of, I only know that now, right? There are times when I used to think, as I look back on my life, like I shared with you about the fact that there were these issues that were going on my campus. And I wondered later on, how did I shield myself from being, just eaten up by that? And a good portion of it was that I was naive a little bit. And that was a little healthy naivete, in that it allowed me to sort of focus on what was at hand. And I sometimes wish I had that back again, right? So oftentimes there are those things that I think were all good, to be able to sort of look at the world with wonder, right? To reclaim that is a really good thing. And I think it comes out of being that sense of being first gen.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yes.
Next part, I have a question from the audience from Naz. They say, I have been trying to register to retake the MCAT at the end of September. I was wondering, considering the delays in application process due to the pandemic, would this cycle of Stanford MD program application accept MCAT scores from January of 2021?
So I would tell you, and this is probably going to be a great surprise to some people here, that because of a lot of issues that were going on during the early part of this pandemic, and given the fact that we at Stanford Medicine look at our selection process through the lens of equity, we weren't certain at that point about whether or not you all would have the equal opportunities to actually be able to even do this test. So very early on, we began thinking about ways that we could reduce some of the pressure on you as medical students while still being able to make our selection process. So we were the first to actually announce that the MCAT was optional for us this year, at least for people who are taking it this year. So not a lot of other schools joined us, but we felt like that was the right thing to do. So yeah, of course, I would accept that because we're not necessarily using it in the early part of our process. And if by the end there is none and you've been accepted without an MCAT score.
That is really great to hear that Stanford and other similar medical schools are doing that for their students.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think we have time for one more question. So I will go ahead and ask, have you ever experienced imposter syndrome? And if so, can you share how you overcame this challenge?
Wow, Lexi, you have a way of asking questions. So imposter syndrome, I think we all are subject to some level of imposter syndrome. Anyone who's gone to all these amazing places, and whether it's university, and seeing how pre-health students are on their grind, would be, you know, would admire so much what the other person is doing. And so, of course, one is wondering, am I doing enough? Am I, I think I remember at age 25 having this existential crisis. It's like, what have I done for the world? And folks have been like, wait a minute, you're in medical school, you're becoming a doctor. Okay, this is good, but what have I done to change the world? And so we all need to keep having that sense. I think it's best, my approach to this has always been to compete more with myself to make sure I'm reaching the levels of excellence that I have set for myself. And in doing so, I don't have to compete with other people, and I can still be able to get the same outcomes that are fulfilling for me. So that's how you overcome imposter syndrome. Just know that you're great. Other people are great as well, and give them their kudos, but avoid having this spawn a sense of too much competition. And if you do compete against yourself. And I think that will allow you to get over some of that imposter syndrome.
That is a great piece of advice. Thank you so much. If it's okay with you, Dr. Gibbs, we do have one more question from the audience that they just submitted. Okay. Isabel is raising her hand to ask to speak, so I will allow her to talk. Hello there. Feel free to share your question whenever you're ready.
Love the painting.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi,
Yes.
Isabel.
Hi, I have a question about undergraduate research. I'm wondering if, so I'm a freshman this year, and I have found a research position within the sociology department, and I'm wondering if it is better for me to start research earlier during my freshman year, or if I should wait until later into my first year once I get to know some more of my professors on campus, and I get into campus life, and I potentially meet more potential PIs. Is it better for me to wait and look for research that is in a wet lab or in a clinical setting?
Great question, Isabel. So listen, I think that either can work out fine. The transition to college can sometimes be a little daunting, even for those who have done quite well. I've known folks who are top in their class. Transition to college cannot be underestimated. So certainly make sure that you can balance all of the different responsibilities that you have. But honestly, I think you're right that if you know that this is an area of inquiry that you would like to pursue, starting earlier is always good. Having longitudinal experiences is really key. And I'll share with you all how I and our group tends to look at these experiences. There's certain ones that are really about checking the box, right? And so you showed up and you check the box and you're gone. That's probably not going to give as much credit towards what we look for. But those more longitudinal experiences that allow you the opportunity to grow in those experiences, to be able to get some independence over that time, are going to be the ones that are more, that are going to contribute more in the evaluation of your application.
Thank you.
Great.
I got that. Thank you so much, Isabel, for your question. And thank you, Dr. Gibbs, for sharing your amazing responses for this beautiful discussion. It was so educational, inspirational for me, especially as a pre-medical student, and for, I'm sure, many of the attendees here who are many pre-medical students as well. Thank you so much for joining us today. We hope you have
It's been an honor. Thank you so much. And I hope that I wish you all the best in your medical journeys. I'm glad that we had a good amount of time. to be able to answer questions. That's what I wanted to do. So thank you all very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbs. You have a great rest of your day.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, we are going to transition into our closing statement for the day. We are going to go over announcements and the Research Expo Awards, and then very exciting and important details about next year's conference and future events. So please stay tuned. We are going to get started in about a minute. Hi, Alejandra. Are you ready to get this party ended and start to transition to the event details?
Yes, I'm very excited about everything that has happened in the past 3 days. And I wanted to thank Dr. Gibbs for her amazing and such inspirational presentation, because as a first generation low income student, I really related to a lot of the topics that you discussed, and I could see myself in a lot of your story and challenges you encountered. And I loved how you used the word pioneer to describe what it means to be first, because that's what we truly are. We're just exploring our world, and we have the opportunity to do really what we want without thinking about what other people are telling us to do. So thank you so much for that. And it was a great honor for us to have you as a guest speaker for the conference. We're truly grateful to have had the chance to hear your story. And now I would like to thank everyone who's here for our last event of the conference, the closing statement. And I have no words to describe how happy I am, like I said, about everything that we've learned from our speakers, who are renowned experts in their fields from all over the country, and also from our students throughout the research exposition, but also just hearing your insightful questions throughout the conference has been truly an honor for me to be able to connect with you guys during this conference. Our goals for the conference, just to remind everyone what we've been learning, were to explore different career paths in medicine and prepare you for the application process for both medical schools and also other medical programs, and give you practical tools to really be able to succeed both personally and academically. And most importantly, I think what I think was my favorite part of listening to every of our speakers was to hear their stories and hear back to when they were in our place. And I really related to a lot of the speakers, and I will look back on their advice to continue pursuing our professional aspirations, regardless of the challenges that everyone is encountering at the moment. So that was very exciting. And I know that the medical school admission process is often portrayed to students as like mystified or very complex. So especially for students who are the first in their families navigating this, both medicine and also just the world of education in general. If you're like also a first generation college student, this is even more difficult. But something that was a common theme throughout all of our presentations is that medical schools are really looking to find the best and brightest students, regardless of the circumstances. So I'm really glad that we were able to come together and hear from these amazing speakers that regardless of what our background is, we can all truly do it if we're passionate and if we're hardworking enough. And we don't have to be afraid because we have each other and we have many resources to do it now. Yes, and in addition to making sure that we're qualified through the resources that we were able to gather during the conference, so we as students can apply all of that advice to our academics and extracurriculars. But also we have to remember, like Dr. Gibbs mentioned, and a lot of our speakers mentioned, that medical schools really want to see us as who we are, as our personalities, not just as people checking off the boxes. So truly just do what you love, do what you're passionate about, and everyone, medical schools and all medical professional programs will be able to see why your passions and why your activities make you a great candidate for their programs. So just enjoy the journey ahead, and don't be afraid to change your mind. if you ever feel like that something is not working for you, just continue doing your best to really self-reflect what you're truly passionate about. I think that's the most important thing that I took away from this conference. So I hope you guys can agree with that it's very important to really think about who we are as people and what we want to pursue. And I'm just very excited about all of you guys being here because you are the future of healthcare. And I can already see all of you guys who decide to stay in the healthcare career, maybe in the future, sharing your stories about the pandemic and the challenges that you encountered. And you will be able to help people eventually, because like I said in my opening statement, I personally believe that every challenge can be seen and should be seen as an opportunity to either grow, learn, or help others eventually. So I'm really looking forward to all of your guys' future, and see you as the future physicians, scientists, and medical professionals that our world needs at the moment. So yes, I am very honored to be here and extremely grateful for all of our speakers. I cannot emphasize how much this conference was based on their participation. Without them, nothing would have been possible of making this conference happen, because I really believe in the power of education in furthering life opportunities. But in order to be prepared for navigating these opportunities, it is great to have mentors that play a role in supporting our careers and our respective aspirations. So I want to take a moment to thank all of our speakers who helped us create more than 30 hours of free content that will be available online after the conference on our YouTube channel and maybe on our website. And yes, I guess we can go ahead and start presenting the slides. If Alexia could transition to the next one.
I would like to say a few things, if that's all right, Alejandra.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so thank you so much to everybody, to our guest speakers, to our sponsors, and to the attendees here in the audience today for your support and your participation, your interest in the National Pre-Health Conference, and all of our speakers and their amazing presentations. I am very, very emotional and excited. I'm feeling all the emotions because Alejandra is one of the hardest working and amazing human beings that I ever met in my life. And she gave me the great honor of letting me be a part of her team and help lead her team. She only came to me with this beautiful idea 2 months ago, and we had no idea exactly how to create a website or multiple social media pages, or how to reach out to guest speakers in a manner that comes off as professional and asking them to cater their advice and guidance to pre-health individuals now all over the country. Initially, we wanted to be on a local scale, but we decided to go bigger because this pandemic and what we have all gone through, the challenges of being online remotely, having programs, internships, research, everything canceled. So many students from not only the United States, but all over the world have experienced this. And we wanted to share the advice and guidance from our mentors and our mentors' peers and colleagues to all of you today and tomorrow and for future events as well. So we are so grateful for all of your support and your participation. And personally, I have learned so much from each session. One of my favorite sessions was, of course, how to be a competitive MD applicant with Ms. Shavana Wynn from Johns Hopkins, and my mentor, Dr. Carolyn Compton, who spoke on her experience being in pathology and one of the first women ever to be an MD PhD in the MD PhD program at Harvard. Just being able to be exposed and to interact with these beautiful and amazing mentors from all over the country is such a blessing. And I am so grateful to Alejandra and the rest of the MPHC team for helping us put this together for all of our attendees and the future generation of healthcare professionals so that we can go out there and change the healthcare industry and the world for the better. Now, thank you so much to everybody. We would love to transition into our announcements, our final announcements, future event details, next year's conference, and the Research Expo Awards.
All right, so the first announcement is that you guys probably already know this, but we will be giving out digital certificates of both participation to everyone who attended the conference, and also certificates of achievement to our students who were selected for the Research Expo Awards. So we will be sending those out. I'm not sure exactly by when, but we'll figure it out sometime next week and let you know.
Up next, social media. If you have not already, we highly encourage you to follow us on at least one of our social media platforms. Right now, get out your phone, take a picture of this beautifully created slide, and follow us at one of our many social media platforms: on Instagram at National Pre-Health Conference, at Twitter at NPHC 2020, at Facebook at National Pre-Health Conference, (virtual), and LinkedIn at National Pre-Health Conference. On all of these platforms, we will be frequently updating future event details, the NPHC monthly newsletter, special events, and next year's conference. So please give us a follow and stay tuned for updates. I would also like to remind you that it is not too late to enter to win a chance to win $50 Amazon gift card. We decided to do a social media contest to encourage our fellow attendees to post their participation in the National Pre-Health Conference and how they experienced so much advice and guidance that allowed them to pursue their academic careers and be successful in there. The winner should be announced by Monday, but please stay tuned over the next couple of days to see if you were able to win this $50 Amazon gift card. Please take note of the rules. Feel free to grab your phone again and take a picture of this very important slide. The social media contest requires 4 rules. First, post your participation at NPHC. You can have a family member take a picture of you in front of your computer, writing a few notes, watching our amazing presentation, or you can do a boomerang of your different tablets that you have going on, your notes, anything. Be creative. Feel free to do a video, a blog post. We are very, very excited to see the creative thoughts that you come up with. Secondly, follow us on either Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, or Instagram. If you weren't able to take a picture of the social media icons on the previous slide, you can go to our website and there will be links on that website to take you to each of our social media pages. Third, please tag us on one of our platforms. And lastly, the most important rule, use our hashtag NPHC2020. And lastly, here are a few examples if you're in a creative block for this social media post. This is me and Alejandra on our first days of NPHC 2020, which now feels so long ago, even though it was only like 48 hours ago. Isn't that crazy? It's just been such a wild ride. Absolutely.
All right, everyone. So coming soon, we want to stay in touch with you guys, and our main way to let you guys know what's going on about NPHC events and other important information, and also to provide you with resources, kind of similar to things that we discussed during our conference. So we'll have expert advice, opportunities, and we want to emphasize scholarships, which are pretty useful to every undergraduate student. And it's particularly, I'm excited about the student spotlights, where we want to hear your story, and we want to hear or a friend of yours' story who has succeeded either academically, in their research, in their jobs, and any other type of extracurricular. We want you to be able to highlight these people who really are an example of what it means to be a great role model for other pre-health students. And we will share that on the newsletter that we will send. So there are 3 forms on our website. The first one is where you can submit all these amazing resources that I already discussed, so that we can send it to everyone else who is on our listserv. And the second one is where you can do the student spotlights. So please nominate people, nominate yourself, anyone who is an outstanding pre-health student, please put their information there. And finally, on this website, we also have a form for anyone who is watching this on the live stream or who wasn't able to register directly. Please fill out this form if you would like to stay in touch with the National Pre-Health Conference team and receive this great information that we will be sending out. Yes. And now, the moment we have all been waiting for, right? So we already know that we want to continue this event in the next, who knows how many years, but we for sure know next year. So we will do it a little bit earlier in the summer so that you guys have more time to get ready for school before, after the conference. So it will happen from August 4th through August 6th. And I do want to note that now we changed our days. Instead of doing Thursday through Saturday, now it's Wednesday through Friday to respect everyone's weekend. And we're very excited about this event, and we will let everyone know when registration opens, probably a few months before the event. But we really want to see all of you guys there. So please, once we send out the emails, if you're interested in coming to another event like this, please join. And yeah, now we're gonna go through to another. We're gonna announce the winners for the Research Expo, so we're very excited.
All right. I'm going to announce the first slide of winners. These are the audience's favorite. These are the favorite presentations during Research Expo Day 1 and Day 2 that you guys voted for. So the winners are, little drum roll in each of your rooms. Day 1, Lauren Schutz from Arizona State University. And Day 2, Michelle Raja and Amal Umarani from Telehealth Oncology Research Team. Congratulations to both teams. If you are able, please raise your hand in the audience and say a few words, and I can allow you to speak about your experience.
Perfect.
Hi, Michelle.
Hello.
And hi, Amal. Feel free to say a few words.
We're just so excited.
Yeah, we unlike the other people or the most people who presented, we weren't affiliated with the university. This is something that we started. It was like relatively recent that we actually started after we met at like a virtual summer internship. So yes, we are very excited to see that we have a lot of potential, and we do plan on taking our research further once we obtain IRB approval. So thank you very much, guys. This is a great experience.
Perfect. Thank you so much for participating. And we do want to mention again that the selection process for our presenters this year was pretty selective. So even if you didn't get an award, you should feel very proud of having presented. And if you want to rewatch the video or you want to show anyone that you presented in your conference, the YouTube videos will be posted on our YouTube channel. They're already posted, but yes. So thank you so much, Michelle and Amal, for participating, and congratulations on winning.
Thank you.
All right, and now we are gonna announce our winner for the best presentation.
And the winner is...
We're so excited. So Molly Monge, are you here, Molly, by any chance? Please, if you are here, please raise your hand and we'll allow you to speak and say a few words. And congratulations. I want to say that we had very, very good presentations, and it was hard deciding who to give this award to, but we really thought you had great presentation skills, and your explanations were clear, and it was an outstanding presentation. So thank you so much.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you so much. This really means a lot. Thank you, both of you, for organizing this conference too. I attended many of the sessions. They were all really helpful, and I feel like I learned so much, and I'm really happy that I was awarded this award. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes, congrats. Great job.
And lastly, our final award for Best Innovative, Most Innovative Project of the entire Research Expo of Day 1 and Day 2 goes to Sujay Ratna from Rutgers University. Sujay, please raise your hand if you are able.
All right, I guess he's not here, but anyway, if you're watching this later, congratulations. We will send out the certificates of achievement later in the week so that it's more official and you can put it on your resume and things like that. But do feel very proud of your award because it was very selective, especially at the first round when we looked at abstract. Alexia and I spent literally hours selecting the presenters, and now this also was very challenging to pick the best presentation.
All right, congratulations to all of the winners. We would like to remind you that since you have won an award, all 4 of you, you will all be receiving a certificate of achievement. And to the rest of the presenters and audience members, you will all be receiving certificates of presentation and participation. Thank you so much to everybody who participated in the National Pre-Health Conference. I would like to make one final note, a big thank you to all of the sponsors listed on this slide. They have provided us with great help, especially Penn's program for diversity and inclusion. They allowed us to be here today in the Zoom webinar platform to give you all the best experience possible. And for the rest of the sponsors on this page, SNMA, AMWA, APSA, ConsenSys Health, General Intelligences, Free the MCAT, and Show, they have all reached out to all of you guys out all over the United States and around the world to encourage you to join our conference and hear advice and guidance from the top health experts that we had joined today.
Yes, great. Thank you to all of our sponsors and to all of our speakers who were amazing and provided us with some amazing information that I'm sure all of us will keep in mind whenever we're navigating undergrad years and eventually applying to medical school and other programs. And I also want to thank all of the audience members who are still here. Thank you for watching until the end. As I said, this conference really means a lot to me, and I'm very happy that we were able to create this for you guys and that you have been involved and engaged and participated. Thank you so much. And I wanted to bring up one last thing. If you're interested in learning more about what the National Pre-Health Conference does and you would like to be more engaged with the leadership team, we're actually gonna have applications for our student leaders for next year's conference. So we will send out more information about that. But we really want to see students from different universities, even from different countries, if possible. If you have any skills that you think would benefit the goals of our organization, such as maybe editing videos or helping with digital media or contacting guest speakers, any of these skills would be really appreciated. And if you are interested, feel free to submit an application once they are out, and we want to learn more from you and be able to work together to reach all of the goals that the National Pre-Health Conference has. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. As a reminder, stay tuned for the NPHC newsletter. And if you know any programs, resources, anything at all, please submit them in the NPHC submissions newsletter form on the newsletter tab on our website. And to those of you who might be interested in joining our team, please look out for updates on the application in our newsletter and emails in the near future.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. Let's stay connected. Like I mentioned earlier, make sure if you like what we do, follow us on social media. We have Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube now. And also, if you want to learn more about one of the student leaders, feel free to reach out to either me, Alexia, or the other student leaders, and we'll be happy to help in whatever way we can. So you can find our LinkedIns on the website and also our emails. So you can ask us anything you would like.
Have a great semester. We hope that you have an amazing academic career and pre-health career, and we hope you go on to great things. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Yes. See you guys.
Bye.